vampires. They're spooky, they're scary, they're all sorts of fun. In this video today, I want to compile all of the lore of the vampire count that I've made across my channel. And this really tries to blend both the lore of Warhammer Fantasies 6th, 7th, and 8th edition with Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3 game mechanics. So in this video, I'll be talking about that lore primarily. I will mix in some conversations about those game mechanics, but this is a way to have a really fun way to jump into all the lore of the vampires of the old world of Warhammer Fantasy, whichever one you're jumping into. Have it be somewhat Halloween themed, as this is Halloween when you will be seeing this video for the first time, and it will cover all the facets of that old edition of lore. We'll start off with the Bloodlines. I'll go through all of the major ones. Then we'll go through the entire army list of 8th edition, and I will conclude this video with a video on the Morghasts, which were a unit that were added during the End Times Nagash portion of that event in Warhammer Fantasy as it then explodes and becomes Age of Sigmar. So buckle up, sit down, and just enjoy a long form video of Warhammer lore. You will notice some differing portions of the microphone because this is across multiple years of me filming, and I definitely have a different cadence of speaking and learning not to go and stopping as much as I do in these videos as I don't do now. But thank you so much for watching here today ahead of time. Let's get started here on the Vampire Counts lore from Warhammer Fantasy. Continuing our romp through kind of a spooky time with the Halloween season in full effect, I want to talk about the Vampire Bloodlines. Now, I've talked about this in the past. It was one of the very first videos I ever did. I'm actually going to revamp that, break everything down here. So here's how this is going to go. We're going to talk about the ancient city of Lahmian, and we're going to talk about the kind of beginning of vampires. And then we're going to talk about each one of these bloodlines in their own separate video. We'll include the Lahmian vampires in alongside the kind of history of the vampires here. But I have to take you guys back. We got to go back in time to a time when ancient Necrarch was not filled with bone daddies and skeletons dooting all over the place. It was filled with humans. It was a very successful, a very, growing civilization of basically proto-Egyptians going through the Southlands, into the Badlands, through the southern portions of the Empire, really all over the globe. I mean, we talk about the Empire and how the Empire is so amazing and strong and the old world is this great world, but for a long time, after really like the reign of the Old Ones and the Lizardmen and the High Elves and everything, the Necrarchs were very, very strong as really one of the very first empires of humanity. And of Necrarch, there was the city of Lahmian. Now, in Lahmian was Nefertatem, which is basically who Neferata was before she was a vampire. Now, Nefertatem was a princess of Lahmian, and her father eventually rose to become the king of Khemri, and in doing so left her to be the queen of Lahmian, to rule over Lahmian in his stead. Now, she had a lot of, I guess you could say, progressive thoughts for the cult of the dead. She wanted to become a priestess, and she wanted to be a part of the mortuary cult, and her father said, no, that's not the way things are in Necrarch. So Sworon, who becomes a very important character here soon, is an agent of Nagash. He's planted himself into the mortuary cult as basically a catalyst for starting the revolt against Necrarch when Nagash comes back to power. So he is basically kind of pulling the strings here, seeing what he can do to really kind of butter up that eventual resurgence of Nagash. And he sees that Nefertatem is really interested in becoming, a member of the mortuary cult. So he starts to give her little pieces of knowledge of Nagash. He saves all these scrolls, the books, and everything of the sort of Nagash, and starts to teach her more and more and more about necromancy. And eventually Nefertatem and Sworon perfect what is the elixir of life, or a corrupted version thus of. There are many different kind of points in the lore here. Is it corrupted by Sworon? Did they just not know the level of mastery of necromancy that Nagash did, thus they corrupted the elixir of life? The original intention of the elixir of life was to grant eternal life without any kind of negative anything. There's also another kind of tale that says that Nagash actually corrupted the recipe, or he messed with the recipe of the elixir of life, hoping someone would replicate it, creating vampirism. Because the elixir of life, the way it actually worked is it stopped the heart of the imbiber, thus making it so that a person could remain youthful and strong, and it was given otherworldly level strength as long as they were consumed more and more blood of the living. So conversely, you have the mother of vampires in Neferata and the father of vampires in Waswaran. And there's some mentionings during the end times how Arkan the Black actually had a whole hand in this, and I don't really want to get into that, to be totally honest. A lot of what I'm going off of is the 6th edition lore for the vampire counts. That's where the bloodlines are in full effect. We have the bloodline special abilities for each bloodline, and we have like full-on magical powers for them. A really great fleshing out of things. During the legendary, or the Warhammer Legends book that covers Neferata's whole life, things changed up a lot. During the 7th and 8th editions, Waswaran's role changed a whole lot. Like in the 6th edition role, Waswaran is killed off. So we're gonna kind of segue and seem or kind of thread our way through this as best we can, knowing that there are some retcons that kind of happen from different variables in the lore. If you do notice some of those retcons and you like them a little bit better, please feel free to comment below saying, hey, you know, I know where you approach this, but I like this retcon and blank. You can mention whatever it was, but I will do my best to kind of try and do the just deserves of each race and everything. So Neferata has the elixir of life. Now, there's a difference between drinking from the elixir of life and getting what is called the blood kiss. The blood kiss is when I, a vampire, give you, a human, a bit of my blood, turning you into a vampire. This makes for a lesser vampire. Anyone who drank from the elixir of life was really a vampire Primarch, if you want to think of it. They were the very original vampires of each respective bloodline. They're considered a master vampire. Now, in the 6th edition lore, there were 11 of these master vampires, including Neferata, and after the sacking of Lahmia, only 7 of them remained. Now, what happened in the greater lore in the Legends book is that just 7. There's only just 7 vampire bloodlines. That kind of became the overall gist of things. So we'll stick with that notion that there are 7 vampire bloodlines. So what happens is Neferata eventually starts to turn more and more and more of her confidants, her brother, individuals over to vampirism. You have Ashoran, her brother, who is eventually it's like the Mask of Masks, and he becomes the leader of the Strigoi bloodline. Abhorash, the guard of the captain of her guard, becomes the leader of the Blood Dragon vampire bloodline, as we all well know that I know. And then we have Waswaran, who becomes the leader of the Necrarch vampire bloodline. So everyone really has a role in everything. The only one who kind of has a very recently fleshed out role is Vashanish, who becomes von Carstein bloodline. Now, sticking with Lahmia here, just to kind of cut through the kind of beginning portion of this and going in through the whole history of the city of Lahmia, which we've kind of touched on, and I want to save it for Neferata's individual video when we talk about her as a possible legendary lord and what she might look like. We're just going to jump to the end of the city of Lahmia. So Neferata has given out the kiss, you know, or either the blood kiss to people or the elixir of life. Created her master vampires, created her pretty much her eternal court of the night. The cult of blood is what it's called. And with the fall of the city of Lahmia, all the vampires kind of scatter to the 7 winds. Abhorash goes on his own route. Ashoran creates the Empire Strigos in the city of Morkane. Waswaran still stays with Nagash and then kind of goes through his whole deal. But Neferata is the only vampire to really kind of separate herself from the greater lore. From the greater kind of turmoil and politics of the old world in a more direct way. She takes over the Silver Pinnacle, and there she kind of recreates the majesty of Lahmia in the sense that she recreates the cult of blood, or it is in high effect there, and she cultivates the Lahmian vampire bloodline. Now, these vampires are very different from all the other ones. Necrarchs are, of course, these magicians, but the Strigoi, von Carstein, and Blood Dragon vampires are a lot more melee centric, right? They're these really great fighters, either bestial or with a lot of martial prowess. So you have a lot of different kind of roles that those guys play into. But the Lahmian vampires are all about kind of subterfuge and political intrigue and using almost like this femme fatale type of approach to things. So they use their beauty to kind of infiltrate important portions of either the Bretonnian or the Empire or the Tilian or the Estalian or the Border Princes, infiltrate those courts and influence actually the events of the age. There are so many things that have happened throughout the Warhammer world that a lot of what can be said has happened was actually influenced by Lahmian vampires in a lot of ways. So it's a pretty interesting kind of role that they've played as this kind of undercurrent to the entirety of the growth of the old world. How they've kind of said, oh, well, we're going to be the ones, the real kingmakers that decide who lives and dies, while you von Carsteins have your vampire wars, and you Abhorrash have your weird honor system, and you Strigoi just kind of eat dead things, and you the Necrarch vampires research and everything. We're going to be the ones that actually are the movers and the shakers. And that's a really interesting kind of role that the Lahmian vampires have played throughout history. They've kind of gone out, each and every one of them, to different courts and influenced them heavily. Like there's one kind of story about how this Tilian kind of merchant comes to the Silver Pinnacle and gets to actually talk to Neferata, but it's only through like these 7 veils, so you really can't see what she looks like, and she kind of remains in the shadows, and she has this beguiling, beautiful voice, and she apparently breeds cats. I know that sounds ridiculous, but just bear with me. And the Tilian merchant leaves with this beautiful black cat with like piercing blue eyes, and as he's kind of traveling back to Tilia, the cat disappears, and in its place is this beautiful, beautiful pale woman. And she never comes out of the caravan during the day, and the guy doesn't ask any questions. He's like, all right, yeah, okay, we'll take you to Tilia. And she just departs from the caravan when they reach Tilia and joins this order of a monastic order of women, and no one's allowed inside that order. So it's like basically she hands out these people she hands out these cats, which are basically just, you know, not transmorgified, but shapeshifted Lahmian vampires to go pretty much infiltrate different portions of the world, and in a very, like, you know, subtle kind of crafty way. So this is really awesome, right? We're seeing in Total War Warhammer finally the Bloodlines kind of coming into full effect, and this is really why I chose to do this. I wanted to flesh out what those vampire bloodlines are like, right? You know, we have the Lahmian. The Lord's focus is a master infiltrator, cunning and deceptive. No other vampires have infiltrated human society in the way as the Lahmian's shadowy sisterhood. And we get that direct representation from lore, where we're talking about these this kind of spycraft level vampire cult that just goes about and influences the world. And it's really, really cool. You almost kind of think of like Cold War influence on both the nations of the nations of the world as a whole during the Cold War. So really kind of awesome stuff here. And when you look at the actual rules of the Lahmians for Total War Warhammer, it kind of doesn't necessarily echo the tabletop, and that's what I want to talk about here. So the bloodlines in the 6th edition, you chose which bloodline your vampire was a part of. Carstein, Necrarch, Blood Dragon, Strigoi, or Lahmia. And each one of these gave innate bonuses. So the Lahmians got +2 to initiative, any model in base contact with a vampire, -1 to their leadership, and -1 to the Lahmians' leadership as well, because they're not these like amazing duelists. But don't let that -1 to weapon skill fool you here. Vampires in and of themselves have like a base weapon skill stat of like 7, so they're still like leaps and bounds above most other characters. So from that, each and every single one of these bloodlines thus has these powers, right? These actual bloodline powers that then give them certain benefits, and you choose them based off of what kind of vampire you're dealing with. Are you a lord level vampire lord, or just a vampire hero? And you had a point cap. You could only choose either 50 or 100, depending if you were a lord or a hero, respectively. So with the Lahmians, you have seduction, domination, quick blood, innocence lost, transfix, beguile, and each one of these has really thematic rules that pertain to the bloodline. So seduction: how can a mortal resist the lure of a creature who has preyed on warm-blooded males since the dawn of time? And basically the way this rule works in the tabletop is that if your character is in base contact with the Lahmian Vampire, it gets all of its attacks are made onto your own faction. So it's pretty cool. You completely seduce and control that character. And there's domination. The eyes of the vampire are two deep pits in which a mortal can find his doom. And rather than each one of these is a step down. You'll kind of understand that in a second here. But domination makes it so that if the model's in base contact, they fail their leadership test, then they can't attack. They can't do anything. And any attack made on that character is automatically hits. There's innocence lost. These deceptive creatures look so inoffensive and vulnerable that naive enemies lower their defense. So they can basically just means that the character can attack first no matter what. Then transfix, the vampire is so beautiful that a mere mortal's will to fight immediately disappears before her. Now this is a step down from domination. So rather than the character being able to get automatically hit, it just can't attack. And then beguile is what brute would dare to attack such a vulnerable lady. And basically, it cannot attack just the vampire. It can attack everyone else, just not the vampire. So the way this worked in tabletop was, if you had seduction, domination, transfix, and beguile, all four of those, they would work out in order of, well, you couldn't have all four, but still, my point is, they would work out in order of point cost. So seduction is the most expensive, and beguile is the least expensive. So the way it worked in tabletop was, you would move down. Okay, if they fail their seduction test, they move to domination, then they move to transfix, and then move to beguile. But if they succeeded on seduction and someone else was in base contact with the vampire, you could do domination. So basically, the Lahmian Vampire could control combat in such a way that it didn't matter that she didn't have the highest weapon skill. It didn't matter that she wasn't the most defensive character in the game. She could dominate and control the combat to suit her needs. That is exactly the crux of the lore of the Lahmian Vampires. They kind of control society. They control their immediate court in the way that best suits their means. It's all in kind of the greater arc towards Neferata, and making it so that Neferata's grand goal is seen. There is a time when things kind of got off the rails. There is a Katarine, the vampire czar of Kislev, basically led a rebellious faction of Lahmian vampires against Neferata. And Neferata kind of said, nay, that shan't happen. And they got into a huge civil war, and she basically dealt with that and killed her off. And moreover, she didn't kill her off. She convinced everyone around her, all the Kislevites and everything like that, that she was, a spawn of chaos, and had her basically killed. So you kind of see that that's how the Lahmians function, is they control societies that they interact with. Ashran creates Morkane, this great grand empire after Lahmia, and Neferata gets pissed and is like, I'm not going to have that, and controls tribesmen to attack, and actually manipulates orcs to attack. So you have these instances in history where Neferata directly uses her connection and her control over humanity to better serve her purposes. And we see that so many times through the Lahmian bloodline kind of history. Some other kind of like Lahmian special characters, I guess you could say. There's Ulrika, who is a vampire of the Silver Pinnacle as well. I don't know if I mentioned that, right? Did I mention that Neferata takes over the dwarf hold of the Silver Pinnacle, and it becomes like the court of the Night Queen, and everyone's afraid to go there, and only like brave people go and journey there, and when they do, they're like, oh, this isn't too bad. But then they just get like, they come home with a Lahmian vampire wife who infiltrates their court. I don't know if I said it, but that's what happens. But there's Ulrika, who is another Kislev vampire who goes to the Silver Pinnacle, but eventually kind of rebels against Neferata and the Lahmian vampires, and kind of, she doesn't join Kislev society 100%, but she kind of guards Kislev society, kind of harrying through the countryside, guarding against chaos, but knows she can't fully rejoin things, and she kind of has the banner of her family on her, she always kind of carries it on her steed when she's traveling around doing these good deeds, to kind of know that, hey, I might be dead, but I'm still Kislev in the end. So it's kind of a cool kind of nod. There's also Genevieve, who is she's a pretty popular vampire in the grander scheme of the lore. She's the vampire that helps kill Drakenfels, who is a pretty terrifying old Tom Bombadil of the Warhammer lore, if you want to think of it that way. But he's been retconned through so much crap, he just barely exists in the lore now. Now that we have a baseline for the history of the vampires as a whole, as well as the Lahmian vampires, we can start to work into some of the other bloodlines to really flesh out the tumultuous history of the vampires as a whole. Man, that was not even a really good pun, was it? Now, remember, you're dealing with 7 master vampires that make up the fabric or bloodlines that each vampire adheres to in one way or another. From the mastery of the necromancy that the Necrarch employ to the bestial ferocity of the Strigoi, which is actually the subject of our next bloodline, the Strigoi, or the vampires of the Strigos Empire. We very quickly talked about him during our Lahmian video, but Neferata had a brother, Prince Ashoran, the Lord of Masks. I think I actually called him the Mask of Masks in my video. But the Lord of Masks. Neferata was doling out that the elixir of life that we talked about to those that she deemed worthy of joining her elite caste, but she intentionally kept her brother out of the kind of proverbial party. Because, you know, nothing says vampire party like drinking a cup of someone else's blood and flaunting that in front of them. Like, haha, I drank the blood, I drank the blood. But Ashoran, ever the clever man, decides to steal the elixir and thus grants himself vampirism. In the early portions of the lore, and I want to say like around 6th edition or so, Ashoran was the spy master of Neferata, which would explain his underhandedness. And unfortunately, in the later lore, especially after in the latter lore, I guess you could say, especially during the release of the Warhammer Legends Neferata book, this was actually retconned. Ashoran is really more of a Lord of Revels than he is of anything of particularly crafty or spy mastery kind of sense. And this quite obviously thoroughly pisses Neferata off, right? Him stealing the elixir of life. But she had already made a rule within Lahmia that no vampire could hurt or attack another of their kind unless it was a duel, and also not to the death. The duels can never be to the death. And keep that in mind. This is a pact that remains even outside of the extent of Lahmia as a city. It extends beyond that. So keep that in mind, and it's going to come around again later, I promise. So Neferata just kind of broods and plots here, something we've discussed she's particularly good at. And Ashoran lived in relative peace throughout the Lahmian period of vampirism as a member of the Deathless Court, as it's called. He preyed upon whoever, you know, criminal or otherwise. Abhorrash had kind of, Abhorrash, you know, the leader of the Blood Dragons, had said, hey, only prey on criminals or else we're going to get figured out. And everyone said, Abhorrash, you worry too much. We know how that went. So when Alcatazor besieged the city, Ashoran, who had warned Neferata this would happen, fled from Lahmia almost immediately. And Ashoran and Abhorrash were 2 of the only vampires to really completely flee from Lahmia and seemingly not fall under the rule of Nagash, despite the lore dictating that Nagash gained control of the entire vampire race. To kind of give you guys a bit of a backstory on this, and I was going to save it for Vashanish, but I think it's important to go into now. After Lahmia fell, Waswaran led the renegade vampires to Nagash. They thought they were fleeing, but he led them right to Nagash, who granted Vashanish, the husband of Neferata, a ring that would allow him to truly live forever. By slipping the ring on, though, it actually gave Nagash control over every member of the vampire race. And after Nagash's defeat, this control was broken, and Vashanish is who Vlad von Carstein once was, and who and Vlad von Carstein is who Vashanish eventually becomes. And the ring is actually the earliest version of the von Carstein family ring. It kind of talks about how he spends the majority of his undeath life trying to find a way to break the bonds of this ring that the Nagash has given them. We'll get to that later. So either this is just a discrepancy in the lore, or their role during the return of Nagash was so minor that it wasn't worth mentioning. I honestly don't know. It's not really fleshed out. So after the fall of Nagash, 5 of the vampire bloodlines move north into the old world, and the other 2, the lost bloodlines, vanish into Cathay and the northern Chaos Wastes. Kind of in that never to be heard from again type scenario, but they go their own way. So regardless of the events of the Rise of Nagash, enter the next episode, A New Hope, the Strigos edition. So while Ashoran traveled north through the Badlands, he came across the burgeoning Strigos Empire and its capital city of Morghasts. And this can be seen on some ancient empire maps as the city of Morgheim, but it was a particularly strong up-and-coming power in the land ruled over by a gentleman named Cadon. And usually in other circumstances, a vampire has to go about the business of converting the populace to the, I guess you could say, notion of necromancy and dead. But with Morghasts, the work was really kind of already done for Asheron. Khadan ruled as a priest king that worshipped Nagash as a god. And Asheron went about the business of replacing Khadan, who was a tyrant to his people, then placing vampires as the patron above Nagash. It's kind of a really interesting situation that happens, but Khadan was eventually killed by the same implement that was the fuel for his necromantic power, the crown of sorcery, or as it is known, the crown of Nagash. Alcatazar, after killing Nagash and fleeing from Nehekhara, gave the crown to Khadan during his exodus into the kind of open world and doomed to really live forever. And we'll talk about why he's doomed to live forever when we talk about Neferata's full blown out lore. But really what happens here is you get this complete shift of power where Khadan gets replaced by Asheron. Nagash gets replaced by vampirism as far as like a worship of it. And that becomes a repeating motif for the Strigoi vampires themselves. They have this weird sense of or desire for adulation, to be worshipped as these kind of gods. And that kind of comes around full circle as they're in their very twisted and broken end form. But the crown eventually killed Khadan, and Asheron took the mantle of king of Morghasts, and thus the Strigoi Empire. And under Asheron, the empire, it grew. It became Lahmia reborn and a haven for the creatures of the night. And imparting a rule set out by the blood dragon Abhorash, all vampires could only feed on criminals. And thus, Strigoi knew a time of great prosperity and peace without any crime to really kind of plague the growing empire. And Asheron then kind of summoned the other 4 bloodlines to Strigoi, hoping to strengthen the empire and claiming that he had created a haven that was far grander and stronger than Lahmia. Even the constant grudge bearer, this infuriated Neferata yet again, who started to finally enact her plot of revenge, or I guess you could say Neferata strikes back, if I'm keeping my Star Wars motifs going. God, I'm stupid. But let's look at this for a second. Lahmia was a singular city in a grander empire that was rather limited in its ability to grow due to the necessity for clandestine movement. I mean, come on, think of it. Lahmia was a portion of Nehekhara. Not like that here. You really couldn't do much of anything. You couldn't really proclaim yourself a vampire, as it was shunned. Hell, Neferata killed her own cousin Khalida because she suspected that Khalida had figured it out, that she was a vampire. So Morghasts, on the other hand, had no such limitations and actually worshipped the vampires as gods in direct links to Nagash. So you kind of have this really crazy situation where Lahmia, a city within an empire, versus Morghasts, the capital of an empire. So it's a very interesting kind of split between these two. But Asheron, the prince that had been cast down by Neferata, had risen far above anything she had even ever created. And the real question we have to ask is, was this revenge or a power move against someone who had clearly and obviously superseded her, an enemy, really, as it were, and someone that she had kind of said, this person's not going to amount to anything, and here they are, creating the empire that she was destined to have created. But back on track. Neferata spreads lies that Asheron is actually planning to imprison and hand over the other True Blood vampires to the newly risen Nagash. And this does not bode well, as the vampires are still kind of reeling from their last enslavement some 200 years prior, and this started a secret war against the Strigoi Empire. Vampire assassins and barbarian armies were sent against Asheron to try and destroy what he had created. This really kind of starts the fall of Morghasts. And during one such kind of incursion, in these incursions of large barbarian invasions, Asheron was caught out of the city when a massive orc Wa swept through the land. In the earlier lore, it was led by Dork Red-Eye, an orc war boss, but in the later and more recent lore, like 7th, 8th edition, we have an unnamed orc shaman. It's kind of a little less ceremonious, in my opinion. But eventually, Morghasts itself was beset by the Green Tide, the prince hurriedly kind of making his way back to the capital to defend it. And there, the Strigoi Empire, which is actually, the members of the Strigoi Empire are called the Strigani, Strigany, fought day and night against the Greenskins. And in a last battle, just as the people of Strigoi were to win the day, Asheron was destroyed by a huge magic blast from the shaman, killing them both in the process. So Morking starts to slowly fall into ruin, because now you have the Strigoi vampires without their true bloodlord, you know, Ashoron, there to act as a staple, as a monarch, basically. And what happens is each one of the individual bloodlines kind of takes part in hunting down the Strigoi vampires. Morkane itself starts to fall into ruin. The Strigos Empire gets pulled apart by all these barbarian and orc invasions. And eventually you've got this whole cast of vampires that were all basically direct descendants of Ashoron fleeing for their dear lives. I mean, every time they come across Lahmians, they were dead, or they would try to go and hide with them and they would be killed. And the Blood Dragon vampires would hunt them for sport. The Necrarch vampires would kind of take them in and use them for all means of kind of like dirty necromantic experiments. So essentially you kind of have this extreme falling out where these vampires are so scared of their own race, and they're so scared of humans who are now hunting against them as well, that they've gone completely into hiding, to the point where they start to eat and dine upon the recently deceased, kind of sticking to the graveyards in the kind of destitute areas of the world that are a little bit more secluded, more kind of removed to from society. And as a result, you get these bestial kind of true form vampires, you know, these vampires that they kind of reflect the inner beast inside of all vampires. In the 6th edition lore, and I bring this up so much because the 6th edition is the last time we saw the vampire bloodlines as a separate force entity with its own bloodline abilities and so on and so forth in the Warhammer Fantasy world. After that, they kind of got shoved out, and immediately they were just kind of pushed into, oh, everyone's a von Carstein vampire. But in that earlier lore, they kind of stuck mainly to mausoleums, and they became had these massive court of ghouls. And in 6th edition, that was it. You had the Strigoi Ghoul King, and then you had ghouls as really the only real form of anything ghoulish. It wasn't until the 7th edition that you got the additions of the Crypt Ghouls, which you guys know and love, but then you have the Varghulfs, then you have Crypt Horrors coming in 8th edition, Terrorgeists coming in 8th edition, or these things that didn't exist before. I mean, even the Strigoi Ghoul King himself really only had one member of his court, just the Ghoul, when it first came about. But now the Strigoi Ghoul King kind of applies to those Crypt Horrors, to those Varghulfs, to those Terrorgeists, to those Abyssal Terrors, all the kind of terrible things that are a lot more of a perversion of necromancy versus the kind of focused use that you see with Graveguard skeletons and zombies. It's definitely more of a bestial approach to things. And that's kind of the crux of Strigoi as a whole, that they are by no means reduced in their magical abilities. They still have magical abilities, but it's a little bit more subtle, and a little bit more indicative of their bestial traits. And we see that directly represented in the Strigoi bloodline kind of special abilities and traits. If you chose your vampire to become a Strigoi in the 6th edition, then they had an increased attack, they had a ward save, they could not fight on mounts, they only could be on foot, and that was later changed in 7th and 8th edition where they can ride Terrorgeists and the such. But they couldn't use any magic items because basically these things were supposed to be so destructive in their own right. They've got Curse of the Revenant. So strong is the desire for some to continue living that they defy death. But this has a price, the eternal thirst for the blood of the living. And this basically just means the vampire has regeneration. Massive monstrosity, such as the size of some of the more ancient Strigoi, that a blow which would kill a normal creature is but a mere scratch to these gigantic beasts. They have an increase to their wound, meaning they have a more effective hit points, I guess you could say. Bat form, wrapping the power of darkness around him. Vampire metamorphosizes into a giant bat. Model has a fly special ability. Infinite hatred, the Strigoi know no love, shunned by all, they brood in their solitude, vowing death upon all they meet. They can re-roll failed to hit wounds. Basically, you look at that as melee attack if you're looking at it as a Total War Warhammer mechanic. Summon ghouls, the vampire bellows a guttural cry which can be heard by his flesh-eating minions. These creatures are slaves to the authority of the Ghoul Kings, and of course, summons ghouls. Iron sinews. After death, the vampire's muscles grow far greater than they ever could have in his mortal life. The Strigoi becomes a beast of pure muscular power, increasing their strength by 1. So you can see that the Strigoi was meant to be this kind of creature that as soon as it gets into close combat, it does a huge amount of damage. It has an increase to its attack ability. It has hatred. It's meaning, and also it gives immune to psychology. I mean, there's so many things that meant that the Strigoi was there to just kind of fuck up someone's house. I mean, basically that's it. Like you have a different approach to combat that you had with the Blood Dragons, where Blood Dragons are more about finesse and how can I use my weapon skill and my superior attack abilities against you, versus the Strigoi, which are just about brutality and basically like gorilla pounding on your chest, more or less. And we saw that extended even in the Age of Sigmar. You see the Flesh Court, which is basically all the dead Bretonnians that died during the Great Plague of the End Times that come back and actually think that they're alive. And like there's a lot of perversions as a result of this. Not to say that the Flesh Court is directly connected to Strigoi, but distantly in the whole ghouldom situation. But there are two big Strigoi Ghoul Kings. And in fact, the very first true Ghoul King, the first one to actually hold the title, Ashoran was never a true Ghoul King. He didn't kind of fall to the level of depravity that the Strigoi that we know today have. Vorag Bloodytooth was the first real Ghoul King. And he actually kind of got his start in Sylvania, in southern Sylvania. And he killed Franz von Carstein and drank his blood and kind of empowered him. And this is another cool little fact here, is that the Strigoi vampires are some of the only vampires to eat and kill and eat other vampires. Sure, vampires do kill each other, but it's kind of a taboo to drink another vampire's blood. The Strigoi have no qualms doing such things. They will drain anything at all. So this kind of helps Vorag become even more powerful and gains what is a significant court in the Ghoul Wood. Subsequently, though, he takes over portions of the Blackfire Pass, moving into the Border Princes, down into the Badlands, to try and hope and rekindle ancient Morking, kind of to recreate that lost empire. Eventually, he moves into the Plane of Bones in the Darklands, creating the Tower of Vorog. Unfortunately, there is where he meets his end when he is pierced through the heart by a goblin warband that attacks him. But you see that this kind of notion where the Strigoi try to come up and recreate Morkin. It's always their goal, is to recreate Morkin and the Strigos Empire. And recently, Gashnog is the Black Prince, as he is sometimes called, is actually a Strigoi vampire that rules a portion of the Border Princes. And through this, he actually uses a lot of guile and a lot of the kind of methods of the Lahmians to manipulate and control humans to actually not become a Strigoi that needs the adulation of other people. He doesn't need that kind of worship as a god. So he's able to kind of remove himself, which is part of the curse of his bloodline. And he's been able to kind of create this community that he's trying to turn into the next Strigos Empire. So you can see here that of all the bloodlines, the Strigoi bloodline is one of, if not the most tragic bloodline of all of them. And if we take a look at what we're going to be seeing in Total War Warhammer, we can see Strigoi, the Lord's Focus, the bestial juggernaut, vengeful monstrosities who dwell among cemetery graves. The broken-minded Strigoi embrace the primal force buried deep within us all. And they have minus 60% public order penalty due to presence or lack of corruption, ambush success chance, and vampiric corruption increase. So these guys are definitely going to be just those complete monsters on the battlefield. We'll kind of see how that kind of pans itself out. We've talked about the importance of Neferata as far as being the mother of vampires, and really like the very first vampire. But we have yet to get into the grand, enigmatic Waswaron and his ilk, the Necrarch vampires. Now, in tabletop, Necrarchs were absolute monsters. They were the only model with a zombie dragon at the time, and they could be level 5 wizards, some of the very few ones in the actual game. And they were very, very strong, but just extremely expensive when taken on a dragon, especially Zacharias, the ever-living. I think he was like a 1600 point model, and he counted as a lord and a hero choice. There was a lot of crazy stuff in 6th edition, but let's dive deep today on the father of vampires, Waswaron. And he has a pretty far-stretching lore here. Back before Neferata was even born, he was a prince of Resetra, who eventually became the high priest of Lamia. But he had a far darker master than the mortuary cult. One of the few disciples of Nagash, Waswaron continued his lord's kind of work in secret, twisting and manipulating pivotal characters behind the scenes. And Nefertatem had confided in Waswaron the desire to learn necromancy and join the mortuary cult. And Waswaron slowly taught her more and more of the dark arts, kind of using a book of Nagash and scrolls saved from the fall of the powerful necromancer to further her teaching. Because remember, this is a time way after Nagash's first reign as I guess a living monarch, and this is after the toppling of his empire. The books of Nagash, the multiple books of Nagash, have been recovered from the Black Pyramid by Ark of the Black or a number of other individuals. Waswaron, of course, I guess, having one of them. And it just depends too upon what point in the lore you're reading. Sometimes it's a single scroll that was saved, or it's the whole entire book of Nagash, or it's this or that or this. So it just does kind of like ebb and flow through the lore, and we've talked about this a lot of times when it comes to the vampire bloodlines as a whole. They do kind of have a very fluid history, especially depending on if you're in 7th or 8th edition. Someone made a claim about how, in 8th edition the bloodlines are there. They're not really. In the 6th edition, you have specific vampiric bloodlines that have certain attributes that attribute to certain aspects of the character. In the latter versions of the lore, a lot of the bloodline powers are stripped away for a couple here and there, so you can make a kind of themed vampire, but you can't truly say, okay, this is a blood dragon vampire or this is a Necrarch vampire. So that's why this lore seems so kind of fluid. So this is I'm just trying to explain here so you guys have a better idea here. So simultaneously, Waswaron was rooting out the mortuary cult that was dedicated to him, and thus Nagash, and who was against that notion, who was a true mortuary cultian or whatever. And this resulted in a kind of small revolt from the cult against Nefertatem, as they had discovered her practice of the dark arts. This revolt was quickly put down and the agents executed by Nefertatem herself. She uses her command of necromancy to kill all of them. Like they basically go to storm the key or the palace, and she steps out and just wipes them out, because now she is the monarch or I guess monarch of Lamia. She's in charge of everything. Her father has now assumed the throne of Khemri, and so she's pretty much free to do whatever she wants. And from here, Waswaron and Nefertatem finally kind of perfect the elixir of life that Nagash had created. And the result, as we all well know, created vampirism instead of eternal life. And Nefertatem then, kind of doles out the elixir to her favored confidants, Waswaron being the second vampire in existence ever. Of course, imbibing that very same elixir. And we know the story from here, right? Nehekara launches a massive attack against Lamia and destroys a temple of blood, killing a slew of other master vampires, putting the rest to flight. We've gone over this before, but it's worth repeating. Now, Waswaron leads the fleeing vampires directly to Nagashazar, and thus they kind of become the lieutenants of Nagash's armies. And once defeat really drew near, like for Nagash himself, the other vampires said, "Nay, Lord Nagash, nay." And they scatter to all parts of the world, except for Waswaron. He was there through thick and thin for Nagash. I mean, it's like you think about Nagash, then you think of Ark in the Black, and Waswaron is kind of like if Ark in the Black was the right hand of Nagash, Waswaron could be seen as a hidden left hand. They don't talk about the relationship and the strength between Waswaron and Nagash, because again, we'll talk about that in a little bit more. But every vampire has their crux or their defining characteristic. The blood dragons and their martial prowess, the Morghasts and their strong desire. I'm sorry, the Strigoi vampires and their strong desire to rule. Lahmians and their ability to do subterfuge and the such. But Necrarchs is their true devotion and dedication to Nagash, and thusly necromantic magic. And it wasn't until Alcatazar destroyed Nagash that Waswaron quits the battlefield and creates his reclusive hermetic bloodline. Now, depending on what edition of the lore you're reading, Waswaron goes to Morghasts, the same capital of the Strigos Empire that Ashoron is running, and gets the most mystically gifted and wise of the citizens to create his Dark Coven. And there, they all begin really mastering and perfecting the dark arts of necromancy. And remember, these guys are still distant servants of Nagash, so there's a sort of removed connection to their former liege here that Waswaron is cultivating until the rise of Nagash yet again. Now, one feverish, sweaty vampiric night, Waswaran has a vision of what the world would look like had Nagash won, or I guess what the kind of world Nagash is trying to create. Nagipu wanted to create this ultimate world of undead, a world that was free of suffering, conflict, and, well, death. And this, of course, meant that everyone would be his puppet under his rule, and secondly, a rule of vampiric aristocracy. So one problem with that, though, is that vampires need blood, and he's kind of granted this vision by toiling over the Grimorium Necronium, a tome that his masters, kind of like a grand compendium of all of his masters' work. I look at the Grimorium Necronomium as a book of Nagash, and I could be totally wrong in that, and I have to kind of cross-reference that with something. But the name Grimorium Necronium switches at one point in the lore to just be called, oh, he has a book of Nagash. So, and they're both considered, you know, tomes of Nagash's work, you know, distilled versions thus of. So, Waswaran began the great work of trying to remove his bloodline's reliance on blood to maintain their eternal unlife, and this began the sinister work of utilizing true Dar, or dark magic, to try and fully remove the vampiric thirst, as a quote-unquote there. And as Waswaran went about this process, it started to have an outward effect, I guess you could say, turning him into this kind of iconic Nosferatu-looking vampire that we see today, you know, gaunt, ghastly, almost bestial. And Necrarch vampires are a result of the art of necromancy and a suffusion of dark magic to kind of help tide that dark thirst that runs through all vampires. And this curse then spread with each new acolyte given the blood kiss, and while it had a rather overt physical appearance or effect, it also rotted the minds of these vampires, you know, turning them rather mad or insane. And as a result, all the Necrarch vampires that are of any note or any worth are all some variation of just completely insane and prone to bouts of like bipolar disorder, or complete terrible like anger management issues. Like every single one of them is like, what the fuck about this thing? Like just goes killing stuff. So every major Necrarch vampire we read about is increasingly erratic in their behavior. Now, Waswaran's first acolyte was Melchior, or as he soon became known as, Melchior the Ancient. And just like the kind of Sith of the Star Wars universe, there's always this master-apprentice relationship with a lot of the Necrarchs that take on promising pupils. But just like the Sith, this of course just ends in a colossal shit show. Waswaran had learned to essentially go on spirit journeys where his soul leaves his body and he can travel through the realms between realms. In doing this one night, though, Melchior took advantage of the situation and decided to attack his master, and he kills his body. And Melchior then took on the Book of Nagash as well as the Grimorium Necronomium, depending if you want to see those as the same thing or separate, but whatever. He uses these to surpass his master. But unbeknownst to Melchior, Waswaran was pretty damn good at this whole spirit thing and came back for some badass ghostly revenge, killing Melchior's spirit and thus possessing his body. Also taking on his name. And I think that was kind of a little bit of an intention for Waswaran, was to be, oh, okay, well, if I remain this ancient vampire that goes throughout history living, I will become an increasing target over time. The Necrarch vampires are always characteristically very clever, but not in the kind of subterfuge, clandestine cleverness of, say, the Lahmians, or the kind of cleverness of von Carsteins, which is usually a vie for power. The cleverness of the cleverness, I'll go with it. The cleverness of the Necrarch vampires is typically attached to self-preservation or ways to outwit their enemies, and they don't really have a lot of enemies because they're very, again, hermetic. They stick to the outcroppings that are away from civilization. They don't want to bother with people. They want to study and they want to learn, and that's how Necrarchs work. They're not these ravaging monsters that go through towns and kill everything, then create like another vampire aristocracy and laugh in nightclubs going, oh, Daywalker, and then Stephen Dorff and Wesley Snipes. Wait, no, sorry, wrong movie. But still, my point remains, though, is that the Necrarch vampires are removed. They're these sage-like, monk almost scribes, really. They're these people that are very removed from both the vampire culture and the culture of the world as a whole. Now, in the earlier lore, this doesn't happen, but as things sort of pan out in the Black Library novels, they create Waswaron into this really amazing character. Well, more terrifying than amazing, but someone who can seemingly defy true death. In the original lore, Melchior just kills Waswaron and that's it. Waswaron's dead. But we'll see how this gets to become pretty cool. And there's one last big deal Necrarch I want to talk about, and that's Zacharias the Ever-Living. Melchior, or Waswaron 2.0, depending on how you look at it, took on another, or first, whatever, apprentice in an enterprising young necromancer that was cast out from Middenheim, Zacharias. The man had tried to infiltrate his tower deep in the Forest of Shadows and was captured instead. Melchior, kind of admiring the fledgling necromancer's potential, turned him into a Necrarch vampire. And Zacharias was not happy, to say the least, that he now looked like a career meth addict coupled with an aging hag. But he was still a clever individual, as most Necrarchs are, we've talked about, and bided his time, kind of learning from Melchior and devouring all of his knowledge. Melchior had proven to be completely insane too, slaughtering swaths of his living servants and bathing in their blood and drinking it deep and everything like that. And during one of these frightful little soirees, Zacharias stole into Melchior's chambers to read from the Book of Nagash itself. And there, the two erupted into this titanic fight that Zacharias was eventually forced to flee from. You know, you look at Melchior, who's now drenched in blood and having recently imbibed a ton of it. He's pretty virile at this point, right? He's going to be at his peak strength. So going deeper into the Forest of Shadows and out into the Middle Mountains, Zacharias fled from the ancient Necrarch's pursuing servants until he eventually hid in a deep, dark cave. Because, you know, that's what everyone does, even in fucking Lord of the Rings. And there, he fell asleep for years, something like a decade or so. And during that time, a black dragon decided to make this same cave its lair. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. Black dragons are technically only supposed to be in Naggaroth as a result of breeding from dark elves that have stolen eggs from Calador. And the Middle Mountains are deep in the mountains that run the border of Ostland, Nordland, Ochtland, and Middenland, you know, in the Empire. But again, this is a time of the lore when things were still very fluid, and I want to just address this, as I know some of you are going to definitely point it out. But back on track. So, Zach wakes up and finds a black dragon sleeping in his cave. For several nights, the vampire slowly drained the dragon of its blood, empowering him to a power level well over 9,000. But in doing so, he also learned something that only one other vampire had known about. Dragon blood cures vampirism entirely and empowers the vampire to unheard of levels of strength. And we know that the other vampire to, of course, be Abhorrash of the Blood Dragons. Now, Zacharias then uses his extensive necromantic abilities to resurrect the dragon as one of really the first zombie dragons. And he flies this to his old master's tower to duel Melchior. And now, as the 6th edition lore goes, the two get in this kind of, again, big Harry Potter-esque magic duel, you know, Leviosa, that sees the tower reduced to dust, and Zacharias kind of walking away as the victor. And that's kind of like how it goes. Like, oh, and he won, and yay. In the later lore, we again find out that Zacharias actually gets possessed by none other than Melchior, or should I say, Waswaron, who is now in the most powerful physical incarnation he could possibly be in, and without the thirst for blood any longer. And from the newly built tower in the Forest of Shadows, Zacharias the Ever-Living reigns, studying Nagash's scriptures, awaiting the return of his liege. Of like sweeping approach that all Necrarchs kind of always take is studying more and more and more as they are kind of awaiting their approach of Nagash. Now, one last thing I want to talk about before we wrap this video up here is the actual bloodline abilities of the Necrarch vampires. Now, if you made a Necrarch vampire in the 6th edition lore, you got a total, you got +1 to any time you rolled to cast a spell. Thralls can use arcane items, and they have a -2 to their weapon skill, kind of echoing that sentiment that they're not the best fighters. But that's really the only, and again, that's a little bit why these guys are so scarce in the battlefield, or in Warhammer, is the actual tabletops, because they were just not that awesome by comparison. Now, their actual bloodline abilities, though, are pretty nifty. They have Nekkar's noble blood. The only thing the Necrarchs could take from their land was their necromantic lore. These secrets are found in the accursed scrolls hidden in the lairs of the oldest lords of the Necrarch family. and basically it just meant that the Lord could become an extra level of a mage. We talked about that, so that could be 4 was the max in Warhammer, and you could become a 5th level mage if you are a Necrarch vampire, which is again pretty rare. So the other ability here, the Awakening, the vampire can sense the remains of long dead warriors and awaken them to bolster his unholy ranks. It just meant that your Invocation of Nehek ability was stronger. Dark Acolyte, even the lowliest Necrarchs follow the long and difficult path of the Necromancer. This basically meant that you had an extra power die whenever you would cast spells. So you had, basically think of it as more Winds of Magic if you want to think of it in Total War Warhammer 2 terms. Now, the other ability here is Unholy Cynosure. The Necrarch can focus his power into a different plane to foresee the future and change the present. And it basically just meant you could re-roll 1 die roll of any to cast a spell, either to negate a miscast or to do Irresistible Force, a bunch of other scenarios. The last 2 abilities here are the Master of the Black Arcs, who can match the magical ability of a creature so ancient that its teacher might have been the great Necromancer himself, which basically increases the range of all spells cast in Forbidden Lore. Long must one study to gain knowledge of the Netherworld, but time is no worry to an undying scholar. Basically just means they know an additional spell. But there it is, guys, the Necrarch vampires. Now, we've seen them finally added to Total War Warhammer 2 with the Curse of the Vampire Coast DLC as part of the patch that accompanies it. So we can finally play these guys, right? They have a dual lore, as it's called, a dual lore of magic that's part lore of beasts and part lore of vampires, which is pretty sick. Making for a pretty, and I think they also have Soul Leech. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think they have Soul Leech in there as well. It makes for a pretty unique and terrifying master of magic. But one of the most intriguing things about them is their addition to research rate of 25%, making them, and really in my opinion, one of the stronger early vampires to unlock in the new Vampire Bloodline system. But hopefully this gives you guys a better understanding of the master spellcasters of the Vampire Bloodlines, the Necrarch vampires. And the unfortunate thing about these is that they really kind of disappear from the history of the greater Warhammer lore. Blood Dragon vampires always kind of remain present, with the presence of Blood Knights as a whole, of Abhorrash, of Walash Harkin, of Luthor Harkin, who I assume Luthor Harkin is a Blood Dragon vampire. You've got the von Carsteins, who are always in rampant effect all throughout Sylvania. You've got the Lahmians, who are always there. Even the Strigoi have scant mentions in the end times. But I think there's only one other mention of the Necrarch vampires, even during the end times, and they kind of fall out of the greater sweep of things. They, along with the Strigoi, were the 2 least popular of the vampires. If anyone played vampire counts in the 6th and 7th and 8th editions, they almost were never fielded. They did kind of suffer from a lot of issues when it came to survivability. Even though they were very strong in being 5th level wizards, they still were extremely expensive. So for the most part, people would opt for the quote-unquote Blender Lord, which we'll talk about when we talk about Blood Dragons, or the kind of Puppet Lord with a von Carstein bloodline or Lahmian bloodline, depending on how you want it to be. So it's sad and unfortunate that Necrarch fell so far away from the grander sweeping lore, but I think in a lot of ways that's what they would have wanted. You know, that was their persona, is to be these kind of hermits, these not Jedi but Sith in the mountains, toiling over old holocrons and learning from all the Siths from the past. You know, the sense of like, oh, there are these necromancers that are learning from all these scriptures of magic and of the such throughout all the age. We're nearing the end of our grand video on the 5 bloodlines, and we've really learned how tragic the majority of these bloodlines are, or at least how kind of truly cursed they all are. But our last 2 are really a step above and outside of the others. There's so much more information on these guys. The Blood Dragons and the von Carstein vampire lines are probably the most prolific, if not widespread, vampires of the 5. The first 3 either being, clandestine, hermetic, or scarce in number. But today, we're going to talk about the von Carstein bloodline and its deep, deep roots, and not just in Heakara, but also their direct connection to Nagash. Before we get going, I want to talk about something that a lot of people bring up, my pronunciation of von Carstein. The S in Stein is generally a SH sound. I know whenever you play the game, it's Manfred von Carstein. Apparently, according to the way Germans pronounce it, it is supposed to be von Karstein. Carstein. If I wanted to be annoyingly specific, I would pronounce it, I would actually sound more like, Wald one Carstein. That is, of course, if I was driving on the Autobahn on my Bavarian motor vehicle. But I just wanted to bring this up because I know that a lot of you guys have said this in the past, like, hey, that's kind of annoying, but I want to explain it because I'm going to be saying it like so fucking much in this video. But our story begins with not Vlad von Carstein, but a man who would eventually become our favorite noseless vampire lord, Vashanesh. I can't tell if it's Vashanish or Vashanesh, but I'm going to go with Vashanesh because it's Vashanesh. Now, we all know about nightclub Lahmian, where the vampires all arose from, right? Things were really just going off there. All manner of creature of night were preying on citizens, were just kind of having free reign of the place. And this, of course, earned the ire of the rest of the priest kings. Remember, the tomb kings were called the priest kings before they became undead. So Neferata's own father sent General Setep of Kemri to put the vampires down at the head of a coalition of, well, priest kings. So Vashanesh was a tactician in that army. And he was said to be this brilliant and otherwise genius tactician. And the reason for a lot of his success Setep's success was Vashanesh's kind of brilliance. And they fought a number of these northern campaigns against the barbaric proto-empire in the southern regions of what would become the empire. And there was a secret behind the tactician, though. He was a blood relative of Nagash, and his allegiance lie not with the royal armies of Kemri, but with the cursed horde of Lahmian. Abandoning the coalition, he warned Neferata of the impending invasion, and she was, in turn, extremely impressed with the tactician. And I mean that not just like, oh, you came to warn us? That's impressive. But it was the demeanor of Vashanesh and the way that he approached everything. He had this very cool confidence about things. He didn't just seem like a mortal. Neferata actually regards that he seemed a cut above even other vampires. So this really enthralled her. And she mentions that, oh, I fell in love at first sight. But she gives him the last bit of the elixir of life. And at the same time, she also made Vashanesh her husband, the king of Lahmian. And together they reigned supreme over the vampires of the city. And they also deployed a kind of this massive shadow campaign, a Cold War almost, to prevent the coalition that was allied against them from growing. It was pretty much meant to, or it was caused a lot of dissent. It resulted in priest kings growing away from each other rather than close to each other through, petty feuds and stuff like that. And this led to a multiple century delay on the invasion of Lahmian. And this was put to an immediate end with the rise of the new king of Kemri, Alcatazar the Conqueror. This guy was a veritable badass who would go on to be the one that slew Nagash during his second rise, that is. But Alcatazar actually has a pretty dark past we'll go into as well, but he unifies Netkara to attack Lahmian, and in doing so, puts down the vampire capital, sending its inhabitants to flight, as we all know by this time, right? This is the fourth time I'm having to tell you guys this. But this is the crux of, well, not the crux. I'm going to say that word too much in a little bit. But this is the linchpin. Lahmian is the linchpin of the beginning of all of the vampire bloodlines. So it's always worth rehashing this part of the story because any of you might come in sideways on these. So I want to make sure you do have that background. But the fleeing vampires were then led to Nagash, who made Vashanesh the leader of all vampires. And this, of course, pissed off Neferata. But when is she really not mad, as we've kind of seen from her lore? But to him, Nagash gifted to Vashanesh, Nagash gifted a ring that would make the user truly immortal, able to come back from any type of death. And the ring also gave Nagash, and Arkan the Black alternatively, dominion over the entire vampire race. And the vampires were they're pretty stoked on this, on serving Nagash and getting a chance to get revenge on their conquerors. And this excitement quickly turned to resentment as Nagash kind of uses their lives haphazardly and dashing the vampires into losing engagements at times, or for the most part, just really not cherishing their life above that of other skeletons or zombies. So Vashanesh, the clever kind of future von Carstein that he was, took to finding a way to undermine the rule of the king, a quote unquote on that. Of the ring. He discovered in time that it required a living vampire to wear for the ring to actually work, for that little dominion portion of it to work. So he forced himself into a fight with Alcatazar, and Alcatazar actually slays Vashanesh. But this in turn freed all the vampires from Arkan and Nagash's rule. And immediately they all fled for the exception of Wasauron, who we already talked about was overly devout to Nagash. And they all kind of, traveled the world and set up their own bloodlines and the future of those bloodlines and the infamy. We talked about 4 already, and we're going to talk about the Blood Dragons, but the other 2 and how they go into Cathay or into the Northern Chaos Wastes. It just all kind of depends on where everyone goes. In time, though, Vashanesh returned from the dead, just as Nagash said he would. Taking to the north, Vashanesh settled in Kislev and took on a new name, Vladimir. There, he went about studying magic to try and learn how to break the hold on the vampire race as a result of this ring. For if Vladimir wore the ring, it would give Arkan the Black dominion over the vampires in the Arch Necromancer's stead. So he needed a way to kind of end this tie, sever this tie. So eventually, Vladimir made his way south to Sylvania, a land he has come to truly appreciate, or had come to truly appreciate during his time as Setep's tactician way back a lifetime and a half ago. But remember, he has seen the entirety of the Badlands, the Border Princes, and most of the southern regions of the Empire before they were, well, again, the Empire. And he's seen these barbarians rise from the mud and into these sprawling cities. So it's a very impressive thing for him. And he kind of grows this increasing fascination with the Empire and this kind of strong desire to become the Emperor, which manifests way later in his life, of course, as we'll talk about. But I think this is where that initial kind of romance begins between the land of the old world and Vashanesh, and his kind of fascination with it. But to give you a sense of time, this is roughly 111 IC, and we know this because Vladimir meets up with Frederick von Hall, who you might know his name from the spell Van Hell's Dance Macabre. But some background here, this is during the Great Skaven Wars, when the Black Death swept through a good portion of the Empire and knocked out a gigantic swath of the population. I mean, the Skaven rose from their under empire to attack the old world en masse. The Black Death was obviously orchestrated by the little skittering creatures, and like I was saying, it claimed millions. Even the current yet incompetent Emperor Boris Goldgatherer died from this plague. Roughly 3/4 of the population of the Empire was completely wiped out. So, of course, left a slew of dead that could be, coaxed into doing things, for an enterprising necromancer. Enter Frederick von Hall, an enterprising necromancer, a priest of Mor that was then taught necromancy by Vladimir, and he used this to summon a shambling horde against a skittering horde pouring out of the mountains around Sylvania. And this conflict went on for a good portion of the 13-year-long war. 13 years with the Skaven, like you guys didn't see that coming. But this all ended when Lothar von Deal, von Hall's apprentice, assassinated the Baron. And this, of course, kept the door open for the new emperor out of Middenheim, Mandred Skavenslayer, to finish off the kind of weakened and already kind of scattering Skaven. But to wrap up this little story, Mandred was slain by a handful of years after by a Clan Eshin assassin. But this is the conflict that started the Skaven don't exist credo by the witch hunters. And speaking of witch hunters, Van Hell's family, as he was known when he became a necromancer, he took on the name Van Hell. But his family were ashamed at their progenitors' kind of flagrant use of necromancy, honestly, and took up a vow to constantly hunt evil as witch hunters, thus spawning the Warhammer Van Helsing in its entirety. And we go on to see more and more and more of these witch hunters, and the current Grand Inquisitor Captain Witch Hunter is of the Van Hell bloodline. So it's a small little side story to this, but I think it's a really cool one. I really wanted to tie it in here. But back on track. Vladimir disappears from history now for like 700 years. He just kind of, slips into obscurity. And that is until he appears in Sylvania in the year 1500 something IC. And there, Otto von Drac is slowly dying away. He was the last in a long line of mad counts that ruled Sylvania, poorly, might I add, impaling peasants on a whim, and no one really was loyal to him. None of his lords liked him or cared much about him. So Otto's brother, Leopold, was next in line to become the Elector Count, as there were no male heirs to take the reins, and Leopold was a bastard of a man as it was, and Otto wasn't stoked on this. But Vlad von Carstein showed up on the eve of Otto's last night, married Otto's daughter, Isabella von Carstein, well, soon to be Isabella von Carstein, and became the ruler of Sylvania overnight. And Vlad is described in the books as having a Kislev accent, or even further east than that, so it's right to assume he has a slightly Slavic accent, as well as looking like the kind of cliche Dracula vampire, you know? Well-dressed, short black hair, very noble in his stature, and all used as a facade to hide this kind of beast within. And they talk a little bit about how there's the scant moments in which he gets in combat, how this big mercenary band comes to essentially Castle Drakenhof and is like, hey, we are going to take this on over. You guys have to pay us to leave. And Vlad himself goes out there without his bodyguard to help him and single-handedly kills the leader of the mercenary than the entire band. And everyone's like, oh god, Vlad might be a way better swordsman than we thought. So people, they don't live in fear of him, but they know that if something happens, he's gonna smack that ass. So Isabella was turned into a vampire shortly after this all began, but she was already madly in love with Vlad, which may or may not have been an enchantment. The books don't really say, but I could see it as maybe starting that way and then kind of panning out the way we see it now. But this is what I'm about to say is conjecture, so I'm not the lore meister for a second. So this is just conjecture, but I take the curse of vampirism in Warhammer as enhancing the kind of most front-facing aspect, or maybe even emotion, of someone before they become a vampire. We look at Abhorrash and his sense of honor and duty, and how that's the crux of his bloodline. Ambition is the center point for von Carstein's, ruling over people, some sort of like monarchy for Strigoi, the thirst for knowledge and the arcane for Necrarchs, and ceaseless revenge / getting even for Lahmians. Vashanesh goes from a pretty even-handed individual to an immensely, almost overly ambitious character, biding his time to kind of make the right move. And this is when he becomes a vampire. And we already see that his kind of act to become a vampire, or not to become a vampire, but to link up with Lamia during the time of Neferata, is almost like a power move, an ambitious power move. He becomes a vampire shortly after that. Okay, does it amplify that kind of face value right there? So Isabella seems to be more in love with Vlad as a result of this being a primary part of her life as she kind of descended into vampirism. So I'm not really sure, that they don't really go into depth on the nature of vampirism in Warhammer. There is the Book of the Dead, and how it talks about how, like, what aspects of a man, that like there's like 7 aspects of a living creature, and how each stage of undeath has certain one of those aspects missing. Like a vampire's all of them minus the soul or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I digress. So for 10 some years, Vlad went to turning Sylvania into an idyllic empire state for the most part. He was killing off nobles that opposed him and converted the rest into vampires. And these Sylvanian peasants were actually very happy under Vlad's rule. And slowly but surely, though, things were kind of going on behind the scenes. All of the major cults of the empire had been driven from the land, with a new cult, the cult of the arisen dead, appearing in their stead. This cult venerated and almost worshipped the dead that Vlad had risen to walk the land and actually protect the peasants. Sylvania was being choked with mass amounts of death, and this was their answer: full allegiance to that dead. And over the years, people began to suspect something as the Sylvanian aristocracy never really aged, and a whole generation had come and gone with people being suspect of Vlad, you know, that whole time. Like, I think there's a portion in the lore where they talk about a girl saying, she said, my grandmother says, or someone's granddaughter, my grandma said when she was a little girl, her mom remembers when Vlad came into power. So it's like it's already skipped this 2-3 generational gap, and Vlad's still, you know, spry as ever. So this leads to the Great and First Vampire War. Now, we've already gone over this conflict in another video, but to summarize, Vlad leads a limitless undead army out of Sylvania across the empire. And his goal is to capture the city of Altdorf and become the new emperor. Again, we talked about that kind of fascination with constant ambition and growth. and he sacks almost every major city on his way. I mean, he goes to Middenheim, to Nuln, and he even converted the Grand Master of the Knights of the White Wolf, Jarek Kruger, to vampirism. So he's having a field day. So the final battle happens on the walls of Altdorf, where Grand Theogenes Wilhelm III, or Wilhelm, as I said, fights against Vlad in a one-on-one duel. The night prior, Manfred von Carstein, who's an asshole even early in the lore, tells Wilhelm that in order to kill Vlad, you need to take his ring. And sometime over all these centuries, Vlad had broken the attachment to Nagash that the ring had once granted him. His von Carstein family signet now giving him simply eternal, everlasting life, which is put into test many times during the wars, including, when he gets his head shot clean off by a cannonball. But hoo. So when the Theogenist squared off with his undead foe, Vlad's ring was stolen by Felix Mann the night before. And Felix Mann is this kind of renowned thief, known for being able to steal anything. So their duel ended by Wilhelm throwing himself from the battlements, grabbing Vlad, and bringing them both down. And they end up landing on a wooden stake that impales through Vlad into Wilhelm, pinning Vlad down onto the ground. And alas, that there passes the first of the von Carstein bloodline. From there, we know what really some of the more prolific players in the von Carstein bloodline. Manfred von Carstein, Conrad von Carstein, who goes to propagate the Second Vampire War and is again kind of double-crossed. Doesn't quite make it as far as Vlad does because he's too blood crazy. But we have this whole extremely huge line of von Carstein vampires that are extremely important to the grander lore of Warhammer. Noctilus, Niklaus von Carstein, is a von Carstein vampire. We know that all of these characters play so heavy. Like there's Peter von Carstein, who is a huge part of another character's lore. But the von Carsteins and the Blood Dragon vampires spend the most time embroiled in other races' lore. And that is very important. And that kind of dictates the importance of a character to the grander scheme of the Warhammer lore. That's why Manfred von Carstein has been around for so long, is because he's in everyone's lore pretty much, as somewhere or another, just pulling some sort of string or just fucking something up. I mean, look at the Blood Dragons. You've got Walash von Carstein, Walash Harkin. You've got Luther Harkin. You've got the Blood Keep. You've got the Blood Knights, who actually, in 8th edition, the Blood Dragon vampires seem to kind of fall to the wayside in exchange for the Blood Knights, which are Blood Dragon vampires in a distant way. So everyone kind of has their place, and the von Carstein vampires always kind of stood out amongst the other bloodlines because they're the most identifiable vampire. They look very old, like some of the oldest von Carstein models just straight up look like a Dracula model put into the Warhammer world, like exact carbon copy. So we've seen these guys added now to Total War Warhammer 2 with the Curse of the Vampire Coast DLC. And the role that the von Carsteins play throughout their history is very much a puppet master. They're always at the head of some massive army that has a plan that is outside of like the motivations of what would seem otherwise very transparent. We look at Manfred von Carstein throughout the end times and how he uses his army almost like one grand puppet, throwing them into the fray so that he can do something else in the background. And we see this with Total War Warhammer 2, handsome, arrogant, and charismatic. The von Carsteins are the true masters of men and beasts. And this gives them access to casualty replenishment rate, to public order, because they spent such a long time solidifying and making sure that Sylvania is their true home. Also gaining access to Sylvanian crossbowmen and handgunners. And again, this plays so heavily into that role that of again, almost like Vlad Tepes, right? Where we see this, what is outwardly seen as a tyrant by the rest of the world. To the Romanian people, Vlad Tepes is a hero. To Sylvanian people, the von Carsteins aren't, yeah, sure, they're absolutely terrifying, but at the same time, they're also seen as these grand saviors of people that were able to bring around Sylvania into the better portions of kind of like the empire psyche. Because like I was saying, at that time when Otto von Drac was just this mad count killing people, no one really liked him very much. Let's take a look here at the bloodline abilities for what's it called, for the tabletop. So The bloodline abilities for the von Carstein don't exist, in the sense that they don't, if you are a von Carstein vampire, you get no innate bonuses or detractors to your stat line. This was basically the D&D humans of the vampires. Hey, these guys, you're going to choose these guys, and they're not going to have anything different about their stat profile. They just play the same. Don't worry about it. Don't have to worry about changing anything. So these guys, even says von Carstein vampires are the archetypical vampires of the old world. They have a number of abilities here. They've got summon bats. The vampire produces a bestial howl that awakens dark creatures and beckons them to his aid. Of course, bringing bats. And we also see that you can get hell bats with 0 upkeep and 0 recruitment cost in the von Carstein armies of Total War Warhammer, playing right into that. Call winds. The anger of a von Carstein is so powerful that even the sky reflects it. And this reflects the ability to use like that Bloodstorm ability that summons up a vortex that damages both ground and air units. It's not quite that way in the tabletop, but again, it's given that kind of that nod to it at the same time. Walking Death. So powerful is the unholy presence of the vampire that mere mortals are forced to flee in terror. This just basically means that anytime you get in combat with a von Carstein vampire, you get an additional +1 to your combat resolution, which doesn't really have a huge bearance on a computer game. But summon wolves. These beasts are slaves to the implacable will of the von Carstein blood. You would actually see these on the tabletop. Is you'd see a 2 wolves that you would then use if you were going to play space wolves, but you'd use these wolves for your von Carstein vampire if you decided to summon them. Aura of Dark Majesty, which we see as well in the game already. The von Carsteins are the most authoritative of the vampires, the best generals among their kind, and they actually can increase their leadership range by 6 inches, which we again already see. Wolf form. The vampire can change his shape to that of a wolf. Now, again, we cannot see, this is not in the game, but it is pretty cool here that it basically just means that they have increased movement speed. In the tabletop, it didn't mean that they were turned into an actual wolf that had a different stat line and characteristics, but nonetheless, it's still a pretty cool little feature of, again, the vampires. When you think of stuff like Castlevania and you think of that level of, to me, Castlevania is my baseline for vampires, and Rice vampires for that matter too. But the Warhammer vampires have always been the coolest ones to me because they're brutal. They're gentleman killers. Like, I really love the way that Warhammer's portrayed vampires. But the von Carsteins so closely resemble Castlevania vampires. I mean, you could play straight up Alucard in this if you wanted to, you know, if you're familiar with that lore. So the von Carstein have always been a really kind of cool vampire bloodline to me, but the Blood Dragon always will reign supreme. So that is our next video, guys. It's time to talk about the last bloodline on our list. Most martial of the bloodlines and easily home of the most terrifying swordsmen in the old world, the Blood Dragon vampires. Today we're going to talk about the last progenitor, Abhorrash, who is also arguably the strongest single individual living in the 8th edition lore. And this is of course highly conjecture, as every race has that strongest fighter in the world moniker attached to them. But let's talk about the founding of this mighty and quote-unquote noble bloodline of vampires. And that whole strongest individual living, I mean, I guess you could say he's undead, but whatever. There's a lot of people that kind of put him on the top 5 strongest lords in the lore. He's there alongside like Tyrion and then like Grimgor and Archaon and such. But in addition, we're also going to talk about the Jade-Blooded and the Carrion children, the 2 lost bloodlines that fled from Lahmia after the fall of Nagash. But getting ahead of myself as I usually do, let's dive in on the defender of the Blood Temple or Temple of Blood, Abhorrash. So when Neferata ascended to the throne of Lahmia, there was one man who stood out from the rest. He was her personal bodyguard as well as captain of the palace guard. Abhorrash, even at this time, was known as an incredibly honorable individual as well as a swordsman without equal. And feared and respected across Nehakara, Abhorrash was a fiercely loyal individual. He also had a loyalty or a love for another thing, or another person, you could say. It was Neferata herself. And she was well aware of this, though, and after creating the tainted elixir of life, she used Abhorrash's affections against him in a move of manipulation that resulted in him drinking from the chalice. Now, we've already kind of talked about how honor-bound and how kind of virtuous this individual is, but Abhorrash is the only character during the birth of vampirism, in this kind of Lahmian age of vampirism, that outright hates his disposition. He's disgusted that this kind of is at conflict directly with his honor and his creed, which is really to protect the people of Lahmia, not hunt them down in the night. So he's kind of pissed off here. So try as he might, the captain of the Queen's Guard eventually falls victim to his hunger after many months of resisting. In a single night, he tears through 12 hapless human servants of the Queen, bathing in their blood and kind of restoring his strength to 100%. And from this, it kind of it really rattles him to the core. Shaken from his kind of bloody stupor, Abhorrash was even more disgusted and resolved to only drink blood from the enemies of Lahmia or criminals. So what he does after this too is he lights 12 candles every night in kind of reverence of these people that he kills, and he goes to do this for the rest of his life. And eventually that it takes a different connotation after the fall of Lahmia, and it kind of goes to represent his hate towards humanity. But this kind of restraint that he's put him on himself is an important note here. The vampires of Lahmia were kind of running all willy-nilly throughout the night, just sucking off anyone they wanted. Abhorrash was the only one that tried to kind of curtail that and create an order to the chaos, partly because he knew it would be wrong to prey on the people that they were supposed to protect, but also because he knew it would invite the wrath of the other priest kings. And I mean, we see that this is duplicated out in Morkane with the Strigos Empire, and how actually, I mean, Ashoran, he knew that this was not a bad idea. It was a pretty good idea. And with the fall of Lahmia, he kind of realized, oh man, you know what? You know who had it right the whole time? Abhorrash, the son of a bitch. He always knows. He always one-upping everyone, Abhorrash. That's what I always used to call him. It's a joke, they don't call him that. Initially, the vampires kind of, they heed this warning, you know, but quickly they revert to their old ways, and with it, well, we know what happened there. The priest kings came a-knocking, and Abhorrash led the defense of Lahmia from the stairs of the Temple of Blood, flanked by his warrior disciples. As the priest kings tried to take the temple, they paid in blood, really. A peerless swordsman as a mortal, Abhorrash was a blur of red blades, fangs, and terrifying strength. The lore really talks about the stairs just being awash with blood, pooling at the bottom as the moon kind of dances over the temple, 100 slain in the vampire's wake. And in time, the city eventually fell, and Abhorrash took flight with his disciples. And he's extremely angry at this point, and we see this spiral for Abhorrash, right? We see him as this kind of noble, virtuous palace guard, or someone who's really willing to defend his monarch to the last. And he turns this individual who kind of becomes very disenchanted with humanity, with rule, and his own race. You know, unlike the rest of the vampires, he did not join Nagash. He was pretty pissed, like I was saying. He had sworn to never hurt an innocent human, but now he was so fed up with humanity, as well as the rest of his race, humanity for destroying everything he cherished and protected, the priest kings, and then his race for abandoning Lahmia rather than fighting. So off he went, accompanied by his closest vamp bros. And shortly after this, Nagash curses all of vampires, all of vampirism, all the vampire race, whatever, to no longer be allowed in the sun, and all the other kind of bullshit weaknesses that vampires have. You know, you can't cross running water, you'll be afraid of garlic, all that kind of stuff. But this didn't really deter our exiled vampire lord. Abhorrash went about instilling strong discipline, honor, and a credo into his followers. You know, never drink the blood of an unworthy opponent was like rule number 1. Rule number 2, there's always honor in combat. Never be deceitful, never be full of skullduggery. And then another one, or another rule is, and that the true measure of anyone's strength is only discovered in the fury of a one-on-one duel. And it's implied that Wallach Harkin and Varys the Blade were amongst his original and closest vampires. So, traveling the world, Abhorrash challenged greenskins, chaos champions, pre-empire human tribal warlords, all manner of the most skilled warriors. And all of them really fell before his blade. Only turning the most impressive and promising of his duelists. This is a time before the Empire. This is a time before the unification of Bretonnia under Gilles Le Breton. So very early in the lore of the old world. In fact, it's so hard to. It's almost like taking a look at the actual ancient Egyptian timeline, right? Where you look at how what's that, like the BS fact of oh, okay, we live closer to, or the dinosaurs lived closer to the production of the creation of the pyramids than we do. Something like that. Like the creation of, or the timeline of Nehekhara is so far behind, or so far back from the early empire, the old world, the unification of Bretonnia, that it's kind of hard to think that there's this whole huge span of time that happens up to that point. So, and even before that, the Great Catastrophe, and the fall of the High Elves and the Dwarfs, I mean, all this shit has actually happened so far back in history that it's kind of hard to kind of put that into perspective. But this is, again, pre that time. And this is before he creates the Red Duke, who is, again, another one of his, I guess, spawn that is extremely strong. But eventually Abhorrash hears of a beast at the top of a giant mountain in the World's Edge Mountains. Now, the lore describes this as the mountain itself as a mighty peak whose summit is wreathed in fire and smoke. And I'm going to have to assume that this is one of the 3 volcanoes in the World's Edge Mountains. Fire Mountain, which is as creative as a name as you can think of. Thunder Mountain, which is also a ride at Disneyland. Or Red Cloud Mountain, which sounds like a really weird drink at a really shitty bar. And there's never been a lot of fleshing out of the lore on the subject, and 6th edition is really the height of Abhorrash's presence in Warhammer Fantasy. I mean, after this, the bloodlines kind of get homogenized into the 7th edition, and we hear tales from that of Abhorrash in the 7th edition. In 8th edition, they completely wipe out the bloodline, like actual differences. It talks about their lores and such, but it doesn't really give them any connotation in the actual rules. So 6th edition is, again, that height. Abhorrash isn't really huge after this point. And ascending to the mountain, Abhorrash finds the lair of an ancient red dragon and decides he's going to go toe-to-toe with it. Drawing his sword, the two fight for the entire night. The dragon, unable to kill the Lord of the Night, as Abhorrash scores more and more gashes into the monster's hide. And eventually, Abhorrash pierces the dragon's heart, and before it can fully die, he drinks deep the dragon's lifeblood. And the result is a being of immense strength. Tossing the dragon's body from the mountain, he lets out a triumphant, blood-curdling shout. Abhorrash has now defeated the curse of vampirism. Need to crave on blood has totally left him, yet he retains all the strength he once had. Able to walk in the daylight, he has set out what he tried to accomplish. Regain his honor. And it is done with this kind of act here. He sort of charges the rest of his disciples to do the same as he did. Go out into the world, hone their skills to a level that they feel they can defeat their vampirism. And this spawns the long-spanning lineage of the Blood Dragons, or the Ordo Draconis, taking on the insignia of a red dragon emblazoned on their shields. These are the warriors that guard bridges, mountain passes, old keeps, just kind of seeking worthy duels with those they deem, well, worthy. And where better to find such men? Bretonnia. And there's no wonder that a majority of the order hails from a land known equally for its code of honor as well as its martial skill. But we can't well talk about Blood Dragons without talking about the Blood Keep. Wallach Harkin eventually creates his own coven in the Blood Keep, which is located in the passageways, I guess you could say mountain passes, through from the Empire to Bretonnia. This would be around the Helmgart area near Weisenland if you wanted to look at it on the Total War Warhammer map. It's not actually on that map. But he goes to this keep. He basically goes through each and every one of the knights, killing them, and the ones that he feels perform very well, he retains as actual Blood Dragon vampires and converts them, and then the rest of them all convert all the servants and the thralls and squires of the keep itself. So he basically turns this entire order, which in the later lore is actually called the order. The later lore calls it it's an order of knights, of Sigmar knights. So it implies that it's a Templar order called the Order of the Blood Dragons, which is not the case in the earlier lore. I promise, guys, the Blood Dragons, Order of the Blood Dragons, and Blood Knights references all get so muddled up and fucked up through the lore, it's hard for me to even tell you guys how it works as someone who's read it every single edition gone, wait, what? So, over time though, an army led by one of Van Hel's distant relatives lays siege to the keep in a 3-year long siege that ultimately sees the haven of the Blood Knights destroyed. And it talks about in the lore how, they're starting to see people kind of coming back to the keep over time, or there's people that have been marauding through the forests, just like the people or the members of the Blood Knights of the Blood Keep used to do. Originally, this is where the term Blood Knight came from, a blood dragon from the Blood Keep, but it has grown to become synonymous with blood dragons as a whole. I guess the best way of looking at this is, not all blood dragons are blood knights. All blood knights are blood dragons, if that statement makes sense. So I'm saying anyone who is a blood knight is a blood dragon vampire who hails from the Blood Keep. All blood dragon vampires are not blood knights because they don't all come from the Blood Keep. There is a thorough explanation. So we have this very long and wide-sweeping history with Abhorresh, right? In the end times, Abhorresh honors a promise that he made to Gilles Le Breton and assists him as the world kind of is swallowed into oblivion. It's just him, Abhorresh, and the remainder of his Blood Dragon vampires with Gilles Le Breton and the remainder of his Grail Knights just kind of fighting off and defending this last bastion. And that's really the last we see of the Blood Dragon Primarch, as it were. It's rumored that he's going to be coming back in the Age of Sigmar, and if that happens, boom, open a shut case, I'll start playing immediately. But the Blood Dragons are feared throughout the old world, and in tabletop, you can make a lord that was just absolutely disgusting, called a quote-unquote blender lord. And Total War has kind of recreated that with the new Blood Dragon lord from the new Bloodlines added with the Curse of the Vampire Coast. What we're going to do right now is go over those the abilities, the bloodline abilities for the Blood Dragon. So if you become a Blood Dragon, you get 2 increased to your weapon skill, you get a bunch more armor, and they have high leadership. So, that's that. But the 2 weapon skill thing is huge. We're going to go back to that. Vampire Lords could take 100 points of abilities. Vampire Thralls, or not Lords, basically the hero version thus of, could have 50 points of abilities. So the Blood Dragons have all these abilities, and I'm going to explain. This is me explaining the Blender Lord in a very long, sweeping form. Red Fury, which we've already seen in Total War Warhammer. It's always been the end of the personal yellow line. The vampire enters the melee as he has always done in centuries past, with a savage and unstoppable bloodlust. He won't stop until all his enemies lie dead on the ground. This gives the vampire an additional attack. We see it, of course, giving melee attack bonuses in Total War Warhammer. Blade Master, trained by the best swordsmen of different periods and cultures, a Blood Dragon vampire can easily deflect the blows from his puny enemies. This one's really cool because it basically, anytime the Blood Dragon vampire gets into attacks with things, it has a chance to basically, they lose an attack when they fight him. So it can outright negates some of the damage coming towards him. Heart Piercing, which again we see in Total War Warhammer. Using a combination of great strength and amazing speed, it is easy for the vampire to create a gap in his opponent's guard. And basically the vampire can re-roll missed close combat attacks in the first round of every combat. Now we see this included in Total War Warhammer as an activatable ability that you get through the skill line that increases certain attributes. I believe it was weapon strength and AP, I can't remember off the top of my head. Master Strike, so strong is the Lord of the Night that a well-placed blow from his sword can sever a limb or decapitate the toughest opponents. The vampire has the Killing Blow special rule, which we know in tabletop can outright kill someone if it rolls a 6. Strength of Steel, such as the vampire's martial prowess that he is able to strike at this precise moment when it will cause the most carnage. This increases his strength by 1. Strength of Steel we also see in Total War Warhammer. It is, again, it confers the same kind of bonuses or increases weapon strength attack and as such. Lastly, Honor or Death. Many mortal champions forget their rash pride after the valiant challenges they issued is accepted by a creature whose eyes are the eyes of death itself. This basically has to do with the challenge mechanic of tabletop. In Total War Warhammer, we see Honor or Death taken as well. We also see Order Draconis. So we see a lot of ways that the Blood Dragon vampires echo this sentiment that the Blood Dragons are these masters of the Blood Knights. You know, these guys are these lords that would bring Blood Knights to their banner, or people that would bring Graveguard up into plenty, because, you know, Graveguard are very elite whites, kind of like whites, versions of the vampire counts. And you see that reflected in Total War Warhammer. These guys have a huge reduction to the upkeep, the cost, the recruitment time, blah blah blah, of Blood Knights and Graveguards through their talent trees. So the Blood Dragon Vampire, if you were to take it as your lord, you get 2 weapon skill, and if you take the right abilities, you get 1 attack, you get 1 strength, all that kind of good stuff. So if I take a look at the actual stat profile of a vampire, as I struggle to look for it. So Vampire Lord by default has 8 weapon skill. A Blood Dragon Vampire Lord by default then has 10 weapon skill, making him the highest weapon skill in the game, next to, I think it's a Blood Dragon Demon. That's not the right thing I'm thinking of a Khorne Greater Demon, which I think has a 9 or a 10. I can't remember off the top of my head. Their strength naturally is 5. This increases to 6. And they have attacks of 5, which increases to 6 if you take the right abilities. And furthermore, you're supposed to take certain magic items that make it so this lord is just disgusting. But this gives you an idea. You used to be able to take this guy, put him on foot, and put him into a unit of Graveguard, or just a unit of anything for the most part, and he would just completely wreck house. It was so fun to use this character, because it was a pretty expensive character. It was like, base cost was 285 points, but it would increase as you would take more and more abilities and such. But it was just absolutely fearsome. If you put it in a unit, it couldn't be soloed out. And if it was in a unit, it could use a Watch Out Sir to absorb some damage. So basically you have this, not near impervious, but a very, very strong lord that could just completely decimate anything it touched. There are not very many lords, even special characters, that can touch a generic Blood Dragon Vampire Lord in the tabletop. And honestly, I see that translated almost directly into Total War Warhammer. That Blood Dragon Vampire on a zombie can kill Kolek, can kill what's his name? The new guy, the Kraken Lord, got up on the top. Lokir Felhard. He can kill almost any of the tankier lords pretty easily. I have not really tested him against dwarfs, to be totally honest, but he is a very disgusting lord nonetheless. And I love that. It really plays heavily into the lore behind the Blood Dragons. But that kind of puts a closure on our bloodlines. But what are the lost bloodlines, though? And there were 2. The Jade-Blooded and the Motmasi, or the Carrion Children, as we've already discussed. So the Jade-Blooded, the progenitor of the Jade-Blooded was Harakti, the Chief Justice and High Executioner of Lahmia. And before he became a vampire, Harakti was an immeasurably old human who would resort to magic and drugs to prolong his life further. And when he became a vampire, he was a frail, kind of old thing still. You know, I just think this very gaunt individual, long, spindly fingers and nails, kind of taking on the attributes of a Necrarch vampire, but more just an old human being that just looks, hey, you know, man, if someone farts, you might die. But like that kind of thing. So he passes that on, that ailment, I guess you could say, to each member of his bloodline as he kind of converts them. And before the Priest Kings besieged Lahmia, Harakti took 12 of his closest servants, turned them into vampires, and headed down the Silk Road into Cathay. And each member of the bloodline has cloudy eyes, much like cataracts, I guess you could say. Or I guess the eyes that Manfred has in any of the Total War Warhammer cinematics, but that's neither here nor there. Translucent skin, and bright green blood, which of course gives the bloodline its name, Jade-Blooded. Now Harakti then sets up a vast spy network in Cathay, supplanting power and placing his vampires in important roles throughout the kingdom. When Cathay eventually fractured into a bunch of like separate kingdom nations and such, the vampires started to turn on each other, and a lot of them started to wage war against Harakti, and he kills 4 of them outright. But the rest, they kind of actually remain as the rulers of the different portions of Cathay, instilling puppet emperors and rulers in their stead, and ruling from the shadows, which is a really awesome kind of portion of Catherine's lore. Cathay's lore is that basically you have Cathay ruled almost entirely by vampires, if you think about it in the way that context is. Now, this is only in Warhammer Fantasy RPG Night's Dark Master. These 2 are not referenced anywhere else in the lore. Anywhere else. The only other reference is just that they existed. In the 6th edition, it says that there were 9 vampire lords, there was 12 vampire lords, and only 7 of them lived to the end of Lahmia, and 2 went north and east. Or 1 went north, 1 went east. The other 5 went to the old world. That's as far as we know from the official 6th, 7th, and 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Vampire Counts books. So this is only in Warhammer Fantasy RPG, and it's not anything else outside of that. Now the other bloodline is a bit different. Motmessus, the Grand Chancellor and Vizier of Lahmia, was turned into a vampire by Neferata, with the role of maintaining the household and the treasury of the kingdom. Now, Motmessus instead spent all the money he could, growing fat, as well as having sex with just about every servant he could. I don't know why it is that every time I hear the word Vizier, I just think of just a fat slob. So it fits so well into this kind of role. So when Vashanesh, or Vlad von Carstein as you know him, found out about this, Motmessus fled from the city. Rife with kind of paranoia and fear, he lost his mind as he trudges west through the great Arabian desert, and eventually he succumbed to his madness and collapsed on the sand. Over time, though, these insects started to eat at him. The wind and sand blasted his skin away, and his body became more and more insect than it did vampire and sand, because he's basically he's got no skin to really regenerate at this point, because it's just constantly being eaten away or just kind of blasted off. And over time, he resembles something part sand, part insect, and part vampire. And turning a nomadic tribe of Arabians into vampires, they grew to kind of become strong and proficient assassins, vying for mass amounts of wealth as kind of a personal amusement. That's, I guess you could say, the crux of this bloodline, is that they're all about assassination and just mass accumulations of wealth, like basically like dragon vampires. But Motmessus becomes Motmasa, or Child of Death, and now he lives in a cave deep in the desert, turning slowly into an insect that he rules over the bloodline in secrecy from, or as. As we continue our romp through our spookier lore, today I want to talk about the Vampire Counts army list from the 8th edition. Now, we've done this video before for the Dark Elves, the High Elves, Lizardmen, Dwarfs, so on and so forth, and I feel like the further we get away from 8th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles, the more dire it is to get these types of videos up for you guys that are just now coming into the hobby from the Total War angle. And it's really important, I think, to see how the lore of each one of these characters, units, models, what have you, has thus influenced the game Total War Warhammer. And you really get a really cool one-to-one comparison of how they've taken the tabletop models and pushed them into Total War Warhammer. Now, the nice thing about the Vampire Counts army list here is that it is almost 100% complete in Total War Warhammer. The only things missing are the Fell Bats, Spirit Hosts, and the Coven Throne. So we're going to go through this video today. I'm going to do the typical format we've done in many of the years past. This will typically be an hour and a half, 2 hour, maybe even 2.5 hour video, in which case I will talk about and read verbatim the 8th edition lore blurb on each entry. We're going to break it up into lords, heroes. In this time, we're going to have a special section for mounts, because the Vampire Counts have some of the highest mount options in the game. We're going to do core, special, and rare, just like it was in 8th edition Fantasy Battles. You'll have a picture up during the lore blurb that will actually have the picture from the 8th edition army book, and then after that it's going to cut to a picture of the model from tabletop. So this way you can see, if you've only played Total War Warhammer, you can see exactly where these models come from, or I'm sorry, where the units in the game come from, where their direct influence stems from, more or less. And hopefully this will give you a better idea of your favorite army, if it is the Vampire Counts. And maybe if you're just doing some painting and you want to have some fun listening to some spooky lore, this will do it for you. So let's get cracking on this army list. It's going to be a big one. And what better way to start in on the Vampire Counts army list than starting with vampires themselves? So we're going to start in on the Lord entry. There's only going to be 2 of them here. Some other entries are combined into one. For instance, the vampires are about to cover both the Lord and the hero option. So the Vampire Lord is your Lord option, and the Vampire is vampire. Why did I say it like that? The vampire is your normal hero option. When we touch on necromancers, there's a master necromancer, which is a lord option, and a necromancer, which is just a standard hero option. But let's cover the lore of the vampires. Vampires are the true masters of undeath. Despite their curse, vampires retain all of their devious intelligence, and hence all of their ambition and desire. This makes them very dangerous indeed, for they can continue to grow and learn, spending eternity perfecting their skills and honing their diabolical plans and schemes. A vampire is ultimately a selfish creature who retains many of the traits and drives he possessed when mortal. Whilst the crudest of their kind exist only to feed, some lust after temporal power and conquest of the living. The Brotherhood of the Necrarchs strive to attain unparalleled necromantic skills, whereas Lahmians possess immense wealth beyond the dreams of avarice. Vampires share no common appearance other than being basically humanoid. Most can pass as human at a distance, and some are even more convincing mimics, hiding their evil nature behind a veneer of aristocratic nobility. Sometimes they are darkly handsome or disturbingly beautiful. Only those who feed well and regularly can maintain the masquerade of the living for any length of time. Yet for all their guile and glamour, a vampire is a dead thing, possessed of neither heartbeat nor breath. They are rotting corpses kept animated by dark magic and immortal will. The strain of maintaining their appearance drains a vampire's energies, and when stressed or angered, their true face may be revealed. Some vampires make no attempt to hide their unholy nature. These creatures revel in the entropy and decay that has become their existence. Their skin has sloughed off, their fangs are prominent, and their fingernails have become iron-hard talons. The scent of the grave hangs heavily about them, mixed with the stench of rotten meat and stale blood. The greatest curse of Queen Neferata's legacy is that vampires cannot live on normal food and drink, but must imbibe fresh blood for sustenance. For the youngest vampires, this unnatural thirst is very strong. At this age, they are often rash and easily caught and killed by witch hunters and other dedicated enemies of the night. Though most vampires learn how to survive on less and less fresh blood until they need to feed only every few years, some never overcome their primal hunting instincts. As a vampire ages, his power increases. He becomes physically stronger and faster, until he is able to tear a man in half and move as fast as the wind. He is able to call upon a host of powers, the nature of which vary from vampire to vampire. Some can call forth creatures such as wolves and bats to assail the armies of the living, and sometimes they even learn how to change into these forms. Others are able to mesmerize weak-willed mortals with barely a glance. If the vampire has a strong affinity for magic, then his necromantic abilities expand both naturally and through study. Despite these awe-inspiring powers, however, there is a terrible price to pay. As the decades become centuries, many vampires lose their minds, sliding inexorably into madness. Ever since Nagash cursed their kind centuries ago, vampires have loathed the sun, for it weakens them. Thus, when they march to war, the sky darkens as the vampires summon great storm clouds and swarms of bats to blot out the hated daylight. The enemy quails at this magical darkness, wary of the fight to come. In battle, there are some of those vampires whose martial pride compels them to stride directly towards the leaders of the enemy armies, flanked by the most elite of their undead minions. Their contempt is evident in their unhurried approach and the smug twist of their pale lips. Others, preferring not to entrust the magical augmentation of their undead army to mere necromancers, devote their energies to spellcasting instead. Even so, a warrior foolhardy enough to meet a vampire in combat will quickly realize the scale of his mistake as a lightning-quick strike of an ancestral blade pierces his heart and cold, sharp fangs pierce his throat. The vampires of Warhammer, and I guess invariably Total War, are probably my favorite vampires in all of the lore of any other fantasy world. They borrow very deeply from Bram Stoker's Dracula and a lot of the kind of more brutal, aristocratic vampires that you even get in publications of, say, Vampire Hunter D, where you have 1 part gentleman, 2 part beast, and I really enjoy the motif of these guys. Taking a look at the characters themselves and how they've translated into Total War Warhammer, it's a one-to-one conversion. There's nothing really about these guys that would have seemed as much of a hurdle to include into Total War Warhammer. They have the hunger, it regenerates them in tabletop, it does the same thing in Total War Warhammer. Now, what I think is the biggest downfall of 8th edition Vampire counts is that they lost the ability to choose bloodlines. It's hinted at the very beginning of this blurb, and in Total War we actually get the bloodlines from 6th edition, but you used to be able to choose Lahmian, Necrarch, you could choose the Strigoi, which are their own entry, which we're going to get into next, or the Blood Dragons. So you had all these very different ways to do vampires. And the way that they've actually done this in Total War, they've introduced those bloodlines. And in addition to that, you can choose abilities for each bloodline that are the actual direct abilities from 6th edition. So it's a really awesome way that they've taken the vampire of tabletop and just directly ported it over into Total War Warhammer. Let's jump over to the other vampire in our lore list, the Strigoi Ghoul King. And this is a pretty interesting one. It's a very bestial one. So let's read this lore blurb and we'll talk a little bit more about them after the blurb. This is the Strigoi Ghoul King. The pallid creatures known as Ghoul Kings are in fact once proud Strigoi vampires, forced into a troglodytic existence. Though all Strigoi descend from the same ancient lineage of Ashoron, they have devolved to become something far fouler and more hate-filled than their brethren. The Ghoul Kings spend their days creeping through the hidden places of the world, but under cover of night they will wreak their vengeance at the head of a shambling army of undead. Not all the vampires of the Strigoi dynasty were destroyed with their founder Ashoron when the orcs of the Badlands descended upon Morghasts, capital city of Strigos. Some survived and fled to the human kingdoms in the north. In need of succor, they searched for others of their kind, and eventually found them in the forests of Sylvania. But the vampire counts of that land still remembered the arrogance of Ashoron, and turned on their would-be allies without a word of parley, hunting them down like animals in the woods. After many similar bloody betrayals, the few remaining Strigoi scattered across the old world. Whenever they met vampires of different castes, the Strigoi vampires had to hide from the wrath of their kin. From catacomb, haunted wood, and moss-covered ruin, they would spy on the Lahmian and von Carstein vampires at the balls and banquets of the aristocracy. The nobility and wealth of their finely dressed kin reminded the Strigoi of what they had lost, and bitterness and envy started to gnaw at their minds. In their desolation, many of them lost their sanity completely and became solitary, pathetic parasites wary of feeding on humans for fear of attracting the attention of witch hunters or, even worse, their own contemptuous kind. For this reason, they hid in graveyards, digging out recently buried corpses to drink their cold, foetid blood, and hiding during the day in the dank crypts near their feeding grounds. Their physical appearance soon came to reflect their miserable condition, and over the centuries, the remnants of the Strigoi turned into hunched and grotesque monstrosities. Packs of flesh-eating crypt ghouls are attracted to these dismal Strigoi, and often form grotesque courts around them. Grave robbers and those who steal from the bodies of the fallen have learned well that they must practice their depraved crafts in the twilight and be home before nightfall. Under cover of darkness, different breeds of scavengers fall on these places of death. Swarms of ghouls led by deadly hunters, the Strigoi vampires. It is little wonder that the people of Sylvania refer to the Strigoi as the Ghoul Kings. Even if most of them have to some degree lost their minds during their long exile, the Ghoul Kings still possess many of the innate powers common to all vampires. They can tear out a victim's throat in the blink of an eye, and their authority over the undead and the myriad creatures of the night is still strong. The Ghoul Kings have not lost the power to raise the dead from their slumber and bind them to their will, but they do so in their own instinctual way. Their magic is less subtle than the forms of necromancy practiced by other vampires, but in the cut and thrust of combat their savagery gives them a definite edge. At times, powerful Strigoi Ghoul Kings raise vast armies of the living dead around themselves and push south in a desperate attempt to recreate the kingdom they lost. So far, their advance has always been halted by warmongering tribes of greenskins blocking the way to the Badlands, or by disciplined armies of the Tomb Kings that stride out from their desert. Yet across the old world, the minions of the Ghoul Kings have been sighted ever more frequently. Some say the ancient brethren of the Strigoi are uniting under one leader and massing great armies of degenerate beasts in their cavernous lairs. If this is true, no creature, living or dead, is truly safe from their wrath. The Strigoi Ghoul King was, again, one of the ones from the 6th edition Bloodlines, and was one of the only ones to really kind of make that pass into 8th edition. The 8th edition vampires, for the most part, are just simply generic von Carstein vampires with the ability to get some bloodlines that kind of pepper or salt them, very similar to their 6th edition Bloodline counterparts. Now, in the tabletop, the Strigoi Ghoul King gets the ability, it's called Infinite Hatred, and it's a special kind of hatred. Now, we do not get that in Total War Warhammer, but we do get the other abilities that the Strigoi Ghoul King has innately in his profile. Poisoned attacks, regeneration, and the hunger. All of these make their way just innately into Total War. We see the hunger as an ability to attack and get more health. They have regeneration, of course, at the cost of being weak to fire. And they also have poisoned attacks. In the more recent update for the vampire counts, these guys were fleshed out a little bit better, and they were added with their additional bloodlines. That kind of brought the glory of the Strigoi to the fore. In the 6th edition tabletop climate, I guess you could call it, the Strigoi were a little bit more obscure. People tended to kind of choose the other vampires over them, namely because the models were not awesome, and as you can see, this model is not cool. Kind of rough looking. But at the same time, they have a lot of really cool lore, and we've talked about the history behind the Strigoi Ghoul Kings, and the history behind Ashoron and Morkane. They do have a very cool, tragic history about them, but it kind of lends itself to the, as the book calls it, troglodytic existence, which I didn't even think was a combination of words. Let's jump now here over into the hero section. One thing of note about the Strigoi Ghoul King before we move on, he's the only character that can ride a Terrorgeist. And at the same time, the vampires had, I think it's like every single mount option. The Hellsteed, the Nightmare, they can ride Abyssal Terror, which is I think the only one in the book that can ride the Abyssal Terror. They can ride zombie dragons as well. I can't remember if the Necromancer could or not. I'll check before I jump into the Necromancer section. And Skeletal Steeds. But the Strigoi, again, the only character in the book that could ride the dreaded Terrorgeist. Let's jump over into the hero section and go into some Necromancers. Before we actually jump into Necromancers, quick clarification, Necromancers can ride Abyssal Terrors as well, but they can also ride Corpse Carts, and Vampires can ride Coven Thrones, as well as pretty much everything else. But here is our bit on Necromancers. Necromancers are amongst the most cursed of all those who practice the magical arts, for they have exchanged their humanity for the ability to raise the dead and command them to wage war upon the living. Strange as it may seem, these depraved madmen have made this dread pact willingly. At the heart of each necromancer's morbid obsession is the need to subjugate and punish those who have persecuted him in the past, regardless of the cost. It is usually men, rather than the other longer-lived races, that delve into the study of necromancy. Perhaps because elves have such a vast lifespans, they do not feel the need to prolong them by unnatural means. Dwarfs have no aptitude for magic, let alone a desire to defile the honored dead. Orcs and goblins have little concept of their own mortality and do not fear the death in the way men do. Most Skaven are too caught up in their own scuttling pursuit of the way of the horned rat. Thus, it is usually only men who set their feet on the path that will lead them either to a peculiarly horrible form of everlasting life or to eternal damnation. These individuals are not necessarily evil to begin with. Some may desire knowledge for its own sake. Others may seek immortality or to prolong the life of a loved one. Regardless, something about their unnatural pursuit invariably turns them to a darker path. Perhaps it is the horror and revulsion that their fellows feel for them, or perhaps the pulsing energy of dark magic that warps their minds. Either way, when men take to the path of necromancy, madness is never far behind. Mystery shrouds the study of necromancy. To learn the dark art, an aspirant must find either a necromancer or vampire and become his apprentice, or acquire a forbidden book rich in the secrets of the undeath, such as one of the fabled 9 books of Nagash. It is this intrinsic mystery that drives necromancers to become servants of the vampire counts, hoping to learn firsthand from the masters of undeath. For the majority of these would-be wizards, once they are in the thrall of a vampire, they can never leave their service. Vampires are notoriously domineering and loath to let their devoted subjects depart. Even finding a vampire willing to be a tutor has its obvious difficulties. Many of those who have sought apprenticeship with a vampire have ended up serving in a more menial way, as an animated corpse, for instance, a light snack, or as a raw ingredient for particularly difficult enhancement. Given the morbid reputation and dreadful habits of vampires, it is perhaps safer to confine oneself to the study of blasphemous tomes instead. Seeking out books of forbidden lore has its own perils. Many are copies of older texts from long-forgotten times, and there is no guarantee that any of the rituals found in them are correctly transcribed. Some simply do not work at all, and others may go disastrously wrong, such as when the infamous Jacques de Noir accidentally animated all the corpses in the cemeteries of Mousillon, and then found he could not control them. Possessed of an insatiable desire for human flesh, the zombies devoured the hapless necromancer and rampaged through the city streets. After feeding on hundreds of peasants, merchants, and men-at-arms, they were eventually destroyed by the king of Bretonia's household knights. As a man follows the dark path of the necromancer, he becomes ever more detached from his mortal roots. Morbidly questing after the secrets of death, a necromancer deeply steeped in the lore of the dead stands on the threshold between worlds, neither wholly alive nor one of the undead. His body twisted with unholy power, his mind seared by the horrors he has witnessed, a necromancer often has more in common with his lurching, moaning minions than with the living he seeks to slay. Necromancers in the tabletop are, again, a really strong one-to-one translation for Total War Warhammer. They get the Master of the Dead ability in tabletop. The Necromancer is able to use the Invocation of Nehek spell to increase units of skeleton warriors beyond their starting size, which was, of course, a limitation in the tabletop. And I think that what you're going to see for the most part when we go through these army lists, or this army list in specific, is that it does make a very strong one-to-one conversion, much like we get with the dwarfs. The dwarfs did have some issues with certain things being left out as far as what I would have equated as charge defenses, but for the most part, when it comes to the vampire counts, each and every one of their units was highly specialized versus having individual special rules. So you don't have a whole bunch of stuff missing, or if you do, you have it translated very interestingly enough. And that's the same way here with the Necromancers. This is just a pretty easy move right into Total War Warhammer. I mean, this is Total War Warhammer 1. And that's the big thing about a lot of these races in Warhammer 1 versus Warhammer 2. You have no pre-existing system in Warhammer 1. You can create the entire game around how to interpret these rules in the game or represent them. As we moved into the respective DLCs, or Warhammer 2 and its respective DLCs, there's already a preconceived notion of how to bring these rules into the game, and with the races of those games, they're a little bit more complex as far as their individual special rules. So the Necromancer itself, it has made a very glorious representation in Total War Warhammer. Even all of its mount options, you know, with the Coven Throne, Skeletal Steeds, and the such, they've all made their significant transfers over. Master Necromancers, lore of vampires, lore of death. Very simple, easy units to go about. Let's move into another hero unit and keep moving through our list here of heroes. And that is the White King, a personal favorite of mine. So here is our White Kings. All across the old world, there can be found the tombs and cairns of the ancestors of men. Atop rocky hillocks, within forest groves, and high in the mountains, those cultures that once lived in what is now the Empire entombed their greatest leaders in mighty barrows. Charms of protection were laid upon these tombs to ward away grave robbers and scavengers. Crude runes were carved into the lintels of the graves, and amulets and talismans were hung from the walls. Some of these still hang in place, a testament to the magic they contain, though many of them have been defaced, stolen, or destroyed by the creeping minions that serve the vampire counts. Others are unaccountably changed by the dark energy that seeps through the earth, and now bear grim symbols and the face of death itself. Not all of these warded tombs lie silent. Some were built in areas where dark magic flows and gathers. In these accursed places, the incumbents rest uneasily, their souls flickering between the world of mortals and the realm of the afterlife. When the flow of dark magic grows strong enough, the ancient warlords rise from their crypts as White Kings, eyes glowing with unnatural life. Even for those prehistoric kings who lie in relative safe tombs, there is not always the eternal rest for which they yearn. Determined necromancers and vampires endeavor to break open the seals of the ancient cairns and use their magical powers to direct baleful energies inside, resurrecting the dead within and enslaving the entombed lords to their will. The chieftains of the ancient tribes were buried in their full ceremonial panoply, with bronze breastplates protecting their ribs and winged helms framing their grinning skulls. The tribe's shamans placed the best swords, axes, and spears in the dead grip of the ancient kings as they were laid on their slabs. The interior walls of the barrows were painted with scenes of the leaders' lives. They should awaken, they would be reminded of their greatest deeds and most heroic victories. In the mountain range known as the Vaults, savage tribes of men wage war upon the monsters that haunt the peaks. In caverns hidden from beast and storm, they bury their honored dead in the fashion of the ancients. Every year, the tribesmen return to pay homage to the chieftains of the past, and every year, there are always a few who are no longer in place. These waking dead walk the lands once more, the tattered remnants of their majesty bound to the service of the lords of the night. White kings are incredibly powerful undead, almost as hard to destroy as vampires. Suffused with dark magic, a White King's weapons shimmer with baleful energy. The merest touch of their spear tip or blade can drain the life from their foes or slice through flesh and bone with an ease that is frightening to behold. Clad in ancient armor, their flesh all but withered away, there is little for an adversary to cut or stab. Even to stand before one of these skeletal warriors of antiquity takes an extreme effort of will. For these reasons, a vampire will often charge a White King with carrying forth the undead general's personal banner. Such a duty is often integral to the army's stability, and these indomitable undead warriors are able to hold aloft the army standard whilst tirelessly striking down one foe after another. So the White King was not an overly complex character, yet again, right? This is just going to be the repeating motif. But they have the special rule, Killing Blow. And the way that this is factored into tabletop is that you actually had an ability that could allow you to kill someone outright if they failed their Killing Blow, it was segued armor saves, if they failed their invulnerable save. I'm sorry, their ward save. Forgot we're talking about Warhammer Fantasy. Now, another white unit had this as well, the Grave Guard. And the Grave Guard have it translated to anti-infantry as it pushes into Total War Warhammer. The White King, though, gets a heroic Killing Blow, a special ability that they can activate in Warhammer that grants them increased weapon strength and AP. So I guess that Creative Assembly looked at this and said, you know, we can't really have the ability to outright gib a unit, especially as important as it could be when it comes to like how you'd factor in maybe like a dragon or so on and so forth, and you know, however they wanted to kind of look at this. But Killing Blow, I think, has got a really good justification in heroic Killing Blow in Total War Warhammer with its massive increase to weapon strength as well as AP. And the model for this guy is really awesome. It's one of the ones that is also transferred into Age of Sigmar. And you'll see that this is true with a lot of the undead range. The undead got a really nice facelift right before the end of 8th edition during the end times. I mean, they had new models added with Morghasts. I can't remember the name of them off the top of my head right now. But a lot of different models were added or updated towards those end portions. You know, new spirit hosts were added in, and this kind of made people think that with 8th edition or end times, we were going to get this whole new crazy range of things. But you get a lot of various things with Age of Sigmar, right? Like the Night Haunts, which borrow a lot of these really cool Cairn Wraith and White King and Tomb Banshee motifs that we're going to talk about as we move through more and more of these heroes. Let's move on to our next one and talk a little bit more about these spooky undead creatures. Our next hero has quite an interesting translation, so let's go into the lore on Cairn Wraith. Cairn Wraiths are hooded spectral creatures that dwell in the realms of nightmare, haunting the dreams of men. They are amongst the most dreaded of all undead. Lacking physical forms altogether, they cannot be put down by axe, sword, or hammer blow. Even the strongest faith cannot banish such creatures easily. Worse still, the icy touch of a Cairn Wraith drains the essence of mortal men. A Cairn Wraith is capable of reaching into the body of an adversary and closing its freezing claws around the victim's vital organs, sending painful chills right through a man's soul. Before the founding of the Colleges of Magic, men knew little about the magical arts. For thousands of years, there were tribal wise men, gifted seers, healers, astrologers, and hedge magicians who were viewed with suspicion, awe, or fear. Through a quirk of nature or mindset, these lucky few were able to use the winds of magic with relative safety. For most, the only magic that could be harnessed was unpredictable shamanism or difficult rituals. Many did not realize the inherent hazards of what they were doing. Slowly, the sorcery corrupted them, and as they became steeped in dark magic, these sorcerers learned to extend the span of their lives by decades, even centuries. Most of these seekers of immortality managed only to preserve their spirits, not their bodies. Decay took their mortal forms, rotting it away even as they sought desperately to sustain it. With no corporeal form to speak of, these sorcerers became wandering spirits, clad only in their death shrouds. As their grip on the world of mortals weakened, these vagrant souls were drawn to places of grief, where they lingered, feeding on the sorrow of mourners. Not truly alive, but unable to die, they became chilling shadows caught between this world and the next, as miserable spirits who hunger for the warmth and flesh of mortals. Bound in the mortal realms to tombs and barrows, swathed in robes of inky darkness, these spirits became cairn wraiths. So unnatural are cairn wraiths that their very presence fills the air with horror. Even the hardened soldiery of the Empire shiver at the mention of a cairn wraith's sighting. Most folks that have actually set eyes upon them become crazed with fear long before they are killed. Though each wraith is possessed of a glimmering will, there are ancient rituals known to the eldest vampires that can call forth these unquiet spirits and bind them into an army. Only when the ritual is intoned backwards, syllable by syllable, are the cairn wraiths released back to the place of their death. Vampire counts purposefully bind cairn wraiths to their service, using them as shock troops against the living. Accompanied by units of deathless warriors, these sinister creatures glide across the battlefield, tattered robes rippling in etheric winds as arrows, bullets, and bolts pass harmlessly through them. Unhindered by cannonball or flame, the wraiths close in on their prey, seeking out and cutting down the enemy with so much as a whisper. Because they are impervious to physical weaponry, only the raw energies of magic or a well-placed blow from an enchanted weapon can slay a cairn wraith. The crippling fear that arises from having a nigh unkillable specter scythe down any too slow to escape causes even brave men to quit the field. Those who do resist the urge to flee find their return blows passing through the wraith's incorporeal form. It is well that such creatures are so rare, for these silent assassins are quite capable of slaughtering their way through an entire garrison over the course of a single moonless night. The cairn wraith was a pretty formidable opponent on the battlefield when it came to tabletop. Seeing them was a pain in the ass because this is a hero unit. This is not a unit like we have seen or we do see in Total War, and that's probably one of the biggest, I guess, differences when it comes to taking a look at Total War and the Vampire Count's 8th edition army list. Is certain units had a very different interpretation. Cairn wraiths, of course, being one of them. This was a singular model. It wasn't, again, a whole group of them. So when you take a look at this actual model figure, you're just going to be seeing one. If you see a round base, that means it's actually been converted to Age of Sigmar. If you see a square base, you know, that is an actual Warhammer Fantasy model base. But for the most part, they are ethereal, they cause terror, and they're undead like we've come to expect from, well, an army of the undead. And ethereal was a little bit different than it is in Total War, right? In Total War, it's represented as physical resistance, which I think is actually a little bit easier to kind of wrap your brain around. Ethereal was like the inability to hit them. I can't remember off the top of my head what the actual, I think it was like you could only hit them on a 5-up or something like that. It was incredibly hard to hit them. It's the same thing with Spirit Hosts or anything else that shared the ethereal special rule. In addition to that, they have Chill Grasp. And we know this, we see this in Total War as well. A Wraith can substantiate all of its attacks in close combat for a single Chill Grasp attack. The Wraith makes a single attack. Attack hits, then will automatically wound. No armor saves are allowed against the Chill Grasp attack. So, you use these as kind of a assassin character, much in the same way that we see Banshees filling that role in Total War Warhammer. In Total War Warhammer, the Cairnwraith unit itself is kind of, I guess, relatively lackluster when it comes to its abilities in, say, multiplayer. But in campaign, it's quite useful. I mean, it causes a lot of issues. If you're not dealing with a lot of magic firing back at you, that physical resistance is invaluable. Let's jump over to one of our last hero units here before we kind of square off our hero section and move into the mounts. So the Cairnwraith itself had a very interesting translation into Total War Warhammer. For one, you had two different options of fielding both Tomb Banshees and Cairnwraiths. You could field them individually as a hero option or as a small unit in the rare option. So this would kind of give you some different variety, or at least different access to this unit. Now there is one ability, I guess you could say, and it's exactly what it is, called Chill Grasp. And now the way Chill Grasp works is you sacrifice all three of your normal Cairnwraith attacks to instead use Chill Grasp, which if it hits, it automatically wounds and it ignores armor saves. So it was a way to do just some immediate damage. The unfortunate thing here is that you really use the Cairnwraith to snipe out lords, characters, and the such. And if you're only dealing one damage, more often than not, they're going to have an ability that allows them to save against that single damage using an invulnerable save. Now, the other nice caveat to Cairnwraith, and invariably Tomb Banshees, which we'll get into next, is Ethereal. Now, the way Ethereal worked in Tabletop was different than Total War. In Total War, you have a 75% physical resistance, pretty easy, you know, pretty awesome. Now, in Tabletop, no mundane weapon, cannon, anything like that can hurt a Cairnwraith. It has to be a magic weapon or people that count as having magic attacks. So the Cairnwraith was very, very durable by comparison to its Total War counterpart. The flip side to that was, again, you're having this character typically go after other heroes, lords, and more often than not, they're going to have a magic attack to return back at the Cairnwraith. So their biggest defense, their only defense in Ethereal, and they only have 2 wounds, means that they would just get cut down pretty quickly. But you can see they have a really awesome look to them. This is the same awesome look that has then gone on to influence the whole entire Nighthaunt army. So you can see that these guys are pretty cool looking. And then when you look at stuff like the Tomb Banshees or the Spirit Hosts that came in End Times, you can see that kind of like wispy looking trail look that you get that kind of extends up from the base. All really started with stuff that you get in the Vampire Counts roster and went on to influence a lot of Age of Sigmar stuff. Let's jump on over to our last hero option, the Tomb Banshee. And let's just dive right in on the lore. The inhuman sounds that accompany the advance of the undead armies often prove a weapon in their own right. The low moaning of the zombies, the chittering of swarming bats, the cackling laughter of necromancers raising the battlefield dead to fight once more, all these unsettle and disturb the foe. But it is the howl of the Tomb Banshee that is the most dreaded weapon of all, for it spears the souls of those who hear it like a lance through the heart. Many sorceresses, enchantresses, and witches have plagued the lands over the centuries. The most bitter, restless spirits of these evil-hearted women became the unquiet horrors men call Tomb Banshees. Known as grave harridans in the Southern Empire, wailing hags in Bretonnia, and the freezing shriek by the dwarfs, these shades cannot pass into the afterlife. They fear crossing the void to face whatever punishment awaits them for their evil deeds. And so it is an easy matter for a vampire to bind them to his service. Tomb Banshees constantly howl in remembrance of the forbidden pleasures of the life that was once theirs, in bitterness for the peace of the grave that they cannot attain. Their grief-stricken wails can be lethal to mortals and strike terror in the hearts of all who hear them. Those who do not have a will of iron can die of sheer fright upon hearing the mournful screams of the Tomb Banshees. Blood trickles from their ears and fills up the whites of their eyes as the mind-wrenching shriek takes its supernatural toll. Fully armored knights collapse lifeless from their saddles, and whole ranks of infantry fall lifelessly as the Banshee does her evil work. A Tomb Banshee's visage is sunken and skull-like, framed by lank hair that writhes like a nest of serpents. She is swathed in flimsy shrouds and grave robes that swirl with a life of their own, or drift and cling to the wearer's slender frame as if she was carried forwards by underwater currents. Each Tomb Banshee is surrounded by flickering ghost lights, all that remain of the men she murdered whilst alive. These glowing will-o-wisps are forced by some strange alchemy of the soul to crackle and swirl around their tormentor, disembodied ghostly heads etched with a permanent expression of fear. A single Banshee is a terrifying prospect, and even those warriors skilled enough to match blades with a vampire have little defense against her unnatural screams. It is not unheard of for one of the most powerful undead lords to bind several to their service. At the siege of Ironstone Fortress, the canny vampire lord Victros von Krieger found that his infantry were being pounded to dust by artillery fire faster than he could raise them up. Even his elite troops could not breach the heavily barred stone gate at the front of the castle. Sending in the spirits of the 3 witch women that had led him down the path of necromancy in the first place, von Krieger pushed once more towards the gates. The stout ironstone doors of the fortress were proof against physical foes, but they could not keep out the deadly shrieks of the Tomb Banshees. With the 3 Banshees howling through the arrow slits and murder holes, the gate's defenders turned white and died of shock to a man. It was a simple matter for von Krieger to raise the dead guards with a necromantic spell, forcing them to unbar the gates to the castle. Their first act in an eternity of servitude. Tales such as these resound throughout the lands of men, and it is the foolish warrior indeed who does not shudder at the sound of those ghostly howls in the night air. What I think I like so much about the Tomb Banshees incorporation into Total War Warhammer is when we read this line. Let me grab it here again real quick. I'm going to read this again real fast. These glowing will-o-wisps are forced by some strange alchemy of the soul to crackle and swirl around their tormentor, disembodied ghostly heads etched with a permanent expression of fear. We get that when we take a look at the actual model in the game. You know, they're covered by these little swirling wisps that etch their way in and out of the Tomb Banshees. And I think they just did a really cool job of bringing these, I keep wanting to say guys, because I'm in Southern California, where everyone says dudes and guys universally, these cursed women to life. And not that any of them represent my exes at all, because they do. But they have ethereal, they have terror, they have undead, much like we get with the Cairn Wraith. Again, a simple one-to-one translation here. And in the same way, you can have these as either a character unit or as an individual unit. Now, we don't get this when we take a look at the Vampire Count's army in Total War, but we do get it when we look at the Vampire Coast army, which is a bit of an interesting little difference there, right? Now, the Banshees do have one ability, and that ability in tabletop is a bit different when we take a look at it in Total War Warhammer. Now, in tabletop, they have an ability called Ghostly Howl. A Ghostly Howl is a special attack that can be used against a single enemy unit in the shooting phase, even if the Tomb Banshee has marched, charged, or is engaged in close combat. This attack has a range of 8 inches and needs line of sight to its target. If the Tomb Banshee is engaged in combat, her Ghostly Howl can only target an enemy unit in base contact. To resolve a Ghostly Howl, roll 2d6 plus 2 for each point by which the result exceeds the target unit's leadership. The target unit suffers 1 wound with no armor saves allowed. So that's a pretty brutal ability. When you take a look at a high leadership army, that can be a very hard one to kind of what am I trying to say? A hard one to kind of topple. But when you actually look at it in the scope of, say, like some of the more common armies, when you take a look at Empire, when you take a look at even Lizardmen have a pretty subpar leadership by comparison. That was actually quite strong. So it's very interesting kind of see that added to see how that translated into Total War. And unfortunately, it didn't quite translate in that way. And I have played mods where it does translate like that, where you can do quite a bit of damage using that ability. And I think it actually has a presence in campaign, and I can't remember 100%. The closest thing we kind of get to it is the Cyrene, which is essentially a Tomb Banshee unit in the Vampire Coast. And you do get enthralling attacks, which reduces melee attack. Again, it's not the same thing at all. It's the closest thing we get kind of to it. But it's interesting to see that the Tomb Banshees never really had that attack in its entirety. And I think if they were to kind of retouch on the Tomb Banshees, That's one thing I would like to see them add, is just like a quick little like cone attack ability, kind of like a wind blast that can do quite a bit of damage to low leadership units or something like that. I don't know how that would factor in low leadership, but it was a pretty strong portion of the Vampire Counts 8th edition that I would love to see incorporated into Total War Warhammer. That wraps up our hero units. Let's dive into the mounts, because there's 2, 4, 6 mounts that Vampire Counts had access to, and a lot of diversity through all those mounts. So there's quite a few. So let's dive on in. So this section is going to be quite quick, actually. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the little lore blurb for Skeletal Steeds, for Hell Steeds, and Nightmares, and I'm just going to kind of I'm going to say their name, read their blurb, say their name, read their blurb. There's no real reason to kind of go into them in depth outside of that. But for the Zombie Dragon and the Abyssal Terror, we will give them their own respective sections, I guess you could say, like we have otherwise. The Zombie Dragon cannot be fielded in the army. The only way it can be fielded is as a mount. The same thing with the Abyssal Terrors, so that's why they're in this section, but they're a little bit different, and I want to talk more about their interpretations into Total War Warhammer. Let's go in on the Skeletal Steeds, the Hell Steed, and then the Nightmares. So here's our Skeletal Steed. In the time before the coming of Sigmar, evil kings and leaders of men would bargain with sorcerers to enchant their steeds, protecting them from the blows of the enemy. So potent were their sorceries that the horses were protected even after death. Long after their masters were laid to rest, these creatures endured, until their bodies rotted away and only bones remained of their mortal forms. Their spirits remained, knitting together the skeleton of these beasts and giving them the power to stride through the densest terrain without slowing. It is even said that these creatures can bear their riders between the realms of the living and the dead. Here's our bit on Nightmares. Vampires do not ride to battle atop mounts of mortal flesh and blood. The steeds of the vampire aristocracy are unnatural destriers called Nightmares. Some Nightmares are the carcasses of dead war horses, brought back to life through necromantic magic. Though their flesh is withered and their skin pocked and rank, these mighty steeds are infused with dark magic and can easily bite or kick a soldier to death. Other Nightmares are sorcerous constructs of sinew, bone, and metal, empowered by magic. The most impervious or impressive Nightmares are those born out of defiled flesh and bone, reared on fresh blood until they stand tall and proud. Their shadowy flanks shimmer with magical energy, their eyes glow like hot coals, and their hooves burn with a coruscating magical flame. Smoke snorts from a Nightmare's flaring nostrils, carrying the stench of brimstone and decay. These beasts are often clad in heavy barding or wear caparisons of rusting chainmail and spiked barding on their bodies to tear at the flesh of their foes. And lastly, here's Hellsteeds. Some types of Nightmares are known as Hellsteed. Although at first glance a Hellsteed is a winged horse, it is far stranger than any mortal creature. Its skin is thick and covered in hard scales, and its head is ridged with protective protrusions of bone. When cut by a foe's blade, its blood hisses black and fills the air with the stench of sulfur. Its long fangs and claws are easily capable of disemboweling an armored man. A Hellsteed's wings are bat-like and broad of span, tipped with talons. Some Hellsteeds have no skin, their exposed tendons and muscles stretching and bunching as they power through the air on powerful pinions. Hellsteeds often have manes and tails of flame, matching the fires that burn in their eye sockets. Hellsteeds are notoriously vicious, and vampires that dabble in the binding of beasts delight in breaking these wild creatures to their will. In battle, Hellsteeds are driven mad by the scent of blood and strain at their reins, eager to trample their prey into the dirt as they plunge into the fray. So all three of these mounts, again, very easy to translate into Total War Warhammer, not really worth going into a whole ton. I guess just to make it easier for you to understand, the Black Knights of the Vampire Counts ride skeletal steeds. Nightmares are ridden by all of the Blood Knights, and then Hellsteeds are ridden only by the vampire units as a mount choice, just to give you an idea of which ones are which, so you can see what they look like in Total War Warhammer. Let's dive into the two of the bigger mounts in both the Abyssal Terror and the Zombie Dragon. And the first of those two, the Abyssal Terror, is quite a fun one, so let's jump into this lore. The most warlike vampires ride to battle on the backs of monstrous, winged, dread-inspiring mounts. Some are creatures of chaos from the mountains, resurrected hybrids of rapacious beasts. Others are nightmarish creations of dark magic, bound with shadows and given bodies of writhing blood and flayed skin. The most common of these winged fiends are known as abyssal terrors. Abyssal terrors are inevitably born to war on ragged wings, allowing their undead masters to strike at the heart of the enemy army. Latter-day von Carsteins, for their part, were known for their use of huge wolf-headed monsters with slavering jaws and leathery wings. The exposed spinal columns and bony tails of their mounts oozed with a numbing poison that drew all warmth from those it infected, and jagged blades were fused to each terror's claws. The creation of these disturbing constructs has more to do with the unholy science of those who follow the dark arts than with any natural process. The most talented of the vampires that create them, such as the hidden brotherhood of the Necrarchs, draw a twisted amusement from such a blasphemous birth. They use parts harvested from a wide variety of monsters, fusing bone with ragged muscles and sinew. Their vile creation is finally given animus when Morris Lieb is at its fullest, and at a portion of that Cyclopean moon's power is invested in the beast as it lurches and twitches upright. You get a very Frankenstein-esque of all the previous mounts into the one mount here, even some things like a wolf head, so almost like a chimera. So this is the cool thing about the Abyssal Terror, and this was very common for 8th edition, was to have a mount option that was like a stopgap between your major mount, like your dragon, Star Dragon, Moon Dragon, Sun Dragon, Zombie Dragon, Dark Dragon, Chaos Dragon, etc., 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 and your little bit smaller, your step down mount. Like for instance, if you're taking a look at a good linear path would be looking at Bretonia, right? You get the Bretonian Warhorse, you get a Pegasus, and then you've got your Hippogriff. Then you take a look here too, right? You get your Skeletal Steed, you get a Nightmare, you get the Hell Steed, and then you have a Zombie Dragon after that. Well, your Abyssal Terror is that stopgap. This is a bit stronger of a monster, but not too strong. The point investment is a little bit lower. Do I think that this was needed in Total War Warhammer? No, but I think it'd be damn cool if we're talking about roster completion, right? They would kind of fit the role more of like a Griffin if we're looking at the High Elf roster, you know, Ithalmar horses, up to Ithalmar horses with barding, all the way to Great Eagles, then to Griffins, then to the 3 dragons you get access to. So the Abyssal Terror would be a great way to add a creature that would have AP, because they had the ability to have one of 2 upgrades, or both, I think it was, and you could choose both if you wanted to invest the points in them. Poisonous Tail and Sword Claws. So Poisonous Tail, it's got a 2-sentence lore blurb here. Abyssal Terrors often have elongated tails ending in venom-tipped bony protrusions. The poison can render a man completely paralyzed in just a few seconds. This just obviously gives them poisoned attacks. Pretty straightforward. Sword Claws. Some Abyssal Terrors have their dreadful physiognomy enhanced by devilishly sharp claw blades. Some Necromancers take this further by fusing jagged swords directly to the Terror's bones, and this grants them AP. So I think a cool way to have these guys included into the game would be just to kind of create something that has AP, poisonous attacks. It is a little bit stronger than a Hellsteed, which I can't think I really ever used in Total War Warhammer, but a little bit less demanding point-wise or upkeep-wise or so on and so forth than a Zombie Dragon. I think the Abyssal Terror is really cool. The only downside is its model is god-awful. Look how ugly this thing is. It looks like a Triceratops with wings and then like panther claws. It's bad. It's really bad. It never got a treatment after the fact and just kind of went the way of the dinosaur. I think the Mortarchs got their mount, which is basically like, hey, here's like a better Abyssal Terror. Here's what we really meant by Abyssal Terror. So I think that the Abyssal Terror is kind of going the way that they did and being thrown into obscurity isn't a terrible thing, but at the same time, I think that Creative Assembly, if anyone, could do a real awesome justice to these guys and bring them back to the Vampire Counts roster in a pretty cool and big way. But I think that if they did add them, it'd have to be with like some sort of like Necrarch themed DLC or FLC in, I don't know, I hope to God there's something like Vampire Count DLC, but like a Game 3, but that is up for Abyssal Terrors. Let's jump into our Zombie Dragons next. We'll just dive right in on the blurb here. In death, no creature is beyond the powers of the vampire. From the smallest bat to the mightiest manticore, every man, monster, or beast can be pulled from death's embrace and bound to fight once more for a new master. The elder race of dragons is no exception.
Those vampires gifted in the art of necromancy bind the corpses of the great drakes to their will, resurrecting them as zombie dragons. These once majestic creatures stagger upright once more with a great despairing roar, before stooping to allow their new master to ride atop their powerful shoulders. Breathed in a fog of rot and surrounded by swarms of blood-hungry flies, a zombie dragon can turn the tide of a battle purely by dint of its horrific presence. North of the Land of the Dead, east of the World's Edge Mountains, lies the Plain of Bones. The Plain of Bones is a desert of multicolored refractive sand, from which protrude huge rib cages many times larger than a man. This is the place where dragons once came to die, to rest their bones amongst those of their ancestors, as they had done for millions of years, before any other sentient being walked the world. Here lie the bones of the great ancestral dragons. Skulls the size of castle towers lie mingled with leg bones larger than the mightiest Drakewald oak. These bones date from the great days of the draconic race. Though today's dragons are of a lesser breed, they are still incomparably mightier than any other races of the world. In the time before the Great Chaos Incursion, dragons flew to this parched land when they knew their time of dying was upon them. At the end of their last flight, they would lie where they fell. No one knows what instinct drew them, but over the long millennia, thousands came here in their last hours. This continued until the time of the first Great Chaos Incursion, when dark power seeped out of the frozen north and malignant evil entered the corpses of the dead dragons. The deceased monsters stirred once more, their eyes bright with unnatural light. These fell abominations still prowl the Plain of Bones. Evil and near mindless, driven by terrible unnatural hungers, dragons are proud creatures, and those that survive the coming of chaos do not willingly submit themselves to such a fate. They no longer come here to die, though none save the dragon-riding nobles of Ulthuan know where they now go to end their days. When they are still amongst the living, dragons swallow vast amounts of gold and gems to aid their digestion. These line their stomach, the grinding action helping to break down the vast metals and meals that dragons devour. When they die, their glittering carcasses contain a king's ransom for those brave enough to claim it. There are always those who become bold when treasure is involved, but in a land devoid of drinkable water and home to poisonous and mutated monsters, death comes to these treasure seekers easily. Some die after drinking from toxic wells, while others fall prey to the great zombie dragons that prowl the godless realm, leaving their victims' bones strewn across the sands. These perils mean little to the undead, however, so it is to the Plain of Bones that a vampire travels to claim a zombie dragon as its mount. Animated by dark magic, a zombie dragon is borne aloft by great tattered wings, its body covered with thick, withered hide. Though in life it once breathed fire capable of melting steel, a zombie dragon can only belch forth a cloud of pestilent gas, which strips flesh from bones and corrodes armor. A zombie dragon's claws and sword-like teeth remain as deadly as they ever were, and it is capable of ripping an armored knight in half and swallowing its warhorse in one motion. When such a monster is used as a steed by a powerful vampire lord, even the greatest heroes quail before the raw might of undeath, for the combined might of hero and mount is enough to break the back of any army. When we take a look at how the zombie dragon has converted its way to Total War Warhammer, we see, again, a pretty awesome one-to-one conversion. Looking at the special rules, I mean, the stat profile is pretty indicative of what you'd see with the dragon, right? But the nice thing, too, is that everything else has made its way over into the game. And I think in a lot of more subtle ways. Like, for instance, Pestilent Breath, that's an obvious thing that you get access to when you have a vampire lord on a zombie dragon. But one thing I don't think a lot of people took note of is the Swarm of Flies ability. Now, this is in tabletop, and it has simply what it means is whenever you get into contact with the zombie dragon, you get a -1 to hit anytime for your hit rolls in close combat. Now, for Swarm of Flies in Total War Warhammer, it gives a -5 to melee attack to everything in a 30-meter range around the vampire lord. So it's really cool to see that make that one-to-one translation, but everything else is there. Scaly skin, terror-causing, obviously undead. And remember, this is the only way to get a zombie dragon in your army is to actually put your lord on one. You could not have one come as a rare option like you can for, say, the Terrorgeist, or the Corpse card is an actual unit in and of itself. So this is the only way you could get a zombie dragon in your army, was to have a vampire lord on top of it. But that sums up all of our mounts. So let's move into some of the more fun, or I guess troop choices that you can get across the vampire count army list. So we're going to move into the core, the special, and then the rare units respectively. And there's quite a few to move through, so let's just get going. And our first core choice will be zombies. Zombies are shambling horrors that stagger towards the enemy battle line in a noisome horde. Grotesquely reanimated corpses, they are compelled by the dark magic of a vampire or necromancer, and driven by the will of their master to commit acts of extreme violence. Zombies are foul to behold. Their bodies are rotting and torn beyond the limits of sanity. The evidence of their violent deaths is clear for all to see, and their unclean flesh is blotched with rot and riddled with vermin. A zombie's skin hangs in strips from its tattered frame, revealing withered muscle and bloodless veins. Broken legs propel them onward with lurching strides, and twisted fingers clutch hungrily at their victims. Yet zombies are often made from more than corpses, for when the vampire counts are on the warpath, their necromancers are often forced to improvise in order to amass a truly unstoppable horde. Spiked and rusting railings from graveyard fences are substituted for missing limbs, broken backs are buttressed by moldering planks or hammered into a semblance of solidity with rusted coffin nails. Fingers hacked off by wild sword thrusts are replaced with jagged spikes and elven arrowheads. Any debilitating wound they suffer is compensated for with stomach-churning expediency, for all that a zombie's masters require of it is to stumble into battle. For all of their horrific appearance, zombies are slow and clumsy, making it easy for local militia and adventuring warbands to destroy any individuals or even to bring down small groups. Unfortunately for the innocent folks sleeping fitfully in their fortified towns and villages, the old world boasts a rich supply of corpses, and thus zombies can be raised and set loose upon the living in overwhelming numbers. All fear the witching hour, when a tide of groaning, clawing undead batters down sturdy wooden gates, or when a crowd of zombies piles together in order to spill over walls and palisades. When the chaos moon rises high in the sky and wolf's howls pierce the night air, watchfires are stoked and holy amulets of Sigmar are clasped a little tighter. To call the way a zombie attacks fighting is perhaps to give the foul creature credit beyond its due. These sickening half-things have no skill to speak of, but are instead driven only by the insatiable urge to rend, kill, and consume the living. Any warrior unfortunate enough to be pulled down by a zombie horde will find himself torn slowly apart by a mass of desperate clawing fingers, his flesh gouged from his body in grisly, glistening chunks. The fortunate die quickly, but those unlucky souls who are trampled beneath the horde bend their death throes in miserable agony as their innards become a crimson feast. Soldiers who have met in battle with the undead before, or who hear the terrifying tales whispered at campfires, know the best methods with which to slay the restless dead. A blow to the skull with a hammer or axe will slay usually a zombie outright, and severing the head is an even surer method of destruction. But precise strikes such as these take focus and skill, and zombies are seldom found in ones or twos. Instead, these deathwalkers are raised in large numbers, gathering upon the battlefield in their hundreds. Against hordes such as these, even the strongest sword arms tire, stoutest hearts can falter, and the most skilled blades can become lodged in the putrid flesh. Even those of surpassing skill will eventually feel the clammy touch of dead hands upon their skin. Zombies are easily sustained by the powers of necromancy, jerking back to their feet like jangling puppets as invisible forces swirl around them. Their numbers can seem almost infinite as they press relentlessly forward, those that fall in battle compelled by necromantic power to stagger or crawl towards the foe moments after being cut down. Such shuffling hordes are often used by vampires to exhaust the regiments of their enemies, slowly overwhelming the foe in a ceaseless tide of blood-slicked, maggot-ridden flesh. So zombies coming into Total War Warhammer is, making this a one-to-one is very easy, right? There's no real cool special rules for these guys that really didn't make the translation. Now, as I say that, there is one, but it really kind of harkens to the way the tabletop is run and how Total War isn't. There's two rules here. Always strike last, which is not going to make a presence in Total War Warhammer. Always strike last just meant that anytime this character got in, or this unit got into combat, it struck last no matter what. If another unit always had always strike last as well, you went by their initiative, and a zombie has an initiative of 1, meaning they will almost always, no matter what, strike last. Now, on top of that, there is another rule called the newly dead for the zombies, and this was very interesting for zombie players, vampire counts players in general, in that you kept more zombies than you fielded on the tabletop. So let's say you fielded a unit of 60 zombies. Well, then you would also keep some zombies behind, like in your actual reserve, because the way the newly dead worked is, if you used Invocation of Nehek on that unit of zombies, you could actually summon up more zombies than you started with. This would be a great way to get a lot more on the table. Now, obviously, we don't have that rule in Total War Warhammer, but still, nonetheless, it's kind of a cool way to say that you can constantly be summoning up new zombies with just Invocation of Nehek alone, pushing more and more onto the battlefield. Of course, you have the ability to summon zombies and skeletons as well, but they just kind of, or I guess Creative Assembly just kind of decided, hey, you know, rather than dealing with that, the number caps on our units, let's just make the ability to summon zombies a little bit more inexpensive. So we see zombies kind of being a big part of Total War Warhammer, but not as big, I'd say, as skeletons, our next core unit. And a very fitting unit for October, so let's just jump into these spooky, scary skeletons. For thousands of years, armies have marched and fought across the old world. There is barely a field, a hill, or valley that has not seen fierce fighting at some point in the past. Going as far back as the time of Sigmar and even earlier, these great battles have left unmarked graves beyond counting. Such charnel fields attract dark magic, and the souls of some warriors remain trapped in the material realm. Some are the spirits of men betrayed by their commanders, others of cowards who were cut down as they ran, or of those who had died a violent and unexpected death. Beneath the mud lie the grave-stained bones of these bitter ancient warriors. Long held beneath the earth, they are clad in the corroded armor, their lifeless hands still gripping the swords, axes, spears, and shields they held in life. Provided their remains have not been blessed by the rites of Mor, a necromancer or vampire can use the coiling energies of dark magic to instill a semblance of life and a flicker of spirit into these dormant warriors. As the regiments of past massacres claw their way to the surface, their empty eye sockets glow with unholy power. Silently they gather together in a semblance of their old ranks, mutely awaiting the commands of their new lord as the remains of their tattered banners flap in the unnatural breeze of their creation. Lipless horn blowers raise their instruments and sound a spectral, mournful dirge. Though a skeleton no longer possesses flesh to cut nor organs to pierce, a well-aimed blow can destroy it. Dark magic replaces flesh that long since devoured by the writhing creatures of the earth, but an arrow or sword thrust can disrupt the magic that binds the ancient bones of these soldiers together. Decapitation or severing of the spine is usually enough to release the skeleton warrior's spirit from the mortal plane, and a heavy blow from a bludgeoning weapon such as a hammer or a club can shatter a skeleton into pieces. However, even those that are felled can be raised up again as necromantic power knits together the shattered bones and instills them with unholy vigor once more. All that these long-dead fighters can recall of mortal life are faint impressions from battles fought in ages past. All that they feel is the compulsion to fight and obey their masters. They have no autonomy or intelligence, though some vestige of their battlefield training remains ingrained in their bones. Driven by the undying will of a vampire, these ragged warriors can still wield their swords and spears and raise a shield to block an enemy attack. A mortal who dares to fight an army of skeletons is confronted by rank upon rank of ghastly apparitions. Who could remain unafraid with the soldiers of antiquity lurching towards them? Pretty easy on these guys as far as a 1-to-1. They don't have any special rules at all aside from the fact that they're just undead. So bringing them into Total War Warhammer has been a pretty easy translation. We've seen them in their different iterations, right? We see zombie warriors. We also see skeleton spearmen. Zombie warriors. Skeleton warriors, and we also see skeleton spearmen as well, just in the same way that we got in the Vampire Counts book. I don't think there's any more need to extrapolate on anything here. I guess one thing there is worth noting is the many different variations of undead in the Liber Mortis, I think it is. It's an actual publication that they did that describes each different variation of undead. Like, okay, the zombie is like, I think it's like 7 pieces of the soul, I think it was, or 7 pieces of what makes a man. And it's like skin, body, spirit, memory, all of these different things. And it's like a vampire has 6 of the 7, with the 7th one missing being a soul. And a skeleton has like none but one of them. So it's like you get these different variations of undead depending on which pieces of their being that they're missing. And skeletons, you get just a little bit of their memory. Obviously no skin, no soul, no muscle, anything like that, but you get a little bit of a faint glimpse into a memory with skeletons, which is pretty interesting. Let's jump over to some crypt ghouls for a different core choice here. Crypt ghouls are ugly, stooping creatures with only a vestigial sense of reason. Their skin is sallow and filthy, their eyes are bestial and insane, and their snarling lips reveal sharp, pointed teeth in slavering mouths. Dressed only in the rags they pull from their victims, the crypt ghouls carry weapons they have picked up or have crudely fashioned from the remains of their unwholesome meals. These skulking fiends do not need such implements to kill, however, for they have long claws sufficient for their needs. These claws are encrusted with grave filth and decaying meat. Those that take even the slightest scratch from their talons can die from unnaturally potent infections that spread through the victim's body. In addition, their constant diet of rot-fueled meat confers a sinewy and unwholesome resilience. Though not truly undead, crypt ghouls unconsciously feel the dark magic that surrounds the most powerful undead lords, and are drawn inexorably towards it. Once their presence is betrayed, their newfound master quickly dominates their weak and willing minds. Though they will lope into battle at the behest of their master, crypt ghouls and even their ghastly pack leaders are cowardly creatures that will slink away from combat if their prey seems to be fighting back with any real determination. This innate cowardice can be overcome by a mental command from their vampiric masters, for those ghouls who have fled can be coerced back to the front lines with the lure of dark magic. The first ghouls were the descendants of the insane and evil-hearted cannibals of the far south, men who ate the flesh of their dead in gory rituals. These primitive corpse eaters lived upon the shores of the Sour Sea, drawn to dwell under the looming freezing shadow of Nagashazar. The tribes worshipped the great necromancer and frequently partook of the dark feast. They would gorge themselves on the flesh of their own, and generation by generation they were driven mad by their own loathsome practices. Now these devolved humanoids roam the desolation of Nagash, preying on travelers in their search for fresh meat. Even in the enlightened era of Emperor Karl Franz, there are tales of cannibalism within the borders of the empire. During times of pestilence and famine, the desperate and the depraved take to eating human flesh to stay alive. The stories tell that isolated farms, and sometimes even whole villages, have devolved to this vile state. Some even claim the practice has become customary rather than necessary. During the ghoul swarms of 2512, when the crops failed for the 3rd year running, the knightly orders of Stirland were employed en masse to investigate the borders of their barren realm. The full-scale battle between the brightly clad soldiery of the Elector Count and the ravenous blotch-skinned hordes of the afflicted villagers has not been easily forgotten. Their fields and shabby hamlets were burned to the ground, but the memory of their foulness lingers on. Literally driven underground by their persecutors, these cannibals and their mutant offspring hide in catacombs and mausoleums. There, the crypt ghouls devour the carcasses of nobles, or take to living in the graveyards of the poor, where they feed on peasant corpses. The priests of Mor do what they can to protect their holy gardens against the encroachments of crypt ghouls. But many of the old world's graveyards and cemeteries date back 1,000 years or more, and beneath them are labyrinths of subterranean chambers and tunnels. On occasion, the Brotherhood of Mor will employ a professional witch hunter to sweep the catacombs with sword and fire. As time passes, though, the crypt ghouls return to eat the dead and prey upon isolated mourners and priests. Other colonies of ghoulish fiends creep through the years undiscovered. A small army of these foul, verminous creatures dwells within the great burial crypts on the hills around Mousillon, and they sweep down into the accursed city every time the Chaos Moon is full. Even in times of relative peace, the city guard are always well armed, and never enter the mausoleums and sepulchres of Musion's cemeteries except in bands of at least a dozen men. Crypt ghouls themselves, I think, are a little bit better in tabletop than they are in Total War Warhammer. I think in Total War Warhammer, while they do make, again, a one-to-one translation, they get their poison attacks, they're undead, and that's all their special rules. I just feel like the skeletons have a better place in the army of the Vampire Counts, and I think that's something that I kind of lament as a former Vampire Counts player, because I really enjoy the Crypt Ghouls models, I enjoy the Crypt Ghouls lore, I thought they were really fun to play in conjunction with Strigoi if you wanted to go a heavily themed army, and in tabletop that was totally viable. Doing that so in Total War Warhammer, unless you're playing campaign where you can really get the benefit of the Strigoi Bloodlines and all of the campaign buffs, Crypt Ghouls themselves don't really hold their own. I think that's kind of something that I find a personal loss when it comes to the Crypt Ghouls by their comparison to their tabletop counterpart. Let's jump over to our last core unit in the Dire Wolves. Dire Wolves are macabre parodies of the living giant wolves that roam the Badlands and the forests of the Old World. Their flesh hangs in tatters from cracking bones, their skulls and innards exposed through tears in their skin. They are swathed in an eerie, glimmering twilight, and their eyes glow with unnatural energy. Stench of putrefaction hangs on their wet breath, and their howls cause shivers of fear to freeze the bold. When they're slain, their bodies dissolve into a coiling miasma, leaving nothing behind. The lands of the Eastern Empire are plagued by giant wolves that emerge in winter from lairs high in the World's Edge Mountains. Driven by a ravenous hunger, they descend to the foothills in large packs, attacking farms and villages and preying on travelers. The men of the Empire hunt these beasts mercilessly, but this only serves to keep their numbers in check and their voracious attacks at bay for a short time. In the blighted lands of Sylvania, the corpses of these wolves must be burnt or buried deeply, for those that are not will return from the dead and continue the hunt. Even when the correct precautions are taken and the bodies of these monstrous predators are buried in deep pits, dark magic can still gather and resurrect them. Half-rotted, their fur matted with blood and grime, the animated carcasses claw and wiggle up through the earth in order to hunt again. Maggots writhe in open wounds, and charred skin hangs from their bodies in ragged flaps. Direwolves are the hunting hounds of the vampires, and their senses are as keen as they were in life. They gather in great packs around the castles and towers of the undead lords of Sylvania, their mournful howls echoing for miles across the still night. When the princes of Undeath make war upon the living, the direwolves follow, treating the vampires as their pack leader. In battle, the direwolves often lope along the flanks of the undead army, driving away enemy cavalry and leaping on small, vulnerable regiments or war machines' crew. Vampires sometimes keep the largest of these creatures in pens deep below their castles and towers, feeding them on local peasants until they are large and glutted, then goading them to new heights of viciousness. The vampires imbue their creations with dark magic to increase vitality and bestow a callous cunning. These monstrous creations are known as Doom Wolves, and it is these larger, more ferocious beasts that lead the direwolf packs to war. Direwolves have had something of a pretty interesting history in tabletop. For a long time, if you were a Space Wolf player in Fantasy, you would either buy direwolf models, or you would buy any of the Goblin Wolf Rider models and use them for your Fenrisian wolves that you could have that could act as kind of like a bodyguard to your Wolf Lord. And it was the same way in 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy. You could actually use wolves for your vampire, which is pretty cool, I thought. Now, the way they've translated into Total War Warhammer is a little interesting. They have a special rule called Slavering Charge. In a turn that they successfully charge, Dire and Doom Wolves add +1 to their strength. Now, the way that this was translated into Total War Warhammer actually took me some investigating to figure out. So, a Direwolf has a charge bonus of 24. The Chaos Warhounds, the Norskin Warhounds, any other Warhound unit only has a charge bonus of 18. So this is where I think Creative Assembly took a look at this rule and said, here's how we can bring this into the game and still play homage to the Slavering Charge special rule, which, in my mind, I think it works pretty well. But that is our Dire Wolves. Moving into our first special unit, we're going to be talking about the Bat Swarms. And I'm going to put this in conjunction with Fellbats, and Fellbats are something that is not in Total War Warhammer as of yet, or as the publication of this video. Let's read our very two small lore blurbs on both of these and then talk about their special rules. This is for Bat Swarms first. When the armies of the vampires go to war, the skies above them are obscured by a multitude of bats. These living clouds blot out the light of the sun and moon alike, purposefully swathing the battlefield in darkness, the better to confound and demoralize the living. As battle commences, hundreds of these animals descend on the enemy, battering and clawing at the eyes and hands in order to distract the foe. Mutated by the dark magic that saturates the ancient towers and caves where they roost, these bats can grow so large their wingspan can be as wide as a man's outstretched arms. In dark clouds, they descend upon the enemy, chittering, biting, and generally making concentration impossible. When numbered in their scores, they can tear the skin from a man and strip the flesh from his bones in a few heartbeats. Let's jump over to the Fellbats. With a body as long as a grown man, Fellbats are a fearsome sight. They are darker than midnight and silent as death, even when in full flight. In fact, the only noises that a Fellbat makes on the hunt are horrible gobbling slurps when it sinks its distended mouth into living flesh. In truth, a Fellbat bears as much resemblance to an ordinary bat as a maddened lion does to a domestic cat. Those who have encountered them and lived tell how they hunt with unerring accuracy, swooping down to knock knights from their saddles or pick off lone warriors unaware. Vampires view Fellbats much as a Bretonnian lord might his prized hunting falcons. Precious sweet meats are offered to Fellbats from the ramparts of the vampire's fortress, but to harness an entire flock, a grander sacrifice must be made. A fresh victim, belly slit and screaming, or a terrified messenger sent to run into the night with his eyes put out is more to their taste. Once they have the scent of gore, they will fall upon the enemy battle line with a bloodthirsty intent. The bat swarms, not really anything crazy or different you would expect. The way that Swarm worked in tabletop is that you'd have a single base and it would have multiple little small models on it. Bat swarms, jungle swarms, scarab or tomb swarm, I think is what it's called, and then the other one, spirit host, which we'll talk about in a bit. Actually, no, I think spirit host was not a swarm. They changed that in one of the editions. But either way, these bat swarms, the way that they would work is you would just send these models forward. Rat swarms is another one for Skaven, and they would have a lot of wounds because that'd be indicative of all little tiny things on the model. So, for instance, bat swarm has 5 wounds on it and 5 attacks. But their attacks are, weapon skill 3 and strength 2, so they were not going to be doing a lot of damage. And in return, they only had toughness 2, so they could be damaged pretty easily. So the big thing with these is just pretty much to swarm the enemy with them and have them kind of slow the enemy down, act as a tar pit. They had a special rule called Cloud of Horror. An enemy unit in base contact with 1 or more bat swarms has the always strike last special rule. So you could actually use the bat swarms to give always strike last to someone and then charge them with something else, like say your grave guard, to really do a ton of damage and force them to not be able to return in damage until the very end of the combat phase. So it was a pretty cool little strategic way to get bat swarms on the battlefield. Fellbats, on the other hand, are different. They're individual models. They're not actual swarm models where it's 1 base and like 5 units on it. They're individual, larger bats, and their profile reflects that, right? They've got strength 3, toughness 3, which is 1 more strength and toughness than the bat swarm. Their wounds, though, because it is a single model, is 2 wounds and 2 attacks. So you would kind of use these guys to do any kind of flanking attacks, much in the same way you would for your hounds. The nice thing is they've got fly, so they can move around the battlefield very, very fast. Now, we don't have Fellbats in Total War Warhammer, and I don't know if they would really have much of a place. We have Fellbats themselves in the game, but I think of them more as the bat swarm than actual Fellbats. In Total War Warhammer, again, that model, the unit is called Fellbats, whereas in tabletop, they were an individual model. So I think that Creative Assembly took a look at this and said, you know what, let's just kind of strike a middle ground here. Let's make Fellbats, or let's make bat swarms a little bit stronger, call them Fellbats, and just kind of knock out the redundancy here. Because if they were to take Bell bats in their truest form and bring them into this game, I think that they would have such a redundancy between a bat swarm, as far as bunch of little smaller bats, and Vargheists, which are going to be, you know, your larger shock version of air cav. I think it just builds too much redundancy into the list, and they said, let's just combine these two together. So I'm not upset with fell bats being pushed in together with bat swarm and creating kind of their own synthesis for the Total War Warhammer. And I've talked about this before, but there are a lot of things in tabletop that just don't translate well into Total War Warhammer. And conversely, because Total War Warhammer is a large, huge open map, some things, I guess, use is way different than what it was in tabletop. So I think that this works out quite well. Up next is another one of my favorite units, the Grave Guard. Upon the walls of Drakenhof Castle and the other vampire-haunted keeps of Sylvania patrol tireless warriors clad in rust-gnawed armor. These dread sentries are the Grave Guard, wights drawn from their ancient tombs to act as guardians for the vampire rulers of Sylvania. Although their bodies have decayed, leaving only bones and tattered flesh, Graveguard are held together by evil magic so strong that it has endured for centuries. They wear ancient battle gear of primitive alloy, corroded by time and dusty with the years. These eerie, silent sentinels stand constant vigil on the crumbling battlements and at the iron-bound gates, never resting, eternally ready to defend their vampire masters. When a vampire marches forth, his Graveguard advance at the head of the undead host. They form a formidable core of warriors, their enchanted blades cutting down the toughest of enemies with strike after pitiless strike. The sheer resilience of the Graveguard has become well known across the nations of human, elf, and dwarf. Their combination of stout shields, thick armor plates, and the natural resilience of the undead means that a simple sword blow has little chance of stopping them. When Lichmaster Kemmler broke the wards of Athelloren and raised a legion of Graveguard from the burrows hidden in its outskirts, the wood elves of that verdant realm found their usual tactic of pin-cushioning the intruders with arrows to be ineffective. The undead warriors trudged on tirelessly into the forest, many with slender shafts sticking out from their eye sockets and jutting from their empty rib cages. They were only defeated when the ancient tree spirits of that realm arose and crushed the Graveguard one by one under giant root-encrusted feet. Unfortunately for the defenders of Athelloren, though, the Graveguard attack was merely a diversion. Kemmler had escaped with the magical artifacts that he had come for hours long before his plan was uncovered. Worse still, that same night, he raised every last one of the Graveguard to fight once more, and the forest was stained with elven blood. Graveguard made up like the bulk of my army when I was playing Vampire Counts, because I just loved the models. They were so cool, they were very different, their helmets were cool, their individual shields had these awesome iconography all over them, and we've seen that kind of brought over into Total War Warhammer. Now, the Graveguard of tabletop have Killing Blow, and the way that Total War Warhammer interprets this is by anti-infantry being added into their profile, allowing them to do far more damage to any infantry unit. This, kind of makes a little bit of sense here. Having the ability to just kind of outright give a unit is a very strong mechanic, and in a game like Total War Warhammer, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because of how the overall battlefield kind of plays itself out. The Graveguard also have a different interpretation, whereupon they're placed on a horse, turning them into a different entry in our special units list, the Black Knights. In the times before the Empire, there were few domesticated horses, and horsemen were exceedingly rare. In most cases, a steed was a symbol of wealth and status. It was often that only a chieftain and his closest warriors would ride mounted into battle, the wealthiest of their number clad in crude iron plate and carrying stout shields. When these early knights died, their horses were ritually killed and buried in the barrows alongside their masters to carry them into the afterlife. Many centuries later, the Vampire Counts are known to summon forth the gruesome remains of those ancient knights in order to bolster the mass of lesser undead minions under their control. As the vampire stalks through barrows and mausoleums, dark magic swirls invisibly around him like a cloak, probing and penetrating the cracked and overgrown porticos of each resting place and saturating the bones of the armored corpses within. 1,000 years of dust shifts and dissipates as the parchment-dry cadavers twitch and sit upright. In a morbid mockery of their old lives, these Black Knights stir into motion, tearing themselves free of thorny creepers and thick cobwebs, cold fingers clamping around the hilts of age-blackened steel. Alongside them, the skeletal remains of their steeds jerk to unlife, twisted by magic into hellish mockeries of the noble beasts they once were. Outside the barrow, the vampire splits open the resting place of his new servants with a deafening crack. At his word, fully formed Black Knights ride pell-mell from the tumble-down ruins of their tomes. Whole units of warrior horsemen arrayed in the corroded armor of a bygone era. Their steeds are trapped in a strange half-life by rituals that have bound them to their riders. There have been reports of Black Knights galloping straight through the rubble of ruined cities, or even charging across the surface of a lake without leaving so much as a ripple. These unliving cavaliers crash into the ranks of their living enemies, splitting their foes on lances wreathed in cold flame, and lashing out with heavy swords older than the Empire itself. During their mortal lives, these unearthly knights used weapons bearing enchantments of destruction. Though corrupted by the patina of the ages, these tools of slaughter are no less potent than when the wielder was a man of flesh and blood. It is said that one pierced by a Black Knight's lance or sword never recovers. Again, these are simply Graveguard mounted on top of, well, spectral steeds. And the nice thing about spectral steeds in in tabletop was that it allowed them to ignore difficult terrain from what I can remember. Hence the whole passage of them being able to like walk over lakes and more or less. They had Killing Blow. We do not see Killing Blow interpreted into Total War Warhammer or the Black Knights. It does mention that they have anti-infantry on their actual little profile, but when you hover over their weapon strength, you see no actual anti-infantry included in their weapon strength or attack characteristic. So you do lose that characteristic, which makes them so strong, in my opinion. In addition to that, you also lose the ability to get their spectral steeds' ability to ignore difficult terrain. Now, difficult terrain is kind of a interesting in Total War Warhammer, so it hasn't really made that same kind of translation. But I would think that Black Knights giving them the actual anti-infantry damage bonus would be quite substantial. I mean, it would help to kind of bolster their lackluster kind of damage profile as far as them compared to Blood Knights. And there are very few instances where I would want to take Black Knights over Blood Knights if we're talking about stuff like from a competitive standpoint. On top of that, though, Blood Knights are my favorite unit in the entire Vampire Council army list, so I'm extremely biased to the Blood Knights themselves. But nonetheless, Black Knights were very awesome looking models. They had a dual kit in conjunction with the Hex Wraiths, which are another unit we'll talk about in just a bit here. But I think the Black Knights as a whole made for a very easy translation of the game. They did lose their Killing Blow and their spectral steeds, but for the most part, they stayed kind of true to their overall form of just being a very nice entry-level shock cav unit for the Vampire Counts. And since we mentioned them, let's go into Hex Wraiths. The origins of the Hex Wraiths are shrouded in mystery, but it is said that they are created on Hexennacht, tearing their way into the mortal realm from the very bowels of the underworld. Their single-minded purpose seems to be the pursuit of those evil men who have cheated their rightful fate, for a Hex Wraith's shade-like existence leaves it with a hunger that only the sucker of a damned soul can sate. Once the curse of the Hex Wraiths has been laid upon their prey, there can be no escape. Spectral horsemen can hurtle across rivers and pass through mountainsides on their incorporeal steeds without slowing their headlong charge. Often their quarry will hide in a brightly lit tavern or well-defended fortress, hoping to escape the robed figures that gallop through his dreams and maybe drown his sorrows into the bargain. This is no defense. Sooner or later, the Hex Wraiths will charge straight through the thickest walls with a ripple of cruel laughter, cutting the soul from their prey and riding out through the other side in one terrifying instant. The only proof that the cloaked and burning apparitions were not figments of the imagination is the rapidly cooling corpse left in their wake, and perhaps a patch of sulphurous soot where the creature passed through the walls. Hex Wraiths are able to move from the realm of spirits to the mortal world and back again at will. They share many similarities with Cairn Wraiths, though they are not bound to places of death and grief, instead able to ride abroad swiftly at the command of their undead masters. The scythe-like weapons that they use to slay their prey would be lethal enough in the material realm, but because the Hex Wraiths shimmer between worlds, their spirit scythes are able to pass through Gromril armor or scaled dragon hide without hindrance. A single blow from a spirit scythe can snatch away a mortal's essence, whilst leaving his physical form completely unharmed. It is these strange weapons that earns a Hexwraith their nickname of Reaper Knights, for they harvest the souls of the living just as the farmer reaps his crop. A soul taken by a Hexwraith does not dissipate altogether, but is instead absorbed by the spectre that took it. These dread reapers hence burn with flickering flame, all that is left of the horrified spirits they have stolen from the mortal realm. The arcane bloodline of the Necrarchs were the first to bind the Hexwraiths into their armies. Some say that they learnt the art of their summoning from the stolen book of Arkan, others that the legendary Melchior was the first to master their control. In recent years, however, they have been seen in undead armies all across the land. When bound into a vampire service and commanded by their Hellwraith leaders to ride into battle, whole packs of these apparitions hurtle across the field, plunging headlong through the swiftly dwindling ranks of the foe. In recent years, the vampires of Sylvania have learned to bind these creatures of shadow to their service, using them as weapons of war. The sight of a pack of cackling Hexwraiths approaching fast, spirit scythes held high, and unnatural soul fires flickering from their eye sockets is enough to chill the blood of even the most seasoned warrior. It is small wonder that these deathly riders are amongst the most feared of all the minions of the vampire counts. Hexwraiths have a lot of special rules, and some of them kind of have gotten bastardized, or at least somehow made a bit of a translation into their Total War Warhammer counterpart. So they've got Soul Reaper, Soul Striders, and Spectral Hunters. The way Soul Reaper works is it simply says that all of the attacks by the Hexwraiths are magic and flaming and do not allow armor saves, meaning that you have to only make a ward save in order to save against the Soul Reaper attack. Now, they have two other abilities that work in conjunction to one another, and this is a set of abilities that we saw on the Flamespire Phoenix, which did not make a translation to Total War Warhammer in their literal sense, but have made a figurative translation. Now, as far as the Hexwraith, they haven't quite made it. So there's one called Soul Strider. Hexwraiths and Hellwraiths can move through unengaged units during the remaining move subphase, but cannot end their movement within 1 inch of another unit. Then this piggybacks onto Spectral Hunter's special rule, which makes it so that any unit that the Hexwraith passes through suffers a Strength 5 hit, and it cannot be saved, and it's considered flaming and magic. So you have a lot of things going for you with the Hexwraiths that just don't make it into Total War Warhammer. Total War Warhammer Hexwraiths, they do have magic attacks, they do have flaming attacks. They've given them AP, I think, to kind of give them a nod to their ability to circumvent armor, because you obviously can't have the ability to have them bypass it entirely in this game. But they don't have any kind of ability to walk through units. They do share the ethereal special rule, so they get their 75% physical resistance buff. And I guess what Creative Assembly tried to do is, they said, well, we will give them Vanguard deployment, since they are considered fast cav. And maybe that was how Creative Assembly wanted to push them into the game, because maybe having them have the ability to pass through a unit, and again, a game like Total War can be very, very, very advantageous, to the point where, okay, if you have anything in the back line, I can just choose to completely ignore your front line. What would have been pretty cool is if they had an ability that was a one-time use, that when you used it, for 3 seconds, the Hexwraith could pass through whatever. But if they, came to in the middle of a unit, they would then be engaged in combat. So you kind of had to use it strategically. I would like if that's how Hexwraiths were used. Again, this would create the same issue of being able to just completely harass and abuse the back line immediately, but you already have flying units that do that no matter what. So having Hexwraiths have a really cool nod to that special rule in I guess a momentary incorporeal mode, I think it'd be pretty interesting. But that's the Hexwraiths, and they did share a kit with the Black Knights, and they were very strong, very, very strong in tabletop because of their ability to pass through things and do that damage, and then be able to charge in the subsequent charge phase, if they were lined up properly. But the Hexwraiths are a pretty cool looking model, as you guys can see here. Let's move into another unit. Let's move over to another special unit in the Spirit Hosts. Across Sylvania, poltergeists and ghosts haunt peasants with dreadful groans and freezing touches, sometimes driving whole villages to be abandoned as a result. When the vampire counts go to war, these restless spirits are pulled along by the dark magic of the undead army. Insubstantial and impervious to mortal weapons, these angry ghosts swarm over the enemy, leeching energy from the living and leaving stark horror in their wake. Sylvania is rich in the spirits of the dead, for it has a long history of misery and suffering, and it is rife with polluting warpstone. As well as animating the physical remains of the dead, the sorceress energy also has an effect on the souls of the departed. When Vlad von Carstein cast out the priests of Mor, wardens of the dead, he ensured that the spirits of those who had died could not just pass into the afterlife. Since then, the unquiet spirits can often be seen as mournful swirling mists, through which protrude mournful wailing faces and grasping hands. Their touch draws some of the victim's soul into the underworld, dragging them into a waking nightmare or stealing their knowledge of who they are. Only a priest of Mor can restore the mind of one who has had his spirit drained by a ghost, and survivors of the process are rare. All the peoples of the Empire share a common view of what happens to the souls of the dead. They pass into the underworld, the land of Mor, god of death. Priests of Mor and wizards of the Amethyst College have been known to contact a soul in the underworld and remind it of its former life, strengthening the soul's grip on its memories. The mortal can then commune with that spirit and learn of things that have passed and things that are yet to pass. The Empire's citizens also believe that sometimes Mor will close the gates of the underworld and forbid a spirit from entering. He may do this if it is not the individual's time to pass beyond the veil, for instance, or the person has sworn an oath that they have not yet fulfilled. These souls burn brightly in the underworld and disturb the other spirits, so Mor banishes them back to the realm of the living, condemning them to a shade-like existence until their duty is done. It is these tortured spirits that can be called forth by the necromantic power of a vampire, channeling dark magic so that the roaming ghosts can manifest themselves. Necromancers must undergo a stranger process still to bind the souls of men, sending their own spirits to the underworld of Mor. Once there, they can steal a few souls, snatching them from under the gaze of the god of the dead. However, sometimes Mor catches these interlopers, imprisoning them for eternity. Their body falls into a catatonic state and then slowly rots away, while their soul suffers anguish without end. On the field of battle, these vengeful apparitions cluster together in hosts that drift slowly towards their warm-blooded victims with terrible inevitability. Even a cannonball strike will not damage a spirit host, for they exist only partially in this world. However, their twilight state does anything but render these spirits harmless. The ghost of a cursed man can claw at a mortal's flesh with long, taloned hands, stilling the victim's beating heart with a touch and killing him outright even as his eyes widen in shock. The spirit hosts are something that we do not actually have in Total War Warhammer, in any iteration actually. They were interesting, right? The spirit host actually is a swarm, so I was correct earlier. For some reason I thought that they were individual models at one point. But as a host, or as a swarm, they had many attacks, many wounds, not a lot of strength, not a lot of toughness. But the thing is that they were ethereal and very cheap. So being able to field these things in mass was not that hard. They were special units, so you couldn't just field them as core units and fill your whole army with them. You did have to kind of sacrifice your special allotment to field spirit hosts. But against certain armies, they were very devastating because they are ethereal. They cannot be harmed by, like I said, cannonballs or anything that doesn't have any kind of magic attack. This would very often be why you would field certain magics that would allow you to have magic attacks as a result of being imbued with a certain ability. But some armies didn't have as much access to magic weapons as, say, the High Elves, which have it just kind of pouring out of every pore. And it would make things like the Banner of World Dragon, which would give you a little bit more of a luxury against these guys, a little bit more staying power. So really, the Spirit Host is a very strong unit, and I think that incorporating it into Total War Warhammer would be very cool. It'd be very interesting. I'm not sure 100% how they would do it, as we have not seen a lot of swarm units come into the game. A lot of them have been used as a summonable ability as a result of a rite or some sort of campaign action. So I could see Spirit Hosts being incorporated in that kind of scope, right? Like, okay, if your territory is at 80+% vampiric corruption, then Spirit Hosts are a summonable you can bring onto the battlefield, which will have 75% physical resistance, but just be kind of like essentially like skeleton warriors as far as their level of attack ability, but ethereal. So I could see something like that happening, where we do get access to Spirit Hosts in a very limited and very reduced capacity compared to what they would be like in tabletop. Departing from our ethereal friends, let's move over to an altogether different unit in the Crypt Horrors. The malformed monstrosities known as Crypt Horrors are, thankfully, a rare sight. Spoken of in hushed whispers by night watchmen, old priests of Mor, gravekeepers, and other nocturnal citizens of the Empire, the few persistent reports of these looming and moon-mad fiends are dismissed as the ravings of superstitious fools. At best, they are thought to be exaggerated sightings of crypt ghouls. Unfortunately for the lands of the Old World, however, the stories are often accurate, for crypt horrors are very real. Crypt horrors are only seen openly in times of war, where they are primarily used as the shock troops of ambitious Strigoi ghoul kings. Crypt ghouls are counted amongst the lowliest of all vampiric servants. After all, they lack even the common decency to be properly dead. So the sight of a pack of crypt horrors accompanying a vampire to battle is evidence of the terrible depths that their master has sunk to in his quest for survival. In order to create a crypt horror, a vampire must open his veins to a ghoul and allow it to gulp down his precious blood, essentially a pale bastardization of the Dark Kiss, an act that is reviled by those who count themselves amongst the elite of Sylvanian society. For Strigoi to allow a crypt ghoul's foetid mouth to sink into its flesh is a sign that the vampire is truly desperate. Nonetheless, some ghoul kings encourage this strange and abhorrent practice. Once a crypt ghoul has drunk the blood of a vampire, its eyes turn red and it goes into a killing frenzy. It pulls down weaker members of its own pack, dragging its screeching prey into an open grave or a shattered tomb in order to consume its gruesome feast undisturbed. Finishing its cannibalistic orgy with a smacking of lips, the swollen ghoul will crawl back to its waiting master, hoping for another drought of vampiric blood. By the coming of the next full moon, the new crypt horror will have grown to several times its original size and ferocity. Crypt horrors provide a tangible benefit to their Strigoi masters. True undead can be warded away from grave haunts by sacred sigils and priests of Mor, and crypt ghouls are too cowardly to mount a full-scale assault on such a place. Hence, Strigoi ghoul kings will create crypt horrors whenever they need to smash through such defenses. Crypt horrors are neither living nor truly dead, and as the call of Mor's realm pulls at what remains of their souls, they vent their rage upon the crypt gardens of the gods of death. Because of this, the keepers of sepulchres and mausoleums fear crypt horrors above all other minions of the ghoul kings. Once the magical wards guarding the cemeteries are destroyed by the rampage of these foul beasts, the vampiric master is free to raid the corpse fields beyond. Though the lineage of Strigos has broken every taboo by creating them, they are able to gain power in this way. A crypt horror towers over its ghoul brethren, and though it retains the characteristic stoop and loping gait of its former life, its sinews become hard as iron. Bony growths and protrusions push out from the creature's spine, and talons lengthen from splayed, dexterous hands. The potent diet of tough ghoul flesh washed down with vampiric blood wreaks changes inside as well as out. Though the crypt horror's freakish metabolism will soon drive the creature's body to consume itself, in the meantime, the fiend's constitution is such that it can re-knit even the most horrific wound with an effort of will. This is the main reason why the more elitist vampire cliques tolerate these foul monsters. Dark magic, the sustaining power of necromancy, literally runs in a crypt horror's veins, and therefore the sheer violence it can unleash is not to be underestimated. In battle, packs of crypt horrors muscle their way towards the front lines, eyes glowing with dire light. They use shattered gravestones, tomb statuary, and cemetery railings to smash aside those brave enough to stand before them, but it is their meat-encrusted fangs and talons that are to be avoided at all costs. Even a shallow wound from a crypt horror bears enough poisonous rot to kill a horse. Despised by the living and the dead alike, crypt horrors are creatures to be truly feared. What we get with Total War Warhammer, we get a very true representation of the crypt horror, in my opinion at least. And I actually really enjoy what we see, and even just the way that the crypt horror is portrayed in the game. In the tabletop, they had poison attacks, they had regeneration, they were monstrous infantry, and they were undead. And we get that very same representation when we take a look at them in their Total War Warhammer counterpart. They get regeneration, they also get poison attacks, they get AP, which was not included in their tabletop profile, but it makes a lot of sense as these massive hulking beasts. But even if you take a look at the character model of the Crypt Horror in the game, it pays homage to the way that the text describes them, right? With these splayed, dexterous hands and how they're big and huge and they're kind of over-encompassing, but at the same time very twitchy and out of control. They have this killing frenzy about them. So I really enjoy the way the Crypt Horror is brought into Total War. It takes the profile that already exists for them and makes it even more grand. They did have a dual kit. It was the Crypt Horror. You could either make as Crypt Horrors or as Vargheists. So Vargheists are going to be our next one we talk about here. But this became very prevalent in the 7th and 8th editions of Warhammer Fantasy. We had a lot of dual kits. The Carnosaur could also be made as a Troglodyte. It was the same thing with the Hex Wraiths and the Black Knights, and this is what we get here too with the Crypt Ghouls and the Vargheists. Let's jump over to the winged kind of version of these. A little bit different of a lore, but let's jump on over to our Vargheists. And the Vargheists are pretty dense here, so let's just jump right in. Vargheists are the darkness in a vampire's soul made manifest. They are towering, winged humanoids, each several times the size of a man. Though the Vargheists once walked and talked as lords amongst the chattel, these curse-born vampires have devolved into ravening predators, desperate for the taste of blood. They prowl the battlefields in packs, ready to pounce upon the least sign of weakness and tear a hole in the enemy ranks with crimson claw and bloody fang. The creation of a Vargheist is a strange metamorphosis that takes place far from the eyes of mortals. Under the extensive castles of the von Carsteins are vast subterranean networks of basements, galleries, and dining halls, with vaulted ceilings that stretch into the pitch darkness above. This realm of former glories is where the Vargheist's dark birth takes place. Once, these haunted halls were places of grandeur and largesse, the sites of sinister speeches, flesh banquets, and epic displays of privilege. Now they are little more than antique graveyards filled with the detritus of an ancient aristocracy. Moth-eaten drapes and tapestries hang like curtains of moss from the damp, rattled walls. Embroidered rugs and mosaics of bone are hidden by inches of tainted and brackish water that seeps through from the cursed land above. Broken harpsichords lean drunkenly against the cloth-bound statuary of ancient gods. Shattered couches and rotten-odd set-in chairs are heaped amongst haunted portraits and magical relics stolen from conquered civilizations. Within the mounds of priceless bric-a-brac, chain-bound coffins, and sculpted sarcophagi nestle like chrysalises in a rotting woodpile. If a chance visitor were to approach these coffins and blow away the carpet of dust upon them, the name von Carstein could just about be made out, chiseled in Baroque letters upon elaborate stone scrollwork. Not all of these coffins are empty, for this hidden realm is where the von Carsteins lock away those of their family who have fallen out of favor. Those who come off worse in the endless power struggles of the vampires often find themselves prematurely buried and left at the mercy of their own relentless thirsts. Slowly, over the course of decades, constantly dripping water, magically tainted by a warpstone in the stalactites ahead, find its way into the prisons of these unfortunates. Torpid for want of fresh blood, the slumbering vampires begin to devolve and change shape, growing larger and more bestial as the diluted dark magic swirling around them lends them a terrible strength. Whilst the transformation from humanoid into monster takes hold, the muscular Vargheist will crack open its stone prison with a great effort. Casting aside its chains, the creature unfolds its leathery wings and rears up into the darkness, letting loose a terrible scream of rage and betrayal that sends great swarms of bats whirling throughout the cavernous chambers. The shattered remnants of its sarcophagus fall away, and the name and personality of its former incumbent is left behind in the mire. The newborn Vargheist begins to hunt, desperate to sink its teeth into mortal veins. At the first taste of blood, the transformation is made permanent. What was once a proud lord of the dead is forever cursed to an existence as a ravening beast. Though each Vargheist emerges from its prison far stronger in body, it is invariably weaker in mind. After centuries of thirsty confinement, all they really want to do is feed. These creatures are easily bound to their jailer's will as a result, and are sent into battle in packs in order to feast on those enemies foolish enough to stray too far from the sanctuary of the main battle line. Vargheists make formidable fighters, for their raw fury and terrible hunger is undiminished by the control exerted by their cruel vampiric masters. Vargheists are a relatively new unit for the vampire counts. They weren't in some of the earlier editions. I can't remember if 7th or 8th is their first iteration, but they, again, are not one of the oldest units in the book, that's for sure. But they have a very true representation when it comes to their Total War Warhammer counterpart, and that's very true of everything we've taken a look at so far. But special rules include Fly, Frenzy, Undead, and, well, obviously Vampiric. And when we take a look at how that looks in Total War Warhammer, we see something very, very indicative of that. We see Frenzy. We see Fly on them and Fear, as to be expected. But we don't see something like the Hunger. And with units kind of like what we get with Vampire Coast, having Hunger on Vargheists would have been quite cool. And in fact, that's like kind of my biggest critique of the Blood Knights, is that the Blood Knights don't have the Hunger. But it is what it is, and they are interpreted the way they are. Who knew that the Hunger would become such a beneficial thing for the Vampire counts in their at least competitiveness in the many, many years to come, from the launch of Warhammer 1 up until now. But Vargheists as a whole shared that dual kit with the Crypt Horror, and at the same time they have that same overall similar anatomy, right? These very big, brutish looking vampire hybrids. In the case of Vargheist, it's just a incredibly insane vampire, but with the Crypt Horror, it's a vampire ghoul hybrid. Nonetheless, though, the Vargheists still are a pretty awesome unit to be included in your army when you're taking a look at campaign or even trying to get some harassment done in any kind of competitive play. But I've always really enjoyed the addition to the Crypt Horror and the Vargheist into the Vampire Counts army list, because it adds a little bit of a bigger, more stocky staying power to the list as a whole. Let's jump out over to our very last entry in the special section before moving to our rares. That final unit is the beloved Corpse Carts. When Vlad von Carstein unleashed the armies of Sylvania upon the Empire, between the trudging crowds of zombies and the endless ranks of skeletons could be seen the constructs known as Corpse Carts. Driven by macabre, shrouded figures, these unnatural wagons are made of rotted wood, rusted steel, and diseased flesh, and each is heaped with writhing body parts. Clawed limbs reach out from the cart's interior to grab at those close enough to touch. Corpse carts act like the magnets to dark magic, drawing their power from the land itself and animating the dead around them. Sometimes a corpse cart is hung with a great bell, the clapper of which is a fell lodestone of eldritch provenance. When necromantic magic is thick in the air, the bell tolls and ripples of dark magic emanate from the corpse cart. Under the influence of this ominous knell, the dead are drawn back together and cadavers stagger to their feet. Other corpse carts are lit by braziers that burn with infernal flames. The smoke from these balefires contains particles of warpstone that can drive enemy wizards temporarily insane. Though Vlad used the power of the corpse carts in his war upon the Empire, he was not the first to employ them. On Gehemensnacht of the year 1111, Morslib showered down great meteors upon the lands of Sylvania, and legions of black-blotched plague victims rose from mass graves. The Warpstone meteors also affected the plague wagons that carried the thousands of dead plague victims to the charnel pits. Bodies fused together in writhing, undead masses, and the drivers of the carts changed into strange, withered creatures. The infamous necromancer, Frederick von Hall, formed an army of the undead from the newly risen, using his dark magic to bind the corpse carts to his will. Infused with warpstone and driven forth by Van Hal's evil, the corpse carts acted as loci for the necromancer's magic. When Van Hal's apprentice turned on his master and killed him, the corpse carts were no longer controlled. Without Van Hal's guiding influence, the devilish chariots dispersed. Though most were hunted down and put to the torch, for over 1,000 years the remaining corpse carts have wandered along the back roads and dirt tracks of Sylvania, carrying death and misery with them like a shroud. On dark nights they enter ramshackle villages, stirring the dead in their graves, and filling the dreams of slumbering peasants with visions of rot and death. These strange constructs are valued highly by vampires, for undead creatures near a corpse cart will fight with a frenetic vigor, bolstering the battle line of a vampire's army. Similar constructs are found near the damned city of Mousillon, but whether they are true corpse carts is unsure. Folklore tells of a macabre wagons hung with scraps of brightly colored skin known as charnavals. The morbid chansons of Bretonnia tell of entranced mortals drained of life by a charnaval, their husk-like bodies climbing on board to join its eternal procession through the night as the corpse master seeks final death in the fires of battle. So we see something very true to form here with what we get so far with corpse carts, or I'm sorry, with the vampire counts into Total War Warhammer. And the corpse cart is much the same. A lot of larger beasts, some large constructs like this had upgrades that you could then choose from. And you'd pay some points and you'd get that upgrade. Like for instance, like griffins could have like rending claws, I think it was called. Manticores could have special attachments, special abilities like a poison tail, stuff like that. Very much is true here with the corpse cart. They have the upgrade of Balefire and the upgrade of Unholy Lodestone. Now this is reflected from what we get in Total War Warhammer, so we'll go into those as well. And also, of course, the special rule, Vigor Mortis. Now the way Vigor Mortis works in tabletop is, if an augment spell from the lore of vampires targets a corpse cart and is successfully cast, then all friendly units within 6 inches of the corpse cart have Always Strike First until the start of your next magic phase. Zombies affected by Vigor Mortis lose their Always Strike Last special rule and gain Always Strike First. So the way that this has been incorporated in Total War Warhammer is obviously a increase to melee defense and melee attack. Because clearly we don't have an Always Strike First or initiative in Total War Warhammer, and I feel like this is kind of a true to form translation of it. Because if you think of Always Strike First, it's the ability to hit something before it can hit you. Melee attack is the ability to actually hit something, so I see this as a very good and very true to form translation. Now, as far as our two upgrade options, Balefire, enemy wizards suffer a -1 modifier to their casting rolls if there is one or more units with the Balefire upgrade within 24 inches. We get a very similar enhancement here. The Balefire unit ability reduces power recharge rate, and it actually stacks, so effect increases proportional to the number of enemy units in range. So this is a pretty interesting way because it doesn't work solely on wizards. It's just it's enemies in general. So while this is not a strict one-to-one as far as reducing the abilities of a wizard, it is a one-to-one in the sense that it does reduce the capabilities that a wizard can maintain in their casting phase, or well, in their casting abilities. Now the other upgrade, Unholy Lodestone, when a friendly wizard within 6 inches, of Unholy Lodestone successfully casts Invocation of Nehek, he may re-roll a single d6 to determine how many wounds are restored for each eligible infantry unit. Now, with the Unholy Lodestone, this simply just gives us the replenishment of hit points of combatants in a 40-meter radius around the corpse cart, because having that reroll ability is not going to be huge in a Total War Warhammer game. But I think as a whole, this makes for a really awesome translation here, right? We get regeneration on this thing, that just like it had in tabletop. It's undead. Now, it is a chariot, and it did have like random attacks, and that isn't really represented here. In fact, this thing is quite slow, and you wouldn't even really use it like a normal chariot like you would for some other races. Pretty low melee attack, defense of 22, charge bonus of 8. Like, this thing was not meant to do that. But in tabletop, everything had some sort of fighting characteristic, and, you know, it's the luck of the dice. You could have the crew member of a organ gun still do damage on Tyrion if the dice roll worked in your favor. But nonetheless, I think this is a really great and awesome representation of the corpse cart in Total War Warhammer, and a great way to close out our special section. Let's move over into some of our crazier, more characteristic units in the rare section of the Vampire Count Army Book. And we're going to start that section off with another chariot unit, the famous BBC, Big Black Coach. In ramshackle and garlic-hung taverns, grim tales are told of the black coaches that haunt the mountain passes. These morbid carriages are omens of disaster and death. They are horrific, unholy things, neither wholly real nor immaterial. A black coach is a herald of famine, war, and murder, the sight of which can drive a sane man to suicide and cause families to fall upon themselves. Many an Imperial Road, Warden, or Bretonnian knight has attempted to halt one of these ghastly apparitions and died for his trouble. Legend has it that the driver of a black coach is a wraith of some kind, and that grisly nightmares pull it to war. On the battlefield, Black Coach grows ever more powerful, feeding on magics wielded by mortal and immortal sorcerers alike. Driven on by the undying will of the vampire coached within it, the Black Coach crushes or scythes down the ranks of the enemy without slowing. When a vampire is slain, its body may crumble to dust, immolate, or otherwise disintegrate. For the most powerful vampires, this does not necessarily signal their demise, for their wicked spirits can live on even in these frugal remains. If a vampire's followers can gather his physical remnants and place them within his coffin, the unholy remains will be safe. This gives the vampire's necromantic servants the time they need to perform certain rituals, enchanting a carriage to bear the remains of their lord while his mortal form slowly feeds upon the energies of death. By creating a Black Coach, the vampire's retainers can transport their master's rejuvenating form to places of slaughter. This allows the vampire to revivify himself, drinking in the coalescing energies that swirl around the crucible of war. Each Black Coach is a magnet for such baleful forces. As it drives onward, it soaks in the energies of the battlefield, shimmering with sorcerous power until it is all but unstoppable. In the tabletop, the Black Coach was really interesting. It had an interesting ability called Evocation of Death, and this is how we get a lot of the abilities we see in Total War Warhammer. The way Evocation of Death worked is that you would roll a... I'll just read it. Immediately after the total number of power dice for that phase has been determined, roll all the power dice in the pool. If any of these dice roll a 6, a portion of the power it represents is siphoned into the Black Coach. Power dice that are siphoned, that's actually not important. It's too rule heavy at that point. But my point is, though, this is how you generated the effects that the Black Coach had. And you then roll a d6 and determine the effect that would be present. And these effects were cumulative. So 1, the Black Coach manifests gleaming scythes. It gets impact +1 number. The Black Coach adds +1 to the number of impact hits it inflicts when it charges. 2, the Cairn Wraith and the steeds pulling the Black Coach are filled with unholy vigor, giving them +1 strength. Blades and fangs glow with green witch fire. This gives it killing blow and flaming attacks. Number 4, a pulsing nimbus of darkness envelops the Black Coach, giving it magic resistance and strider. Then 5, the Black Coach flickers between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. Black Coach gains ethereal. And lastly, 6, howling winds swirl around the Black Coach, lifting it into the air, giving it fly. Now, as far as its other special rules, it had a 4-up ward save. It caused terror, it was undead, it was vampiric, and I didn't really cover what that means. So vampiric, what it can do is, when you lost your vampire lord in tabletop, your non-vampiric units would disintegrate easier because they would take more leadership loss because they weren't being bound by some vampire lord or your master of necromancy's ability to bind them to this plane. So with vampiric units, they didn't take as heavy amount of damage. So it allowed you to kind of stay in the battlefield a little bit longer if you lost your lord. Otherwise, your units like your skeletons and your skeletons and your zombies would become unbound very quickly. So here's the actual vampiric rule. Models with the vampiric special rule never suffer wounds because of a destroyed general, and unless they have joined a non-vampiric unit, can make march moves as normal. So this allowed you to kind of not get bogged down if your general was killed, because that was such a huge part of your army. And I've made this claim many a times when we talk about Vampire Counts, Coast, or Tomb Kings. In any kind of competitive match, is when you lose that lord, you lose pretty much your army, and it was very much like that in tabletop too. But when we take a look at the Total War representation of Black Coach, it's a very interesting one. We get Black Scythes, Unholy Vigor, and Black Nimbus. You can recognize 3 of these as, rules that are already present in Total War, or in the tabletop from the that table we took a look at. It's even called Evocation of Death on their actual little placard. The Black Coach feeds on magical energy that bolsters its resistance and strengthens its charge. So, as you kind of stay in combat with the Black Coach, these abilities begin to stack up. Black Scythes, and then Unholy Vigor, and then lastly Black Nimbus. But you have to remain in combat for those abilities to activate. Black Nimbus gives it a 44% damage resistance and strider. Unholy Vigor gives it that 40% AP and the fire damage. That's that killing blow being represented. Black Scythes increases the charge speed and charge bonus. much like we got with the increase the impact hits that we saw from tabletop. Now, unfortunately, we don't get the ability to increase strength. Well, I guess it's like they kind of pigeonhole that into another one. But we don't get the ethereal, and we don't get the fly special rules, which might be a good thing. The ethereal has kind of been pushed into the Black Nimbus by giving it a 44% damage resistance versus the 75% physical resistance. You get a little bit of a bonus from both magic and melee magic and physical damage with a damage resistance buff, which is quite nice. But I would think it'd be really cool to see a Regiment Renowned Black Coach that could fly. Maybe not. I mean, as I really think about it, as I say that, it kind of tears down what makes a what's it called? A chariot unit so effective is being able to plow through things, but also being able to move across the battlefield quickly is pretty cool when it comes to the big black coach. Well, that sums up our first rare unit. Let's just keep moving on down this list. Before we jump into our next one, I want to encourage you guys to go and look up the new black coach model. I just displayed the old one here because it's, you know, I'm trying to pay some respect to the 8th edition Vampire Counts book, but they have since released a new black coach in Age of Sigmar, and it's incredible looking. Let's jump into a fan favorite in the Terrorgeists for the Vampire Counts. In the hidden reaches of Sylvania, titanic bats the size of dragons soar out from the caves to hunt horses, caravans, and pegasi under the sickly skies. It is the ambush tactic of the creatures that give them their truly terrifying reputation. A Terrorgeist's vision is poor, so the swooping monstrosity ensures that its prey is rendered motionless by emitting a piercing shriek so loud and unexpected it can stun even a Bretonnian warhorse into paralysis. At that precise moment, the Terrorgeist will dive down, gather up rider and mount in its talons, and return to its lair to glut itself on warm blood. The lairs of the largest Terrorgeists are strewn with enough corpses to make a necromancer rub his clammy hands in glee. Few have the nerve to stray inside, though, just in case the Terrorgeist returns from its hunt to find a meal has sought it out rather than the other way around. Being drained of blood by a Terrorgeist's stinking snout is no one's idea of a good death. It is the mortal remains of these troglodytic beasts the Ghoul Kings of the Caverns bind to their service. The binding process comes easily to these reclusive vampires, for Strigoi Ghoul Kings and Terrorgeists have much in common. As dark magic swirls around the monstrous cave creature, a bond of blood is formed between a master and a beast. Much like any other creature that drinks from a Ghoul King's veins, Terrorgeists have necromantic power running in their blood that can heal even the most severe of wounds. In death, a Terrorgeist becomes a nightmare made real. Guided by its master's will, the monstrosity creaks through the clouds above the battlefield on blotch-skinned pinions. Its rotten flesh and withered organs open to the night air. Clotted hanks of fur cling in patches to its skeletal neck, and its skull swings from side to side as it tracks its prey on the plains below. It is the deathly shriek of an unliving Terrorgeist that is perhaps the most fearsome aspect. As the magics of undeath are worked upon the beast, its cry is transformed from a simple but shockingly loud noise into a barrage of eldritch power. Some say the Terrorgeist's shriek is nothing less than the screams of the damned, channeled directly from the realm of chaos. It matters little to the Terrorgeist's prey, for so devastating is its sonic attack that it can cause a man to die of fright in an instant. By venting this unholy noise as it drives down upon its prey, a Terrorgeist can cripple an enemy regiment moments before it slams into the reeling survivors, slaughtering the rest with tooth and claw. The Terrorgeist has made an amazing translation into Total War Warhammer. Everything is included for the most part, for the exception of Infested, and we'll go into that in just a second here. But it gets fly, it gets regeneration, it gets terror, even gets its Deathshriek ability. Now in tabletop, Deathshriek was interesting. To do damage with Deathshriek, you did 2d6 plus any remaining wounds that the Terrorgeist had left. And it had 6 whopping wounds. So this thing could be doing quite a bit of damage at full health. It could still eke out quite a lot more though at, not more, but quite a lot at minimal health, but still. It's worth noting that the more healthy that the Terrorgeist was, or the healthier that the Terrorgeist was, the more damage it did, which is pretty interesting. Now it has 2 upgrades, and one of these is included in the Total War variant. One being Rancid Maw. The Terrorgeist's fangs are encrusted with the remains of prey the monster can no longer digest, which just means it gets poison attacks. The last one, though, is Infested. Legend has it that Terrorgeists explode into a multitude of bats that feast on those nearby when slain. So, we don't get this with Total War Warhammer. It's something that had it, or if it were there, I'd be cool. If the fact that it's not there, I'm not upset by it. I don't think that Total War Warhammer, Creative Assembly, had really planned for this kind of stuff, because this is one of the very few models that actually does that of the Total War Warhammer 1 races. When we get into Total War Warhammer 2, this effect starts to become a little more prevalent. We see this replicated across many other types of units, right? Even if we take a look at the Vampire Coast, we have units that explode. We look at the Hell Pit Abomination. We even look at the Phoenix Guard Regiment of Renown. They have an exploding portion to them. So, had the Terrorgeist been created in a post-Total War Warhammer 2 world, I think we would see Infested added into them. But as it stands, there is no Infested for the Terrorgeist. Moving over to another famous unit, let's talk about the Mortis Engines. Many necromancers and lich lords have risen to kingship over the undead, becoming so saturated with evil power that their physical forms radiate magic. Some vampires actively seek out the citadels of those lords who have gone before, hoping to take possession of their remains and use them against the living. No mere casket or hearse could be fit to bear the remains of one of these masters of the night. Instead, they are enshrined within a mortis engine, a cage of fused bones surrounded by trappings of grandeur and borne to war by a host of spirits bound to the infernal device. Though all that remains of their evil sovereign may be a wizened skull or a gilded fingerbone, these spirits are forced to protect the unhallowed remains for the rest of eternity. The evil soul that clings to the unholy relic attracts the attention of wailing tomb banshees, who shriek and howl in the air above the grotesque hearse. The Mortis Engine are watched over by deathless attendants known as Corpse Masters, trusted servants of the vampire counts who have proven immune to the dire energies that emanate from the relics within. When the Corpse Master removes the locks and opens the lead-lined reliquary, the deadly artifact inside can be held aloft, stealing life energy from the enemy and energizing nearby undead. The longer a battle rages, the more energies the relic absorbs, and the more powerful it becomes. Mortis engines can usually be found where the fighting is thickest, drifting ominously near to the battle, where their power is needed most. However, so redolent with dark magic are these artifacts that opening the reliquary is not without risk. Its power can sometimes tear apart the engine itself. Indeed, if such a dread relic is ever shattered upon the field of battle, the subsequent release of pure evil has been known to smite everything in the vicinity, living or undead, in a wave of destructive dark magic. Some reliquaries also carry blasphemous tomes to battle, or scrolls of parchment rumored to have been penned by Nagash himself. Oftentimes the winds of magic become nigh uncontrollable when such a fell tome is near. Heavy with evil magics, painstakingly illuminated with such care that their creators' souls have passed into the leaves of human skin that form its pages, these books can be a boon to the twisted practitioners of necromancy, but also the bane of reckless and unwary spellcasters. The Mortis engine in Total War Warhammer is very strong. It's hugely beneficial, and the one that's in tabletop is very different. You get a lot of different special rules. For one, you get Banshee Swarm, in which case the Mortis engine can make a ghostly howl attack that the Tomb Banshees can make. So you do have that kind of act onto them. They do get Regeneration, Terror, Undead like they typically have right now, but they also have a special rule called the Reliquary. And the way the Reliquary worked was that it would be, you'd roll 2d6 and then add the current turn number. And then that would determine certain things that would happen. For one, all enemy units that are within range of the Dark Aura take d6 hits with strength equal to the current turn number. Also, units gain regeneration around the Reliquary itself. And also, the last little bit here is, if the result for the Reliquary that you rolled was a double, then the Mortis engine suffered a wound. And when the Mortis engine suffered its final wound, every unit within 12 plus the turn number in inches, friend or foe, must take 2d6 hits with a strength equal to the current turn number. That actually can be pretty brutal depending on what turn it is. Anything after the second or third turn, anything after the third or fourth turn can be pretty brutal, but at the most, you're looking at 5-6 turns in a game of Warhammer Fantasy Battles. So this couldn't be too devastating to a lord or a hero, but it could be quite devastating to a lot of your lower tier units, and especially if you were stacking a lot of them close to the reliquary, as it were. So That is something to keep in mind with how this translated into Total War Warhammer. We did not get that ability for it to explode, which I'm kind of okay with. Had it exploded, it would have been pretty brutal, because the Mortis engine you always want in combat in Total War Warhammer. This way you get the Reliquary Corruption, which is famously known as the Mortis engine effect, that does damage to everyone in a 40-meter radius around the Mortis engine. Now, in addition to that, you also get the Reliquary Binding, which mimics that regeneration bonus that you got from Tabletop. Again, 40 meters around, it will heal your own units. Now, there's one last ability here, the Blasphemous Tome. In Total War Warhammer, this is just simply an improved recharge rate. Now, in Tabletop, the Blasphemous Tome read as so. All wizards, within friend or foe, within 12 inches of one or more models with the Blasphemous Tome gain +2 to their casting result when casting from the lore of vampires. If any wizard miscasts within 12 inches of one or more models with a Blasphemous Tome upgrade, he must roll twice on the miscast table. That is huge. You could go from just a simple wound to outright blowing up your wizard in one casting phase if you screw up. So the Blasphemous Tome is one of those things that it even says at the very end of this entry here, right? These books can be a boon to the twisted practitioners of necromancy, but also the bane of reckless and unwary spellcasters. So it kind of plays very heavily into that. We also obviously don't get the downsides of the Blasphemous Tome in Total War Warhammer, but the Mortis engine was a dual kit with the Coven Throne, our next rare choice we're going to go into. And the Coven Throne bears resemblance to the Altar of Blood that we see in the Dark Elves. So let's talk about the Coven Throne and then go into how that similarity kind of parallels. Compensating for a cursed existence with grandeur and luxury is a common theme amongst the vampire elite. A true lord or lady of undeath refuses to churn through the mud of a battlefield like a common peasant, or be content with the dubious dignity of sitting astride a grave beast. Instead, the monarchs of the night are often borne to war on gilded palanquins known as Coven Thrones. These bone-frame constructs are held aloft by the departed spirits of those who have fallen in love with their owners and got nothing in return but a violent death. Mortal men shiver in awestruck disbelief at the exotic beauty of the handmaidens lounging upon these Coven Thrones. Hypnotized by a beguiling glance, a kiss upon the air, or a subtle finger beckoning them into eternal servitude. The legend of the vampires originates in the desert realm of Lahmia, and it is the Lahmians who are famed above all for their use of Coven Thrones. Those who hail from that land consider themselves the first amongst the aristocracy of the night. Their darkling city was the first ever to bear the curse of vampirism. All Lahmians descend from Neferata, the Queen of Mysteries, who is said to despise men with a passion. Consequently, very few Lahmians are male. Instead, the most enchantingly beautiful maidens are chosen from amongst the noble families of Bretonnia in the Empire, and granted the blood kiss. They then gain control of the humans around them with cunning and intrigue, for Lahmians take an active interest in human affairs. No one knows how many eccentric noblewomen, widows, and highborn ladies are, in truth, members of the undead. The Lahmians are hedonistic, self-indulgent creatures that take great pains to present themselves in splendor and majesty at all times. Thus the Coven Thrones that carry the Lahmian sisterhood are bedecked with rare artifacts and strewn with silk-embroidered cushions and other finery. Over the centuries, the Lahmians have become skilled in the arts of foretelling and prescience in order to stay one step ahead of the agents who pursue them. The Coven Thrones bear great enchanted bowls full of fresh virgin's blood, within which the vampire's handmaidens can scry the future. What the Lahmians' final purpose is, however, none can fathom. Despite their luxury, these ostentatious palanquins are potent weapons upon the battlefield. The vampires themselves move so swiftly as to be virtually invisible to the eye, but their true strength lies in their unity. A coven of vampires fighting as one is as formidable a prospect as any dragon or demon lord. The Coven Throne is the only real big thing that has not made its way to Total War Warhammer. We talked about bat swarms and fell bats and how they're named fell bats, but they kind of look like bat swarms, potato. But Coven Thrones in and of themselves are completely devoid from the roster in any way, shape, or form in Total War. And they actually have a little bit of a redundancy with the Mortis engine. That's to be expected because they have a very similar role. Now, the special rules for the Coven Throne are that it always strikes first. This is the Paladin Handmaiden. They're the vampire attendants on top of it. It's a large target. It has random attacks. That's the Spirit Horde itself. Spectral Steed, so it ignores difficult terrain. Undead, Vampiric, as we've talked about earlier. And then lastly, a ward save of 4+. Now, there is one very special rule that is called Battle of Wills. And to, I guess, summarize this easily, essentially anytime you wanted to hit the Coven Throne with a unit, a hero, a lord, whatever, you had to basically roll a d6 and then add your unit's leadership to that d6. Then the Coven Throne owner would do the same thing. You would subtract the enemy's total from the Coven Throne's total. I know, it's already pretty confusing. And you would compare it to a table that is in the 8th edition army book. So 0 or less, back off devils, there's no effect. 1 or 2 must resist. The enemy is at -1 weapon skill and 1 ballistic skill. 3 to 5, bewitched, the enemy must re-roll successful to hit rolls. Now if you get a 6 or higher in the difference here, now you get completely enthralled. And what this means is that the enemy that's attacking the Coven Throne must instead attack itself. So it's pretty damn awesome when it comes to being able to mitigate the amount of damage that can be dealt towards it. In addition, it has an additional, in addition, it has a special rule called Scrying Pool. If cast successfully, the Coven Throne and all of its constituent parts, including its crew and any character using it as a mount, re-rolls failed to hit or to wound rolls, owning player's choice, for the remainder of the turn. Now, how I would see this translated into Total War Warhammer would be pretty simple, I think. I think Scrying Pool is either an activatable, like we get with the Altar of Cain, the Altar of Blood with the Dark Elves, in which case everything in a radius around the Scrying Pool gets an increase to their melee attack and their weapon strength. Any friendly unit, of course. Now, Battle of Wills, I think, is pretty interesting. I don't see that how they could really kind of translate that into Total War Warhammer. We don't quite have anything like that. The closest thing I could think of is the ability for Witch Elves to poison something and send them into a rampage. And Battle of Wills is not quite exactly like that. So, I think that this would instead confer a reduction to the weapon skill or melee attack or the melee defense of anyone in the area around it. Now, the Coven Throne, I think the big difference between it and the Mortis engine is that it is a mount option. You can take it as a rare choice in the 8th edition, but I think that that's how you would really differentiate this in a campaign setting, in a quick battle setting, is that this would be a mount option for maybe strictly Lahmian vampires, but also maybe just Lahmian vampire lords in general. You could, I mean, Isabella didn't have this as a mount, but Isabella had like no mounts, so you could easily kind of throw her on this one as a fun little mount option for her. I think the Coven Throne is a really interesting model, and it's awesome from a lore standpoint, and I think that it wouldn't quite enter the game until a Total War Warhammer 3 with a possible Neferata faction. The Silver Pinnacle already exists in the game from the Mortal Empire standpoint, but we do not have a Neferata legendary lady or lord to take control of the Silver Pinnacle. That leads us to think that maybe we might get that in Warhammer 3, and if we do, the Coven Throne would make a lot of sense to come with a Neferata, as she is the head of the Lahmian vampire bloodline. We have two more rare choices to go through here. Let's kind of knock those out here and bring our video to a close. And our second to last monster is the Varghulf. Within every vampire's soul lurks a slavering monster, driven to feed on the blood of the living time and again. Most vampires seek control over this side of their existence, clinging to the trappings of aristocracy, privilege, or in some extreme cases, a debased form of martial honor. Yet not all vampires care for the trappings of mortal life, or seek to control their inner urges. There are a few vampires who allow the animalistic hunger within them to consume their personality completely. These feral predators abandon their citadels in order to run unfettered through the forest, hunting at the head of packs of dire wolves, or even stranger beasts. Those who revel in such behavior become physically changed beyond recognition by the vampiric curse. Hence are born the creatures known to the peasant folk as Varghulfs. Over the centuries, these most evolved of vampires become blood-mad killers that exist only to feed. Like enraged, starved beasts, they run rampant, devouring whole villages and yet never sating their thirst. They slaughter without mercy, luxuriating in bloody carnage. As well as devouring the living, a Varghulf will ransack graves and feast upon the bodies of the dead. Other vampires consider them no better than ghoulkin, though the terrible changes wrought by their surrender to the rage within make them deadly in battle. A Varghulf has a monstrous body, swollen by a constant diet of red meat. Unbound by human form, a Varghulf is a contorted mass of packed muscle, giving it the strength to crush a chariot or bowl over entire ranks of those stupid enough to try and pen it in. Powerful legs and broad wing flaps allow Varghulfs to chase down their kills in swift, gliding leaps, and they can lash out at enemies around them with shocking speed. They use their immense claws to strip flesh from bone, the better to suck at the juicy marrow of their prey. A Varghulf's main weapon, however, is a wide mouth filled with dagger-like fangs capable of puncturing armor and crushing skulls. In battle, the Varghulf becomes a whirlwind of rage. Though voracious and unpredictable killers, Varghulfs are far from mindless. They do not possess the aptitude or inclination for sorcery of their vampiric cousins, but their presence still acts as a conduit for dark magic. They are able to re-knit themselves with the raw stuff of necromancy should they suffer injury. Pack animals will instinctively follow Varghulfs, recognizing the apex predator in their midst. Crypt ghouls in particular are drawn to Varghulfs, recognizing something of their own unwholesome nature in the massive beasts. Hence the caverns of the Strigoi Ghoul King often play host to a Varghulf or two. On occasion, a Varghulf will become a leader of its own pack of crypt ghouls, sharing its lair with a loathsome court of flesh-eaters. From a secret cave or decrepit mausoleum, the Varghulf leads its gruesome attendants in midnight hunts that always end in the slaughter of the living. For their part, the crypt ghouls gain a powerful protector, something the cowardly creatures value highly. Though the hidden armies of ghoulkin that lurk in the catacombs of the world prefer to skulk and hide than to wage open war, when they boil out of the darkness, a Varghulf's presence can be the difference between victory and defeat. And the Varghulf has made a very fun and pretty great translation into Total War Warhammer. Granted, they also kind of seem like a completely Russian, roided-out version of Gollum, with, a little bit more hair. They're pretty terrifying in their own right? They have hatred, which does not make its way into Total War Warhammer at all. But they have regeneration, terror, undead, vampiric. And they do have a special rule which did not make its way into Total War because of the way that, again, Total War is formulated versus tabletop. Bestial Fury. For the purposes of calculating combat result bonuses, a Varghulf counts as having no flanks or rear. Though I guess you could really look at this as the fact that since it is a monster and it is it's a single entity, it can move its way in and out of combat, so it's never really completely truly surrounded unless you, let it be surrounded. You can usually path it through things, it'll knock stuff over like punt dwarves into oblivion. But if you listen to that lore little blurb, you heard that it has that anti-infantry, that AP kind of characteristics just built into the way that the Varghulf is described. The Varghulf itself is a pretty terrifying monster, but to me, personally, it pales in comparison to the Blood Knights, my favorite unit and our last unit to talk about. Before we jump over to the Blood Knights, I want to say that you can kind of tell that each one of these, I guess you could say, beasts or rare choices, they have something that kind of harkens to a very specific bloodline. The Varghulfs are very heavily influenced into the Strigoi. The Coven Throne obviously is very influenced into what you see with the Lahmians. And the Necrarchs kind of have like a go-between for, like, say, the Hex Wraiths. You could even argue them for the Mortis Engines. But then the Black Coach kind of has a little bit of a nod when it comes to the von Carsteins and their whole, like, very decadent, very aristocratic selves. And lastly, when we talk about the Blood Knights, you're going to get that very cool, very awesome semblance to the Blood Dragon vampires that I have told you guys since the dawn of my YouTube channel are my absolute favorite unit. Let's jump over to the Blood Knights and close our video out. Blood Knights are the most fearsome cavalry in all of the old world. Their training and discipline in life is enhanced by the unnatural speed and strength of the vampiric curse. Blood Knights are nigh indestructible, riding with fangs bared through storms of arrow and shot. Such is their honor that they will refuse no martial challenge and will fight at the forefront of an undead army without question. It is said that even the fabled Grail Knights of Bretonnia cannot match the Blood Knights lance for lance upon the field. Centuries ago, the people of the Empire would have named the Knights of the Order of the Blood Dragon amongst the noblest of warriors defending their lands. Their great fortress, Blood Keep, guarded the passes to Bretonnia and was famed for the strength of its walls and the valor of its defenders. As the Tome of Lamentations records, one night a man of great stature and noble bearing appeared before the gates and demanded entrance. He named himself as Wallach of the Harkin family, and when the knights opened the gates to him, they unwittingly sealed their doom. Wallach challenged the knights to combat. He slew them with ease, for he was a vampire who had learned his warcraft from the great Abhorrash. Though no knight could hope to defeat the undead monster, Wallach spared those who fought bravely and with honor. To these knights he passed on his vampirism. The others he slew without pause and fed on their life force. Bloodkeep became a vampire lair, from which the deadly knights preyed upon those they once protected. Many decades later, the witch hunter Gunther von Hall discovered the truth and attacked Bloodkeep with an army sent from Visenland and Reichland, supported by no less than 4 knightly orders. The siege lasted for 3 years, and the bloodshed was like nothing the men of Empire had seen. Van Hal and his soldiers destroyed many vampires when they finally stormed the castle, and they hunted the survivors through the wilds for years to come. Afterwards, Bloodkeep fell into ruin, and its evil masters passed into myth. Though Bloodkeep was brought low, many blood dragons escaped, scattering across the Empire, Bretonnia, Tilia, and further afield. Fearsomely accomplished with lance and sword, these warriors became fearsome raiders, either mercenaries led by dark Castellians or solitary duelists. Over time, the Blood Knights have become a macabre parody of the virtuous Templars that Wallach turned. Though they retain the dragon as their symbol, with blazons and crests in their likeness, their armor is encrusted with images of death and slaughter. Their blades are fell weapons inscribed with dark runes, chased with precious metals, and fashioned in the likeness of evil beasts. The knights do not ride flesh and blood horses, but charge across the field of battle upon evil nightmares that are clad in thick barding painted with disturbing icons of necromantic power. In the present day, centuries after the demise of their order, there are whispers that Bloodkeep is once again inhabited. Gossip mongers claim that immortal knights once more feast on human blood in the ancient halls, and skeletal sentries patrol the ramparts. Some even say that Wallach himself has returned with his closest disciples, that he is gathering his forces to wage war upon the lands of those who attempted to destroy him. You can see why these guys are so badass and so cool, and why I like them so much. And the blood dragons as a whole are amazing. And if you don't like Abhorrash, why do you even like vampires anymore? But still, the Blood Knights and their translation into Total War Warhammer is amazing. It's the same exact thing across the board. You get Frenzy, you get Undead, Vampiric. Again, that's kind of a different way in Total War Warhammer. But you also get this, an upgrade, the Flag of Bloodkeep. This ancient flag is emblazoned with a dragon device, the symbol of Bloodkeep for many years. Blood Knights that bear this fell banner are the disciples of Wallach himself. They hold the same disdain for ranged weapons now as they did in mortal life, a disgust exemplified by the enchantments woven into the banner. Now, in tabletop, this gave you a 4-up ward save, but this actually gives you a percentage missile resistance in Total War Warhammer. So you actually have this thing making its way directly onto the knights themselves. You can see it as an entry on them. If you just hover over, you can see it in the bottom, one of the little icons, little crests. Now, there is another special rule that did not make a translation, and that's just because of the nature of challenges not existing in Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. Yet. Hopefully they're coming in 3. But it's martial honor. Unless a combat includes a friendly character with an equal or higher leadership, a Castellian must always issue and accept challenges. And this harkens back to the fact that Blood Dragon vampires are so honor-bound and virtuous in the sense that they want to always pursue the most honorable duel that they can. And by doing so, they will either convert someone to become a Blood Knight, or they'll kill them. If they have an honorable duel and they just barely win, then that individual will then be converted to vampirism, more often than not. And that's kind of like the legacy that Abhorrash has left behind for all the Blood Knights to come. I have a fun little video planned here today for you guys for our spooky video of the week. And I want to do one on Morghasts. This is going to be kind of a short form video. I'm going to do this just like I would for any other legendary lore speculation type video. We're going to talk about the lore blurb from the Nagash book that came out with End Times, the very first book. So we're going to read the exact lore blurb from that book. Then we're going to go through the rules of the 2 variants of the Morghasts, the Morghast Harbinger and the Morghast Archai. So this will be a fun little quick video. Right now I'm going to be landing in LAX, coming back from, well, actually not right now this minute, but 12 hours from now, I'll be landing in LAX after our London trip
for the Everchosen, so I wanted to have some content out for you guys to devour. A little bit more of a short form one compared to last week's Vampire Counts army list, but hopefully this one will be very enjoyable for you guys. So let's jump in on the lore for the Morghasts, Heralds of the Accursed One. The origins of the Morghasts lie deep in the past, long before the time of Sigmar. Nagash, having failed to claim Necrarch through open war, had visited plague upon the kingdoms of the south, to weaken his enemies in preparation for war. Thousands perished, and all the time Nagash awaited the proper moment to renew his assault. The great necromancer's pride would not allow him to suffer another defeat, but nor did he want his victory over King Alcatazar to be delivered from a distance. Yet Nagash was not the only one who gazed down upon Necrarch's plight. Petra, god of light, had watched powerless as plague had ravaged the kingdoms of the sun. Petra burned to loose the fires of the sun upon Nagash, to smite him out of existence with a blazing column of light. Alas, like many of the old gods, Petra's ability to intervene directly in mortal affairs had receded as the dark gods of chaos had grown in power. But he was not entirely helpless. Petra mustered his winged heralds, the Hammerai, and sent them to destroy the great necromancer. Nagash's power was such, however, that even these divine warriors could not slay him. For 40 days and nights, the Hammerai battled Nagash atop the spires of Nagashazar. But neither sun-forged steel nor the light prevailed. As dawn rose on the 41st day, Nagash stood victorious amidst the ruin of Petra's host. As the sun flared an angry red with Petra's impotent rage, Nagash looked upon the corpses of the Hammerai and saw opportunity. When last he had marched upon Necrarch, his plans had been undone by the cowardliness of the vampires. The Nightwalkers had proven poor lieutenants, but now the great necromancer saw the chance to create more effective servants. Drawing upon the power that was his to command, Nagash reshaped the fallen Hammerai into worthy emissaries. At his command, bones twisted and bronzed skin sloughed away. Feathers that had once been gleaming gold beneath the sun's rays rotted to nothing, leaving only membranous and leathery tatters behind. By the time the final incantation had been uttered, the Hammerai were ossified parodies of their former selves, remade in an image abhorrent to the gods, but greatly pleasing to Nagash. Whatever ruin Nagash had wrought upon the bodies of the Hammerai, their minds he left intact. He had witless servants aplenty. What he needed were sentient vassals to lead his armies forth. He wiped away their loyalty to Petra, replacing it with undying servitude to him alone. The remade Hammerai would not fail their master as the vampires had, for they felt neither fear nor arrogance. Thus were the Morghasts born. Soon after, Nagash entered Necrarch in triumph. The Morghasts came with him. They fought mostly in wing bands of anything between 2 and 20, though the annals of Khemri recount how a legion of 300 fought as bodyguard to Nagash at the Battle of Ashkarim. Wherever the Morghasts fought, there were the bloodiest battles of that campaign. The Morghasts had no command of sorcery, but so suffused with death magic were they that their mere presence urged the dead to rise. Even without this, the humans would have stood no chance against the Morghasts. For though the creatures now serve the darkness rather than the light, they still possess the might of demigods. Their swords and glaives, fashioned long ago on Petra's solar forge, now blazed with the spirit energies of the slain. The souls trapped within, driven to drag others to share their fate. The sick and wasted remnants of Alcatazar's army were swept aside, and Nagash at last had his victory. In wake of his triumph, Nagash began his great ritual to raise the Necrarch dead as an army fit to conquer the world. Desiring that the Morghasts would again serve as his heralds, he sent most south to Necrarch, ready to join the ranks of the newly risen dead. A few he sent north, the better to hasten that conquest. That invasion never came. The Skaven brought about Nagash's murder, and with the great necromancer's passing, the Necrarchs he had animated broke free. Following their master's final instructions, the Morghasts attempted to assert their will over the Desert Kings, but were overcome. In victory, the Necrarch kings, unable to find a ritual to unmake the remains, sealed the Morghasts' bones in obsidian tombs deep beneath the sands, and laid curses upon the stones so that they would never awaken. Those Morghasts that had gone north fared better for the time. Their armies of the dead growing with each step, the Morghasts brought the gift of oblivion to the scattered tribes.
However, without Nagash, the magics that empowered the Morghasts ebbed away, seeping into the ether as blood from a wound. One by one, they collapsed and did not rise. The greatest of their number, the Archai, the Nagash's elite guard, who had been fused from the mightiest of Petra's heralds, felt the waning draw nigh. They bade their minions forge ebon-wrought armor to channel the magic of the world into their accursed forms. Most of the Morghasts, fixated upon war against Nagash's enemies, did not notice their growing enfeeblement until it was too late. Centuries passed. The Morghasts were all but forgotten, the subject of legend. Prospectors and explorers stumbled upon Morghasts' remains amidst the ruins of fortress crypts, watched over by sightless skeletons and worshipped by tribes of ghouls. The Morghasts became curiosities, remnants that no scholar could fully explain. Over the centuries, many necromancers paid handsome sums or risked their wretched lives to reclaim such cadavers, only to meet with frustration with each failed attempt at resurrection. It would have provided little consolation had they known that the failure was not theirs, but due to magic fading from the world through the continuing efforts of the elves. Indeed, when Nagash returned from the time of Sigmar, even he found the magics of that era too thin to sustain a Morghast's demigod spirit, and so looked to the mortal dead, such as the warlord Krell, to serve in their place. Only now, in the hour of Nagash's third and final resurrection, when the power of the dark gods waxes and the skies burn with the stuff of raw magic, are the Morghasts beginning to awaken. In Hekhara, there is a hammering on the walls of long-buried tombs. Beneath the mountains, bones reknit before the astonished eyes of wretched worshippers. Skeletal wings darken the skies, and ungodly weapons shriek with joy at the prospect of stealing new souls. Only Nagash's closest lieutenants can command them. Only the mightiest heroes of the mortal race have the power to defeat them. Where they tread, the living perish, and the dead awaken. The Morghasts are rising, and they are the heralds of death. The Morghasts brought a lot of really cool, awesome things to the end times. Remember, this is the first book of the end times, Nagash, the very first book, where everyone was pretty much thinking, oh man, this is going to be such an exciting foray into Warhammer Fantasy battles. We can't wait to watch the story evolve. Little did they know, or me included in that we would be up for 4 books or 3 books of just being bent over the barrel. But that's neither here nor there. The Morghasts still remain, in my opinion, some of the coolest models to come out of end times. With that, you get stuff like the Storm Fiends, you get Thanquol and Bone Ripper redone in a whole different way, the Glotkin. There's a lot of actually really cool kits from the end times. So, I mean, the end times itself aside, you do get some really awesome models. And Morghasts seem to have been the kind of prototype for what we now have in the Ossiarch Bone Reapers that have just been released by Games Workshop. But how did the Morghasts translate into a Total War Warhammer? Well, for one, let's just kind of hit this one on the head. I don't think Morghasts are going to come in Total War Warhammer 2. I don't think that we would see a Nagash Legion or an Undead Legion with Nagash at the head of it until Total War Warhammer 3. And then, I think that's when we would see Morghasts. Now, Morghasts have 2 different delineations, like I was saying earlier. Morghast Harbingers, or like you heard from the lore, Morghast Archai. That's Archai. Sorry, that could be a different pronunciation, but I'm going with Archai. Now, the Morghast Harbingers were a special choice, and you could field them in either a Vampire Count's army or an Undead Legion army. Remember, Undead Legion combined both Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings during the end times. And they had a pretty beefy stat profile. 5 weapon skill, 5 strength, 5 toughness, 4 wounds, 3 attacks. They were pretty good. They were 80 points a model, so they were pretty steep, but their unit size was only 2+. Now, they are a monstrous infantry, and how would I see them converted to a Total War Warhammer formula? Well, in my opinion, I think with Total War Warhammer 3, when we take a look at some of the bigger units, like the demons and how they have access to so many large creatures, right? When we take a look at Chaos Dwarves and they have the Kadai or whatever they're called, the basically the possessed creatures of the Chaos Dwarf army. And we look at other portions of Kislev with their Bear Cav and so on and so forth. This might not be the typical monstrous infantry size unit. Even if we're taking a look at Ogre Kingdoms, having everything that size maybe isn't the way to go about it. Maybe they're going to have a smaller size monstrous infantry unit that reflects how they were in tabletop with the 2+ unit size. But again, at the same time, they could just make this the standard, 12 unit model, or a 12 model count unit.
And that would work just fine. I mean, nothing says in this book that they have to be this many. I mean, crypt horrors in the book were 3+. So maybe that's how they're going to adapt it across to Total War Warhammer, and they've already just kind of said, hey, to hell with what the unit side requirement is, we'll apply to our formula. And I think it would work just fine. The difference between the Morghast Harbinger and the Archai is their weapon loadout. So, they both have hover, which is not necessarily fly. I can't remember 100% the rules for hover. It wasn't like a full 12 inches. I think it was something like 8 or 10. But it wasn't the full big shebang. On top of it, though, they have Killing Blow, they cause terror, and they're undead. So Killing Blow, we've seen this interpreted as anti-infantry when we take a look at the Grave Guard. But for the Morghast Harbingers, they've got 2 hand weapons. So the way that I look at these guys is anti-infantry and AP coming out of them. Now, the other ones have even wrought armor, so I won't talk about that yet. We'll get there. But they have Heralds of the Accursed One. So here's how I kind of think of this ability. In tabletop, basically, with this special rule, any friendly undead units within 12 inches of the unit of Morghasts doesn't suffer a wound because of unstable. So unstable and crumbling didn't have as much of an effect because you had your Morghast. Well, unstable didn't. So the way I kind of look at this is, what if these were kind of like the Aspiring Champion unit that we get with Chaos? Not simply a leadership bonus, but something that can prevent your army from crumbling in the event that you lose your Lord. And that adds a little bit of staying power. Like you heard about in the lore how these guys essentially are responsible for drawing the undead out of the ground just by their mere presence. So I think that'd be a really cool way to kind of give that homage. Or they kind of do something where they give regeneration to the undead around them to pay a little bit of a respect to the way the lore words it of them bringing more undead back. Because we don't have crumbling and unstable in the conventional way that we had it in tabletop, this might be how they kind of translate it into Total War Warhammer. Now for the Archai, these guys are different. They don't have 2 hand weapons and heavy armor. They have halberds and even wrought armor. And even wrought armor is simply a higher weapon or armor save. But the way I kind of think about this is, I think that the Archai should have an innate missile resistance as a result from the even wrought armor. I mean, it's kind of how you didn't have a special save for ranged attacks unless you had something in their profile that said they have a 5-up armor save against ranged attacks, and that was very rare. But you didn't have a specific ranged missile resistance or anything like that like you have in Total War Warhammer. So even wrought armor, I look at as either a ward save, a physical resistance, or simply just a missile resistance to give them a little bit more staying power on the field. We don't have really a giant delineation between like heavy armor and even wrought armor in the game outside of an actual armor value. So maybe these guys actually do have a higher armor value than the Harbinger variant. But with their halberds, I picture them as an anti-large AP model that is going to be helping out with the undead around them, either from a leadership standpoint, an unstable crumbling standpoint, or simply an overall regeneration aura. But that kind of concludes our little discussion here on the Morghasts. I just kind of wanted to have a fun little discussion about these guys because they're really awesome. They're some of the best things to come out of the end times, and they've kind of made their translation to Age of Sigmar pretty well because I think they influenced heavily the Bone Reaper or Ossiarch Bone Reapers. When you take a look at the motif of these guys, you see that same kind of repeating, not Lemelar, but repeating sheet or plates of metal on the shoulders, on the vambraces, and so on and so forth. So we get that same kind of look with the new Age of Sigmar Ossiarch Bone Reapers. So I think that these guys had a very important part to play in the overall, I guess you could say, longevity of Warhammer Fantasy and how it has become Age of Sigmar. But I hope you enjoyed this video here today. It is a little bit different. Usually we do a lore in this style, but I really wanted to talk about the Morghasts and give you guys some lore on them because they're really cool and a really fun thing from the end times. But as always, guys, thank you so much for watching here today. Have a good one and take care.